Chapter 399. Kill. Charge. Damn it, why are there so many dogs? Shouts, screams, curses, and barks of the dogs merged into one, shaking heaven and earth. This article originated from, in less than 5 minutes, blood flowed like a river on the hill, corpses were everywhere. By Ning being hid in the dark, using all her strength to mobilize the dog group, relying on the land spirit's help, she gradually stabilized the situation. Lightning symbol dogs, chrysanthemum Akita dogs, and other ordinary dog beasts were already dead. The Gu Masters charged halfway, but encountered the 5 great mountain dog formation, causing their heads to bleed. Heavy Tai, Green Flower, Smoke Song, Light Hung, and Star Hung. These 5 great dog breeds were even stronger, forming a circular formation. It was very reliable. Like a great dam, it blocked the flood of Gu Masters. At this stage, be it the righteous path or demonic path, they suffered heavy casualties. Brother, persevere. Meng Tu grabbed Jiao Huang's arm. The latter was heavily injured. Blood was flowing out. Jiao Huang borrowed Meng Tu's strength, barely managing to charge with the group. At this moment, he could not retreat. He could not stop to rest. Once he left the group, the dog group would engulf him. Brother, we suffered a huge loss this time. We had accepted Shang Clan's mission to take Fang Yuan's head. But to think we encountered this immortal treasure, sigh, we were blinded by greed, falling into this desperate situation. Jiao Huang sighed. These two had rank 3 peak stage cultivation. They were a famous assassination duo in the demonic path. They had successfully assassinated the rank for Gu Master Xiaofu Lu. They wanted to rely on Shang Clan. Thus they were prepared to deal with Fang Yuan secretly. But along the way, they did not find a good opportunity. After entering the Blessed Land, they encountered the immortal treasure. They followed and almost died. In this chaotic battle, only rank 5 experts could move unhindered. Rank 4 peak stage, they had to fight. Rank 4 upper stage, they had to gather and move. Those rank 1 and 2 Gu Masters participated in the charge. They suffered the most casualties. Rank 3 Gu Masters also had to rely on luck to survive. But even so, the Gu Masters continued to charge. The illusory immortal treasure, it ignited the most fanatical flame in their hearts. They forgot themselves as they charged forward. All of them were fantasizing about obtaining the immortal treasury and soaring into the sky, becoming people above all. Only a small number of people died. His gaze cleared up, and he began to feel regret. Unfortunately, it was too late. These people have all gone mad. They have been lured by the immortal treasury and have already forgotten about life and death. Tai Ruanen slowed down her charge and looked around. The battlefield was shocking. The 4 Tai family elders surrounded Tai Ruanen, keeping her safe. In this old man's opinion, I'm afraid that Mo Wu Tian also contributed to this. The leader of the Tai family's 4 elders suddenly said in a low voice, "You mean?" Tai Ruanen's eyes flashed. In the distance, Mo Wu Tian walked through the crowd with his head held high, laughing maniacally. The purple pupils flashed with a dazzling light. He was a soul path Gu Master. He secretly used Gu worms to influence everyone, making them even more passionate. People of the Devil Dao, everyone has the right to punish him. Tai Ruanen snorted coldly as killing intent surged in her chest. Young Master, Mo Wu Tian is a rank 5 expert after all. It is not easy to fight him. There is a need to prioritize matters. Our target is not him. One of the Tai clan elders advised. Tai Ruanen pursed her lips tightly and nodded heavily, her gaze firm as steel. That's right, the most important thing now is little beast King Fang Yuan. Ha ha ha. To think that the person controlling the beasts behind the scenes is only SOSO. Mo Wu Tian laughed maniacally. The wind in the battlefield was blowing, causing his black hair to flutter and his demonic flames to spread. Righteous and demonic Gu Masters charged together. The progress was better than he had expected. Bai Ningbing was a newbie after all. She had seen Fang Yuan's formation earlier and adapted according to Fang Yuan's instructions. Now that the situation was complicated, she had to deal with many things at once, and in the eyes of someone like Mo Wu Tian, she would naturally be exposed. Mo Wu Tian's purple pupils flashed with eerie light. As he charged forward, he was multitasking. From time to time, he controlled goo worms to defeat the dog groups, and from time to time, he influenced the people's hearts and created a fanatical atmosphere, while activating his goo worms to investigate. Enslavement Path Goo Masters had strong offense. They could fight enemies several times their size by themselves. But the great Tao of nature was balanced. Enslavement Path also had a clear flaw. Other than the huge consumption of resources, their individual battle strength was weak, and they could be easily killed. Mo Wu Tian had been searching for Bai Ningbing's location. As long as he killed Bai Ningbing, the dog group formation would collapse, and most of it would collapse on its own. Found her! Mo Wu Tian's gaze suddenly concentrated, finding Bai Ningbing's hiding place. He, hand over your life. He laughed and waved his sleeves, turning into a ball of purple demonic fog. The demonic fog's speed was astonishing. It traversed the battlefield, and in a few breaths of time, it was only 1,000 steps away from Bai Ningbing. Not good. Bai Ningbing's heart sank when she saw the movement. Mo Wu Tian was a rank 5 Goo Master, while Bai Ningbing was only rank 4. She was already hard to fight, not to mention now that he had to control the dog group. But thankfully I have a trump card. Bai Ningbing was shocked, but did not panic, she willed. Go bite him, Ba Huang. A dog emperor that was the size of a hill heard the command and jumped, flying over 100 feet, crashing in front of Mo Wu Tian. Woof! Ba Huang roared. It was like a bolt of lightning, suppressing the entire battlefield into silence. Next, the dog group went into a frenzy, their morale rose, and the Goo Master's casualties increased. What a good dog, Emperor! Its whole body was covered in glossy yellow fur. Its body was majestic, its head was like a lion, and the mane on its neck was thick, dazzling like the sun. This was the Emperor of Beasts. It could not be underestimated, with all its wild goo. It could fight against a rank 5 Goo Master. Damn it! Mo Wu Tian cursed, but was blocked by Ba Huang. Bai Ningbing was about to let out a sigh of relief. But at this time, a dazzling platinum light shot out from the battlefield, instantly arriving. He. Demonic Path Jr., watch me. The white light turned into a human. It was the rank 5 Righteous Path expert Xiao Mang. Ing Ming. Bai Ningbing endured the pressure and called out in his heart, sending out a second dog emperor. This second dog emperor was only the size of an ordinary dog beast. Its snow-white fur had bright patterns, like pink cherry blossoms. Facing Xiao Mang's intense pressure, the wild goo on the dog emperor Ing Ming's body was also activated, causing clouds to form on Ing Ming's 4 legs as it flew up. A mere wild dog. It is actually a dog emperor. Xiao Mang sneered, attacking and defending at lightning speed, but he quickly retracted his underestimation and calmly faced the battle. Bai Ningbing's expression was gloomy, although the 2 rank 5 experts were blocked. This situation was only temporary. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Man's intelligence surpassed beasts in the end. Eventually, Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Mang would get to know the dog emperor's background, and with ease they could even turn around. They would directly kill her, Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked around the battlefield. The others were still fighting in the center. There was no threat for now. Bai Ningbing let out a sigh of relief, turning her gaze back to the bronze hall. There is not much time left. Her blue eyes squinted, emitting a cold radiance. Inside the bronze hall, Feng Yuan breathed roughly. He was breathing roughly. And Feng Tianyu. He had already fallen to the side, unconscious. Feng Yuan's 7 orifices were bleeding, but he did not care. A pair of burning eyes stared in front of him. A goo, emitting a brilliant light, floated in the air. It did not have a specific shape. Sometimes it was like a colorful cloud, sometimes it was like a whirlpool of light. Success! Fang Yuan was filled with joy. He had already successfully refined divine travel goo. Now, he was only one step away from obtaining the second aperture goo. You succeeded, you really succeeded. The land spirit appeared beside Fang Yuan. It was very weak, but its eyes were shining, filled with the joy of success. You are indeed a future goo immortal, being able to refine divine travel goo. Amazing! And trusting it to you was indeed the right choice. Now the most difficult hurdle is finally over. This is the clouds parting to see the clear sky. Next, I will use third watch goo. Success will follow naturally. There is no more difficulty. The land spirit sighed, full of emotions. After thousands of years of hard work, I have finally succeeded today. The recipe is indeed feasible. I am really happy, really excited. But it is a pity. I will not be able to see the second aperture goo. Saying so, the land spirit, Ba Gui's body gradually faded, becoming more and more faint, until it completely disappeared in the air. It was dead. The immortal essence in the bronze cauldron had already been used up. Only a thin trace was left. The blessed land had mostly collapsed. Its destruction was close at hand. The old and weak Ba Gui assisted Fang Yuan in refining goo, and also helped by Ningbing defend the formation. But it could not resist such pressure, completely dying in this world. But compared to his previous life, dying in despair under everyone's attacks, it was much happier in this life. It could be said to have died a worthy death. Ba Gui's death meant that the immortal essence could not be used. But Fang Yuan was not nervous. For the next step, large amounts of yuan stone could be used as a substitute. Even if Ba Gui was still here, the trace of immortal essence in the bronze cauldron had to support the blessed land's operation. It could not be used to refine goo. The difficulty of refining the immortal goo this time is even higher than spring-autumn cicada. Just now, when the hull shook, I almost failed. If I failed, my mortal body would definitely die from the backlash. I would not even have time to activate spring-autumn cicada. Moreover, this most crucial step consumes a lot of mental energy. A mortal would not be able to do it. Fortunately, for safety's sake, I chose to enslave Feng Tianyu. Otherwise, I would not have succeeded. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan refined spring-autumn cicada, he was already a goo immortal. This time, he had no hope of refining the immortal goo with the qualifications of a mortal. But firstly, the mysterious goo immortal had racked his brains and spent his entire life researching this recipe. It was indeed the essence. Secondly, the recipe used the immortal goo divine travel, greatly reducing the difficulty of transcending mortality. Thirdly, it was not Fang Yuan's own strength. He had to rely on the land spirit and refinement master Feng Tianyu's help. Because of all these factors, Fang Yuan was able to complete the most dangerous and difficult step. Next is to use third watch goo. This is much simpler. Right? I wonder what the situation outside is like. Fang Yuan calmed down and retracted his mind. Only then did he hear the battle cries outside the hall. Fang Yuan, be careful. A hole has been broken in the dog formation. There is a rank for Goo Master charging towards you. Right at this time, Bai Ningbing sent a warning. Fang Yuan's expression sank as he slowly stood up. Chapter 400. Now that the land spirit was dead, Fang Yuan could no longer check the situation outside the hall. But he had his previous life's memories. He did not need to check to make some guesses. Right now, there are only 2 rank 5 Goo Masters left in the Blessed Land, Xiao Meng and Mo Wu Tian. They should be blocked by the 2 Dog Emperors. There are many rank 4 Goo Masters, but there is only one who could reach here at this time. That is Yen Tribe's young tribe leader Yenjun. This child inherited the ancient Phantom Path inheritance. He is most proficient in dodging attacks. It's not difficult for him to break through the Hound Beast formation. Fong Yuan thought in his heart, and the truth was as such. Phantom Path had once flourished in the olden antiquity era. The concept was to be free and unfettered, avoiding danger and becoming invincible. As long as one could avoid all attacks, there would be a form of invincibility. In his previous life's memories, Phantom Path Yanjun also shone on Etian Mountain, challenging demonic Pathgu masters and causing the demonic path to be in a terrible situation. Only when Mo Wu Tian appeared did he leave with heavy injuries. This blessed land's defense is not strong. The central area is so important, but only a bronze hall was built. Although it can be used for storage, its defense is weak. It looks good, but is useless. If it was like Hu Immortal Blessed Land with Dang Hun Mountain's defense, it would be like a heavenly moat. Even Gu Immortals would have a headache. Even my former blessed land, which was made into a blood sea, is much better than this broken hall. Fong Yuan felt hatred in his heart. He walked to Feng Tianyu and kicked him awake. "Get up!" Fong Yuan said coldly. Feng Tianyu had worked hard and made great contributions. If not for him sharing most of the pressure, Fong Yuan would not have reached this stage. "Ah, master." He woke up, his eyes were bloodshot, his hair was messy like weeds, and his face was pale. He trembled as he bowed towards Fong Yuan. "Go out of the hall and block a rank 4 phantom path, Gu Master, even if you have to sacrifice your life." Fong Yuan ordered coldly. "Yes, subordinate will do my best." Feng Tianyu bit his lips and immediately left. His primeval essence was almost used up, his battle strength was insufficient, moreover, as a refinement pathmaster, he was not good at fighting. This trip could be said to be certain death. But now, Fong Yuan had to carry out the last step. She didn't have any other power at hand, so she could only use him as a counter. The most important thing now is the second aperture Gu. Sacrificing a Gu refinement master is nothing. Fong Yuan sat down cross-legged again, looking at the ever-changing radiance in the sky. At this stage, the second aperture Gu was already more than half completed. It was between real and fake, between tangible and intangible. It couldn't be moved, and it could only exist for 6 hours. 6 hours later, if the finishing touches were not carried out, the radiance would dissipate, and all the previous efforts would be in vain. There's no turning back. As long as I complete the final step, I can obtain the second aperture Gu. But Fong Yuan subconsciously rubbed his lower abdomen, his gaze solemn. In the blessed land, time flowed 3 times faster than the outside world. The spring-autumn cicada healed very quickly, putting a lot of pressure on the aperture. At this moment, even though Fong Yuan's aperture was at rank 4 upper stage, it was unable to bear the burden. There were signs of cracks appearing on the aperture walls. Next, he still needed to use 2 third watch Gu, stacking them together. That would be 9 times the speed of time. At that time, would the aperture be able to withstand it? Fong Yuan wasn't a reckless person. Before refining the Gu, he had already calculated it meticulously. This gamble he had a high chance of winning. As long as he had the second aperture and left the blessed land in time, he could gain a few more months of breathing time. By then, he would have a backup plan. Third watch Gu go. He calmed his mind, concentrating his mind and starting the finishing touches. Under the effect of third watch Gu, that lump of radiance immediately accelerated. The radiance was dazzling, and it even gave off an indescribable mystical feeling. Divine travel Gu expands space. Third watch Gu condenses time. This is the operation of the laws of the 2 paths of the universe, as expected of the Gu path that has been passed down since the immemorial era. True knowledge comes from practice. Fong Yuan had some comprehension. As time passed, the effect of the first third watch Gu was nearing its end. The radiance faintly solidified, showing signs of completion. The battle cries outside the hall became louder and louder, but be it Mo Wu Tian, Xiao Meng, or Yanjun, none of them charged in. Good. Next, I will use the second third watch Gu. Seeing that it was about to succeed, Fang Yuan couldn't help but become excited. But right at this time, Bai Ningbing transmitted, "Fang Yuan, be careful. Tai Ruanan has broken through the defensive line and is heading towards you." Fang Yuan's expression changed. Right now, he was fully concentrated and could not leave. How could he face the enemy? Feng Tianyu was also sent out. He had no defense around him at all. What to do? "Bai Ningbing, what are you doing? Why aren't you coming in to protect me? I can't move now. If I die, you will also die under the poison Vaogu." Fang Yuan transmitted angrily. He was helpless. He could only send Bai Ningbing over. Without Bai Ningbing's control, the dog groups outside would be like dragons without a leader, causing chaos. Not long later, the group of experts would charge in. But Fang Yuan could not care so much. Right now, he was like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered without any ability to retaliate. If no one was protecting him, he would be easily killed by Tai Ruanan. Fortunately, the Gu refinement was already at its final stage. Only the second, third watch Gu was left. Fang Yuan could only place his hopes on time. As long as he used every second he had and finished the refinement with the rank 4 and 5 movement Gu he had, he would be able to break out of the encirclement and escape. As for Bai Ningbing, she was suitable to stay behind to block the enemy. She could be considered to be utilized to the extreme. As for how she would end up, it was not something Fang Yuan could consider now. Bam! The sacred hall's door was pushed open. Tai Ruanan walked in, and seeing the scene in the hall, she was dazed at first, before reacting with surprise and joy. "Little Beast King, today is the day of your death!" Before she finished speaking, she pounced. She waved her hand, and countless golden needles shot out. Bai Ningbing. The aura of death was so dense that it assaulted his senses. Fang Yuan had no choice but to transmit his voice again. Swoosh! Cold wind blew, frost spread and condensed into an ice wall, blocking all the golden needles. At the next moment, Bai Ningbing also appeared at the entrance of the hall. But her condition was clearly not good. Her body was bathed in blood and full of injuries. One of the most serious injuries. On her back, from her shoulder to her abdomen. It was so deep that her bones could be seen. Her clothes were stained with green leaves. Her silver white hair was also burnt, and her entire left arm was black and purple. It was evident that she was poisoned. "Quickly stop her!" Fang Yuan growled. "I only need this bit of time. If you have the mood to talk nonsense, you might as well hurry up and refine the Gu." Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, scolding angrily. She caught up in a few steps and started fighting with Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan sneered. Her golden needles shot out like lightning. Her attacks were extremely fierce. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth and persevered. She was heavily injured. Her battle strength was less than a tenth of her original strength, and soon fell into a dangerous situation. After a few rounds of fighting, Bai Ningbing's injuries were severe. The intense pain caused her leg to sprain and her body to sway. Tai Ruanan sharply grasped the opportunity. She suddenly attacked viciously. Bai Ningbing suffered another heavy injury, falling to the ground. "I will kill you first." Tai Ruanan's forehead flashed. The imprint on her forehead turned solid. It formed into a golden flying dagger that shot out. Swoosh! The golden flying dagger pierced through the air, missing Bai Ningbing's neck by a few millimeters, stabbing into the bronze floor. Bai Ningbing rolled in time, dodging the fatal attack. She shouted, "How much longer do you need?" Fang Yuan's heart was pounding. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Just a bit more. Even if you die, you have to hold on. If I die, you won't be able to live either." Bai Ningbing's curses were interrupted by Tai Ruanan's attack. Tai Ruanan's attacks came wave after wave. Bai Ningbing was forced to retreat. She could only dodge. Struggling on the line between life and death, the situation was extremely dangerous. After a few rounds, Bai Ningbing breathed roughly. "I can't hold on any more." Fang Yuan, I am going to self-detonate. Your aptitude, has it returned to 100%? Fang Yuan was shocked. Nonsense. Bai Ningbing scolded. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. Bai Ningbing returning to the northern dark ice soul physique was inevitable. But he did not expect it to be so fast. According to his deductions, even if he had 3 times the time in the Blessed Land, it would still take several months. Fang Yuan was at the critical juncture of Gu refinement. He could not think too much. The self-detonation of one of the 10 extreme physiques was extremely powerful. Even a rank 5 Gu master would have to avoid it. Once Bai Ningbing self-detonated, it would greatly affect the entire battle. Try to hold on, unless absolutely necessary. Fang Yuan shouted. He was refining Gu with his back facing the door. He could not observe the fight between Tai Ruanan and Tai Ruanan. But the response he got was a deep sigh from Bai Ningbing. It's too late. The next moment, Fang Yuan felt cold air permeating the hall, the temperature plummeting. Crack, crack. The sound of ice condensing could be heard continuously. What Gu is this? Tai Ruanan's exclamation was also transmitted to Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan barely managed to turn his head to look, only to see that the hall had already turned into a world of ice and snow. Bai Ningbing floated in the air. Her whole body had already turned into ice crystals, just like when she self-detonated on Qing Mao Mountain. Cold wind howled. The glacier gradually rose, carrying a vast and majestic aura as it heavily crashed towards Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan's expression was fierce as she quickly retreated. But the hall's door had already been frozen. She was like a turtle in a jar, trapped in the ice layer. Don't tell me this is the legendary Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Tai Ruanan exclaimed, suddenly reacting. But it was too late. She was sealed in the ice layer like an insect in amber. The ice layer did not stop, instead spreading towards Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing? Bai Ningbing! Fang Yuan shouted anxiously, but Bai Ningbing did not respond. Her body had almost become one with the frost, and her entire face had become indistinct. Her crystal-like blue pupils were no longer dazzling, as if they had completely dimmed. Damn it! Fang Yuan was so anxious that his head was hurting, the ice had already reached his body. He could only activate Yanggu. Yanggu flew out and landed on Bai Ningbing's body. Immediately, the yang energy turned cold, and a whirlpool of primeval qi formed. After so many years, the scene on Qing Mao Mountain had once again replayed itself. The ice stopped spreading, but this distraction almost caused the Gu refinement to fail. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly focused his attention, no longer caring about what was behind him. Under his hard work, the rainbow light finally condensed, forming the second aperture Gu. Immortal Gu, I finally succeeded. At this moment, Fang Yuan's heart was bursting with joy. All his hard work, all the risks, he had obtained the most satisfying result. Swoosh! Right at this time, a sharp ice blade pierced through Fang Yuan's heart, piercing through his back and exposing his chest. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. He looked back with difficulty. Bai Ningbing? You. Chapter 401. At this moment, the bronze hall was deathly silent. Time seemed to have frozen. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground. The rank 6 second aperture Gu was floating in the air in front of him. The immortal Gu refinement was a success, but Fang Yuan's attention was not on this immortal Gu at all. He turned his head with difficulty, looking at Bai Ningbing behind him, his gaze revealing deep suspicion. Bai Ningbing, who had returned to his male body, held the handle of his ice blade, expressionlessly standing behind him. Tai Ruanan slowly walked over, staring at Fang Yuan, her expression seeming both sad and happy. Fang Yuan, you never thought this day would come, right? Fang Yuan pretended not to hear her. only looking at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked down at Fang Yuan, returning to being a man. His body was taller, he wore a snow-white gown, his silver hair fluttering in the wind, his blue eyes deep and cold. He was like a glacier, cold and aloof. You never thought of it, right? Fang Yuan, in the end, you lost me. Looking at Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing lightly smiled. Ever since I revived on Qingmao Mountain, I have been thinking about how to return to my male body. In the days I spent with you, I was firmly controlled by you. I could only become your chess piece and be manipulated by you. You are not the strongest enemy in my life, but I admit you are the most terrifying one. Oh, Fang Yuan, you are a natural schemer, ruthless and ruthless. You can be said to be a peerless hero. But I, Bai Ningbing, am not an ordinary person. How can I become someone else's subordinate? Humph. The more you control me, squeeze me, use me, I am constantly thinking of how to escape, turn the tables, and counterattack. But the Yanggu is in your hands. With just a thought, you can make it self-detonate. Thus, I held back from taking action, racking my brains to think of a countermeasure. Finally, one day, I had a flash of inspiration and thought of a method. Actually, making you hand over your goo worms on your own. I had already succeeded once on Qingmao Mountain. That's right. That is, to reenact the situation on Qingmao Mountain. When I self-detonate again, it will be time for you to use Yanggu. Because of this, I began to secretly plot. The smile on Bai Ningbing's face gradually spread. If I want to self-detonate, of course it will not be a true self-detonation. There is still the possibility of you not using the Yanggu. So I chose Ice Crystal Goo. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. In Shanclan City, Bai Ningbing chose the ice path. Among them, there were 3 transformation goo: Frost Demon Goo, Snow Woman Goo, and Ice Crystal Goo. Wei Yang had once strongly suggested to Bai Ningbing to choose Snow Woman Goo. Snow Woman Goo was suitable for female Goo masters. As for Ice Crystal Goo, it was suitable for males. Bai Ningbing was a woman, but she chose Ice Crystal Goo. Wei Yang felt that it was a pity. You thought of it. Bai Ningbing laughed. That's right. I did not choose the Ice Crystal Goo in a fit of pique. It was the Snow Woman Goo's transformation into a snow woman. The image was obvious and could not be concealed. But after turning into ice crystals, with the help of the Ice Explosion Goo, it could create a majestic scene, extremely similar to the self-detonation of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Look, didn't I deceive you earlier? Humph, if I was not distracted during the Goo refinement, I would have sensed something fishy. How could you have succeeded so easily? Fang Yuan scoffed. Bai Ningbing, however, showed a serious expression, nodding. That's right. You are meticulous and observant. After I thought of this method, I felt it was not appropriate. There was a high chance of failure. Moreover, there was a turning point at that time. I even wanted to give up on this plan. The turning point Bai Ningbing was talking about was none other than the poison Vao Goo. I was thinking a man knows when to yield and when to stand tall if I can use the poison vow to achieve my goal. So what if I am used for a period of time? Bai Ningbing's gaze was like smoke recalling. But the following development made me realize that the poison Vao Goo is not reliable. The poison vow between you and Shang Yizi, even though it was broken ingeniously, I still felt that you were too fearless. I've actually secretly investigated the contract with the Bai clan, but the rumors still leaked out afterwards, which makes me feel that something is wrong. I've learned one thing from you. Prepare for the best and prepare for the worst. Thus, I had to consider this situation. If the poison Vao Goo does not restrict you, how should I deal with it? I know. If that is the case, then I am already in a desperate situation. I am restricted by the poison vow, but you are not. I am a pawn for you to use, without any ability to retaliate. With my own strength, I cannot escape this predicament, but in Shanclan City, there is someone who can help me. Speaking of this person, I have to thank you for introducing me. Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing showed a mocking smile. He thought of the first time he met Dr. Su Shou. At that time, it was at Shan Yen Fei's clan banquet. To thank Fang and Bai for escorting Shang Xi back to the clan, Shan Yen Fei summoned Dr. Su Shou to restore Fang Yuan's appearance. To make Bai Ningbing give up, Fang Yuan purposely asked her to come along. When Bai Ningbing met Dr. Su Shou with her true appearance, the latter's attitude immediately changed, becoming extremely gentle and kind. Dr. Su Shou was one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. She had a strange habit. She was obsessed with good looks. She liked handsome men and beautiful women. As long as they had good looks, she would treat them for free. If they were ugly, she would loathe them, no matter how high the reward was. She would not treat them. Bai Ningbing asked about the yin-yang rotation gu, and Dr. Su Shou's reply made her understand the importance of the yang gu in Fang Yuan's hands. But at the same time, Bai Ningbing became acquainted with Dr. Su Shou. Before leaving, Dr. Su Shou solemnly promised him that no matter what difficulties he faced, he could come and find her. Cough, cough. Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. The ice blade had pierced through his heart, but with the support of his healing gu, he was barely able to survive. But the coldness of the ice blade caused his blood flow to slow down. The intense coldness caused numbness to spread throughout his body. But in his heart, these injuries were already minor details. This person you are talking about, could it be Dr. Su Shou? He. As expected of Fang Yuan, you guessed correctly. Bai Ningbing praised. This slut. Fang Yuan cursed fiercely, but had new suspicions. But you only met once, didn't you? No, wait, there was a second time. Fang Yuan was halfway through his words when he suddenly recalled something. In Shanclan City, Bai Ningbing and Dr. Su Shou had met for the second time. At that time, Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu fought. They were only 1 move apart, but regrettably lost, suffering heavy injuries, and even losing her vital gu. She went to Dr. Su Shou's place to receive treatment and recuperate. Don't tell me. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of something. His gaze was like lightning, piercing towards Bai Ningbing, as if this was the first time he saw this cold and handsome young man. Bai Ningbing smiled lightly. Her blue eyes were eerie. It seems you have guessed it. That's right. I lost the battle with Yen Tu on purpose. A vital gu is nothing, but in exchange for a chance to not arouse your suspicions, isn't it worth it? At that time, I decided to take a gamble. Bai Ningbing went to Dr. Su Shou's place, and based on his intuition, he took a risk. He confessed the rough truth to Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou sympathized with his predicament and decided to help him escape from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. Bai Ningbing asked her if there was a way to get rid of the poison vow in this world. Dr. Su Shou answered that she could not get rid of the poison vow, but there was a way to get rid of the restriction of the poison vow. She recalled, once when she was young and ignorant, she was deceived by a junior brother and used the poison vow gu, making a love vow that she would never betray him. Later, to get rid of the poison vow, she used this method. Bai Ningbing asked, "What method is it?" Dr. Su Shou's gaze was solemn as she said, putting oneself in a desperate situation to be reborn. Once the poison vow gu activates, it would cause the oath-taker to die. Dr. Su Shou was a healing gu master. Her method was to purposely let the poison vow activate, and when the gu master dies, the poison vow would be removed, and the gu master would be reborn. This method is equivalent to forcefully dismantling the poison. Most healing gu masters cannot do it, even if they think of it. I only managed to do it because of my special inheritance. Even so, there is a 1 in 3 chance of failure. Once you fail, you will die. You need to think carefully. Dr. Su Shou warned. Bai Ningbing immediately decided to use this method. With Dr. Su Shou's help, he was lucky enough to get rid of the poison vow gu's restriction. Without the poison vow gu's restriction, Bai Ningbing secretly contacted Tai Clan, and Tai Ruanen found out the truth. The one in front of her was Fang Yuan and not Fang Jing. At the same time, She also understood what happened on Qingmao Mountain. To deal with Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing and Tai Ruanan started a secret collaboration. We had once set up a trap using iron cabinet goo and qi turn goo to set up the place, and a good show of self-detonation would happen there. But you did not come to rescue us. I could only bring my subordinates and rush to Sancha Mountain and make my next move. Tai Ruanan said, "Back then, Bai Ningbing was trapped by the 4 old-timers of Tai clan for many days. On the surface, it was because Bai Ningbing killed a Tai clan Gu master in the inheritance, so Tai clan took revenge. But in truth, it was a plot against Fang Yuan. What happened next was that Fang Yuan fought 1 against 7, slaughtering the Tai clan group, and finally, Tai Mu Bai appeared. Tai Ruanan received Tai Mu Bai's teachings, and while cultivating, she patiently waited for Bai Ningbing's news. This was also one of the reasons why, even though she hated Fang Yuan, she did not take the initiative to search for him. But afterwards, Fang Yuan shocked the world with a single brilliant feat, and after entering the 3 kings' inheritance, he firmly controlled the entire situation. Tai Mu Bai's death made Bai Ningbing choose to remain silent and hide even deeper. He used Fang Yuan's trust to command the dog group. With the land spirit's death, he could no longer look down on the battlefield, and the pressure on the battlefield rose again. But at the same time, without the land spirit's surveillance, Bai Ningbing felt relaxed. He was still worried, and probed Fang Yuan, purposely sending Yan Jun in. As he expected, Feng Tianyu was lured out, which proved that the land spirit was dead. Bai Ningbing was secretly happy, and once again sent Tai Ruanan and the 4 old-timers in. The reason why Tai Ruanan was the first to enter the hall was also because of this. Fang Yuan, I advise you to surrender obediently. Right now, our Tai clan enslavement master Tai Bai Chi is controlling the dog group, and everyone is helpless. Outside the hall, the 4 old-timers are using iron cabinet goo and qi turn goo to seal the space, and no one can sneak in. Only surrender. That is your only way out. Tai Ruanan walked over, holding the 2nd aperture goo as she announced his fate. Chapter 402. There are countless heroes in this world. After a moment of silence, Fang Yuan raised his head and heaved a long sigh. High-speed update, Bai Ningbing. What a Bai Ningbing. Hee. I underestimated you and fell into your hands. You won beautifully. Your plan was also very precise. I was careless and focused on the immortal goo. Allowing you to have your way, it was my mistake. You flatter me. I was able to scheme against you this time because of the right timing, location, and people. If I were you, refining the immortal goo while scheming against everyone, I would not have done as well as you. Bai Ningbing replied seriously. But at this point, the winner takes all. I advise you not to struggle pointlessly. He. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. You did not kill me because you wanted to obtain the immortal goo and know its effect, as well as the recipe of the immortal goo in my mind. Now that the land spirit was dead, the blessed land was about to collapse, there were loopholes everywhere, and without the suppression of the heavenly force, goo masters could freely use their goo worms. That was to say, with just a thought from Fang Yuan, all the goo worms would self-detonate. Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruanan, and the rest could not stop him in time. Tai Ruanan, Tai Mu Bai, and the rest died in my hands. You can only redeem yourself by taking this immortal goo back. Otherwise, you will lose your young master position. Fang Yuan smiled sinisterly. Tai Ruanan was expressionless, replying calmly, That's right. Immortal goo are unique and extremely important. If I take it back, it will be a great merit. I can even receive the nurturing and rewards of the clan's goo immortals. And the recipe of the immortal goo refinement, only you know it. If I can offer it up, I will immediately become Tai clan's young clan leader. In the future, when I ascend to the clan leader position, I will follow Lord Tai Mu Bai's example and promote justice and justice. After all these matters, I have already thought it through. to uphold justice. I cannot do it without strong personal strength and influence. That is the only way. Only then can I repay Lord Tai Mu Bai's kindness in nurturing me, and let him rest in peace in the afterlife." At this point, Tai Ruanen thought of the Tai clansman who had died in Fang Yuan's hands, and her eyes turned red. There was hatred and anger, but also the excitement of revenge. She took a deep breath and stared at Fang Yuan. "As for you, Guyue Fang Yuan, I won't kill you. You were able to refine an immortal Gu with a mere mortal body. Such talent in Gu refinement is truly impressive. As long as you surrender, I'll send you into the Tai clan's demon subduing pagoda. In the future, you will repent and start anew. Once you leave the tower, serve the Tai clan and contribute to the righteous path. This is the best way to make up for your sins." Demon suppressing pagoda. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. "You make it sound really nice. You want a mortal Gu? Sure, let's make a deal." Fang Yuan explained the details of the deal. He quietly listened to the movements outside the hall. He was stalling for time. The current situation seemed hopeless, but there was still a chance of victory. Fang Yuan was exhausted because of the Gu refinement. He did not have enough primeval essence in his aperture. The rank for all-out effort Gu was not refined, and many beast phantoms were consumed during the refinement. He could not use brute force. Fang Yuan was not in his best condition. Bai Ningbing and Tai Ruanen came prepared, and there were also the 4 old-timers of Tai clan outside. There was also Tai Bai Chi, who controlled the dog group. Spring-autumn cicada was a good method to turn the situation around, but there was a huge risk of death. Unless he had no other choice, Fang Yuan did not want to use it. The true chance to turn the situation around lies with the experts outside the hall. Just the dog group and the 4 old-timers cannot block them all the time. As long as they attack, the situation will change. Fate was truly fickle not long ago. Fang Yuan was still using all sorts of methods to block the experts, but now he could not wait for the experts to charge into the hall. "Damn Tai clan, you are the mastermind." The old patriarch of the Tai clan, Tai Mu Bai, personally came. What attracted him here? We should have thought of it. Even if Tai clan is a super clan, don't think of monopolizing it. Everyone has a share of the immortal treasure. On the intense battlefield, everyone was in a frenzy. Looking at the direction of the bronze hall, many Gu masters were spewing fire from anger. A purple light barrier covered the whole bronze hall. Tai clan's 4 old-timers each occupied 4 directions, guarding it tightly. Meanwhile, Tai Bai Chi was standing at the entrance of the hall, commanding the dog group from above. He was an old man with a head full of white hair and a 3rd eye on his forehead, shining brightly. He was a rank 5 enslavement path Gu master, an elder of Tai clan, and was once Tai Mu Bai's capable subordinate. After receiving Tai Mu Bai's summon, he broke out of his closed-door cultivation and came to Sancha Mountain. Right now, Tai Bai Chi was smiling as he looked at the battlefield. Under his command, the dog group's battle strength was several times higher than before. Tai Bai Chi did not care about his losses and blocked all the experts. This old fool is really troublesome. Mo Wu Tian's black hair fluttered in the wind as he breathed roughly. In front of him, Dog Emperor Bahuang was already bathed in blood and was in a worse state than Mo Wu Tian. But soon, the healing Gu on its body activated, and under the milky white light, Bahuang's injuries recovered rapidly. Mo Wu Tian was about to follow up with another attack when a large group of green Hua dogs charged from the side. This again, Mo Wu Tian gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to kill these reinforcements first. Using this chance, Bahuang regained its breath, and its injuries recovered greatly, becoming fierce again. Compared to the situation whereby Ningbing could not take care of the Dog Emperor, Tai Bai Chi was more at ease. He controlled the entire battlefield, controlling the situation, fully displaying the strong side of the enslavement path. On the other side, Xiao Mang was also heavily taken care of by Tai Baiqi. This won't do. The immortal treasure is going to be taken by Tai clan. Xiao Mang was anxious and hateful, but Dog Emperor Ba Ming was blocking in front of him, preventing him from entering the hall. Bastard, you forced me. Xiao Mang roared in anger, flying into the sky. A huge hole had already appeared in the sky, tens of mu in size. Outside the hole was the sky of the outside world. Clouds were lingering and the sky was clear. Xiao Mang flew out of the hole, raising his hands. Rank 4, gather light goo. Large amounts of sunlight gathered in his palms. The light gathered into a huge ball, and compared to it, Xiao Mang was like an ant carrying a rice bowl. Rank 5, extreme light goo. The glory of the immemorial era gathered into the ball of light. Immediately, a qualitative change occurred, and the whole ball of light was dyed with the glory of the immemorial era. Rank 5, river under the sun goo. The ball of light exploded, turning into water of light. Each drop was like a fragment of the sun, extremely dazzling. Killer move, torrential light river. The river of light surged, wave surging, pouring into the blessed land from the hole. The light was resplendent, and the waves were like raging waves. The hill was illuminated in white, and countless people squinted their eyes, resisting this intense light. Not good. Tai Baiqi tried to block it, but the river of light had already formed and was majestic. It could only weaken a portion. The majestic river of light was like a waterfall, crashing heavily on the purple light barrier. The light barrier only lasted for a moment before shattering. The 4 old-timers of Tai clan were supporting the light barrier spurted out blood and were extremely exhausted. The river of light broke through the light barrier, but was weakened by more than half. But it did not stop, crashing on the bronze hull. A huge hole was immediately created in the hall, and the waterfall of light poured down, facing Fang Baiyan Tai. Facing Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruanan's pupil shrunk. She subconsciously tried to dodge. Fang Yuan, who had been waiting for a good opportunity, quickly reacted and activated his primeval essence. Warp goo. He activated this rank 5 movement goo. This goo was his spoils of war from killing killer ghost Dr. Chojo. Swoosh. Fang Yuan disappeared on the spot with the immortal goo. The river of light crashed on the floor. A huge pit was formed with a diameter of 10 meters. Tai and Baiqi dodged in time and stood at the edge of the pit looking very calm. He escaped after all. It seems he used warp goo. I think this goo came from killer ghost doctor. Tai Ruanan analyzed calmly. Are we letting him escape like this? Bai Ningbing looked at Tai Ruanan. Did you forget the fixed star goo? Don't worry, even if he escapes to the ends of the world, Tai clan's 4 old-timers can capture him. Let him go out now and expend some of his primeval essence and energy. That will save us the trouble of having to fight. Tai Ruanan smiled. Her tone had the demeanor of a great general. After going through so many hardships, she had truly matured a lot. Guh. An intense pain assaulted him, and Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling dizzy. A feeling of disgust almost made him fall down on the spot, as if his organs were in chaos. Warp goo was a space path goo. It could tear through space and move the Goo Master's body. It had a strong effect, but it also had a strong side effect. Goo Masters who frequently used warp goo would have their muscles tangled. Blood would flow in reverse, and bones would be dislocated. In terms of appearance, the Goo Master would become uglier and uglier, and no matter how proper their appearance was, they would become crooked. To use warp goo, one would need to use other goo worms to modify their body. But at this moment, Fang Yuan could not care so much. Second aperture goo, I'll leave it to you for now. I will return this debt to you 100-fold. Fang Yuan quickly assessed his surroundings and found that he had been teleported outside the hall, but was still close to the bronze hull. Large numbers of dog beasts pounced at him, and he decisively chose to retreat. Although second aperture Gu was taken by Tai Ruanan, the control was still in Fang Yuan's hands. He had refined second aperture Gu single-handedly, and now, with just a thought, this immortal Gu would self-detonate. However, Fang Yuan would not do such a foolish thing unless he had no other choice. This battle has just begun. By Ningbing, Tai Ruanan, just you wait. He. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. To use second aperture Gu, immortal essence was needed, or a vast amount of Yuan stones could be used instead. As for Fang Yuan, he was even more unable to store this immortal Gu in his aperture. Spring-autumn cicada's pressure was already huge. If he stored another immortal Gu, Fang Yuan's aperture would explode. If the immortal Gu was not stored in the aperture, its aura would leak out and be sensed by everyone. If Fang Yuan snatched the immortal Gu and ran out, he would immediately become everyone's target, facing the encirclement of 2 rank 5s, over 10 rank 4s, and countless rank 3 and rank 2 Gu masters. Tai Ruanan obtained the immortal Gu. She will definitely become everyone's main target. I'll let you fight while I watch from the sidelines and become the fisherman who benefits in the end. Fang Yuan decided to retreat and recover his battle strength before finding a chance to strike. However, things did not go according to his wishes. Many sharp-eyed Gu masters discovered Fang Yuan's movements and shouted, "Who is it?" "It's Little Beast King. He seems to have come out from the Bronze Hall. Quick, stop him. He must have obtained a portion of the immortal treasure." The voices attracted even more people's attention. The Gu masters near Fang Yuan immediately turned around and attacked Fang Yuan. But the first to attack was a small group of heavy Tai dogs. Chapter 403. Damn it! Fang Yuan cursed, waving his hand and sending out a golden dragon. Unspecified currency website. Unspecified currency. The golden dragon whizzed past, crushing these heavy Tai hounds into meat paste and opening a path. "Little Beast King, where are you going?" "Hand over the immortal treasure." I Chong arrived in front of Fang Yuan, waves surging towards him. "Bone Wings Gu." Fang Yuan flapped his wings, dodging the waves and flying towards the sky. "Little Beast King, you should stay." I Hua waved his hand. The firebird flew towards Fang Yuan. Golden Aurora Gu. Fang Yuan's body was covered in a layer of golden light. His speed rose rapidly, and after getting rid of the firebird, he retreated. This huge commotion attracted Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Meng's attention. Xiao Meng sent out a giant hand of light, the size of an elephant, flying rapidly and grabbing at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan turned around and dodged. But at this time, he heard a gentle voice calling out to him. This voice was like the whisper of a lover, or the longing call of a loved one. Those who did not know could not help but be captivated and distracted. Mo Wu Tian's tender emotion grew. Fang Yuan was shocked and quickly struggled free, but his movement was still sluggish as the giant hand of light grabbed at him again. Oh no! It was too late to dodge now. Fang Yuan could only use his Gu worm to attack instead of defend. Bam! With a loud sound, the giant hand of light was destroyed, while Fang Yuan fell towards the ground like a broken kite, leaving a trail of blood behind him. The sound of wind whistling in his ears woke up the unconscious Fang Yuan. Realizing he was falling, he quickly activated his Gu worm and shouted. Tai Ruanan obtained the peerless immortal Gu and is refining it. Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Meng's attention was immediately diverted. Immortal Gu. The crowd was in an uproar, falling into an incomparable frenzy. Tai Bai Chi's pressure rose sharply. Fang Yuan obtained a breather and immediately activated Wu Gui's movement Gu. Large patches of dark clouds rose. He hid in the dark clouds and continued to retreat. But at this moment, Suddenly, for chains extended from the void. They were as nimble as snakes and as fast as lightning, binding Fang Yuan's limbs. Then, the chains quickly wrapped around him tightly. It spread rapidly, binding Fang Yuan and dragging him into the void. In the next moment, Fang Yuan reappeared in the bronze hall. The 4 elders of the Tai family occupied the 4 cardinal directions, surrounding him. They squatted on the ground. He straightened his right palm and held his right wrist with his left hand, activating the goo worm together. A long black iron chain extended from each of their palms. Tai Clan's 4 elders' killer move, limitless search and lock. At the same time, Central Continent, Heaven Ladder Mountain. Who Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain. The fight for the ownership of Who Immortal Blessed Land had reached its final stage. Fang Zheng, you can do it. Victory is just around the corner. Master Tenchiru's voice rang out. It echoed in Fang Zheng's heart. Compared to before, his voice was filled with extreme fatigue and weakness. Yes, only one opponent is left. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth. His whole body was covered in sweat. His body was on the verge of collapsing, but he showed a resolute will. Me. The great Shao Qixing was actually surpassed by an unknown nobody? Shao Qixing's eyes were wide open as he watched Fang Zheng climb and surpass him. Sigh, to think the final outcome would be like this. Yingxing Ji heaved a long sigh and suddenly let go, falling down from the mountain. He was the furthest from the peak, and after seeing Fang Zheng's performance, he knew he had no chance of winning, so he directly admitted defeat. Who Immortal Land Spirit naturally would not sit and watch him fall to his death. She lightly snapped her fingers and teleported Yingxing Ji to the outside world. Climb, continue to climb. Fang Zheng's hands and feet were already torn, dripping with blood. The closer he got to the peak, the more intense the tremors his soul received. Fang Zheng could not think of anything else. Only the scene of the peak was left in his eyes. He had already squeezed out all his potential. He was extremely exhausted. This was exertion that surpassed the limits of his body. This kid, Feng Kim Hong, could not help but be moved. Fang Zheng was clearly exhausted, but there seemed to be an endless strength supporting him. Peak, peak. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth. There was only this one thought in his heart. He climbed up step by step, gradually surpassing Feng Kim Hong, officially taking the lead. Right now, he was only 10 feet away from the peak. Even the adorable Who Immortal Land Spirit stood at the edge of the cliff, looking down fixedly at the birth of its new master. Outside the blessed land, the Gu Immortals who had been paying attention had already started to sigh. Congratulations, Yifengyang. Your crane gate won slightly this time. Humph, if only I still had that rank 6 exquisite small shift goo, or star shuttle goo, fixed immortal travel goo, or self-movement goo. The result of this battle would have been different. The Gu Immortals had different attitudes. Some congratulated calmly, some felt regret. I was lucky. Yifengyang spoke modestly, but his voice could not conceal his joy. But right at this time a Gu Immortal sneered. Yifengyang, I will have to disappoint you. This Who Immortal inheritance is destined to belong to my spirit affinity house. The moment he said that, a change occurred in the blessed land. Feng Kim Hong gave a delicate shout. A pair of dazzling wings grew from her shoulders. This pair of wings was extremely gorgeous and gorgeous. All kinds of radiance continuously flowed about, dazzling and resplendent. With a light flap, the golden phoenix radiance slowly rose up. What? This is the legendary immortal Gu Dream Wings. Dream Wings was a very special immortal Gu. It did not exist in the real world. It could only be found in dreams. What activated it was not immortal essence, but the Gu Master's spirit and soul. Feng Kim Hong only had a mortal body. Forcefully activating Dream Wings now would cause severe damage to her soul. At best, she would lose her memories. At worst, she would become demented. but the prideful her had never failed since she was born. She could not allow Fang Zheng to become the sole victor in front of her. Even if I have to pay the heaviest price, I must obtain victory. Under Fang Zheng's shocked gaze, not far away, Feng Kim Hong slowly flew up, easily surpassing him and regaining her lead. Dream wings suddenly retracted. Feng Jin Huang climbed on the edge of the cliff, panting heavily. The dizziness that came from her soul was so strong that she almost fainted. She had reached her limit. Forcefully activating an immortal goo, it was not easy for Feng Kim Hong to reach this step. I actually lost. Fang Zheng stared with wide eyes. He was in a daze. Right now, Feng Kim Hong was so close to the peak. In fact, her hands were already at the edge of the cliff. She was only a small step away. I want to win. At this moment, Feng Kim Hong used all her strength to raise her head, exerting her final bit of strength. Her eyes, they were bright like amber. Her face was peerlessly beautiful. Her snow-white and slender neck, under the pink light of the blessed land, had a jade-like halo. She was like a young phoenix, spreading its beautiful wings for the first time in the world. Splendid and glorious. At once, even the Gu immortals were dazed. She bit her lips, placing her arms on the edge of the cliff with difficulty. Then, she used all her remaining strength to drag her heavy body up. Finally, she almost rolled up the mountain peak. She succeeded, the sole victor of this battle, the new owner of Hu immortal blessed land. Southern border, Sancha Mountain, Bronze Hull. Fang Yuan's hands were tied by chains. Fang Yuan, we meet again. Tai Ruonen stood in front of Fang Yuan, laughing heartily. By Ningbing's side, it is useless, Fang Yuan. I have already secretly planted a fixed star Gu in your left arm. With this Gu's location, limitless search and lock can break through space and capture you. There is no use even if you escape to the ends of the world. You have already lost this round. Accept your fate. What? Fang Yuan looked down, only to see a Gu in his left arm. This Gu was an immemorial star fragment. It was like a diamond with 8 corners, sparkling and translucent. Right now, it was shining with starlight, shining on Fang Yuan's left arm, turning it into a translucent, eerie blue color. By Ningbing! Fang Yuan shouted furiously. He struggled crazily, causing the chains to collide and clatter. In his previous life, Tai Clan's 4 old-timers had used this killer move to capture Kong, Ritian. To think that in this life, this move would be used on Fang Yuan. Earlier, when Bai Ningbing was trapped by Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, Fang Yuan did not go to help because he was wary of this limitless search and lock. Once Fang Yuan was located by limitless search and lock, no matter where he escaped to, the chains would stretch out from the void to capture him. But without fixed star Gu, limitless search and lock would be like a headless fly, nothing to worry about. This fixed star Gu was personally given to me by Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, and I have trained it for a long time. Do you know when I planted it in you? It was when you instilled yellow gold primeval essence into me and washed my aperture, right? No one knows, right? Bai Ningbing's eyes were filled with a cold smile. This move was like taking drastic measures, completely shattering Fang Yuan's hopes of counterattacking. Fixed star Gu! Good, Bai Ningbing, you are the best! Fang Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing, gritting his teeth. Tai Ruonen slowly persuaded. Fang Yuan, you have been hit by limitless search and lock. Right now, the Gu worms in your body have been sealed. You cannot even use a trace of primeval essence. You have no hope left. Of course, you can still use your thoughts to make your Gu worms self-detonate. But I advise you not to make such a choice. You are a smart person. You should know which choice is beneficial to you, right? Fang Yuan lowered his head, becoming silent. Earlier, he had activated his Gu worms, but limitless search and lock was not an undeserved reputation. It was a killer move that combined space path and restriction path. Even the rank 5 teleportation goo was sealed and could not be used. Everything is over, Fang Yuan. Demon Suppression Tower will be your final resting place. You can spend the rest of your life there. By Ningbing's side, seeing that his great enemy was finally captured, he had a complex feeling like joy and sorrow. Chapter 404. Fang Yuan slowly raised his head and looked at the sky through the hole in the bronze palace. A huge hole had formed in the sky of the blessed land, connecting to the outside world. From Fang Yuan's angle, he could see the southern border sun. The sun was setting. It was almost dusk, 4:45 in the afternoon. At this hour, Feng Kim Hong should have just inherited Hu Immortal blessed land, right? Fang Yuan thought. In his previous life, he teamed up with demonic path Gu Immortals to attack Hu Immortal blessed land and occupy Dang Hun Mountain. In the end, he paid a huge price to kill Feng Kim Hong and narrowly escaped death. After Feng Kim Hong's death, the Righteous Path mourned and wrote a biography of Feng Kim Hong. According to the biography, Feng Kim Hong had 3 fortuitous encounters in his life. His first fortuitous encounter was when he was 3 years old. He obtained the immortal Gu Dream Wings in his sleep. The second opportunity was the Hu Immortal Legacy. He had successfully reached the summit at 5:15 in the afternoon. Feng Kim Hong has the immortal Gu Dream Wings, Hu Immortal inheritance is definitely hers. If he didn't fall too far behind her, he would need to have a second aperture. What a pity. In the end, you failed on the verge of success. He sighed in his heart, but his unfocused gaze gradually focused again. He still had a chance to turn the tables. He had not completely lost yet, because he still had the spring-autumn cicada. Limitless Search Lock could seal rank 5 Gu, but it could not seal rank 6 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan raised his eyes and took one last look at Bai Ningbing and the rest. There was nothing much to say. This time, if he succeeded, there was still hope. If he failed, then there was no point in talking about it. Why is he so calm? Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruanan, and the rest felt that something was amiss. Bang! Fang Yuan blew himself up. In an instant, the spring and autumn cicada shone with green and orange light, and a mysterious aura spread out. All of Fang Yuan's Gu worms, all of his primeval essence, all of his flesh and soul, they all self-destructed. Every time he used the spring and autumn cicada, it was a huge gamble. Fang Yuan was in a desperate situation, and he was determined to bet everything he had. Everything from the explosion was poured into the spring-autumn cicada. The spring-autumn cicada turned into a speck of light, carrying the last bit of Fang Yuan's will, shattering the void and arriving at the most famous forbidden land of this world, the River of Time. The Gu Master World was surrounded by 5 regions: Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert, Eastern Sea, and Central Continent. Another river of time ran through the past, present, and future. It was you. Space and time are the foundation of the world. Hua, hua, hua! The waters of the River of Time surged. The tides rose and fell, the waves surging. Every single drop of the water of time was pale white, but there were billions of droplets of it. Every single time they collided, tangled, and spun, they would erupt with the most dazzling and resplendent flowing lights. In this desolate and colorful river, the spring and autumn cicada was like a wandering child that had returned home. It flapped its wings and carried Fang Yuan's consciousness against the current. For Fang Yuan, this was the 3rd time he had used the spring and autumn cicada. The first time he entered the River of Time, he had no experience at all. The second time, he had no choice but to self-destruct. The time was too short. This time he was mentally prepared. He finally experienced the feeling of going against the current. This feeling was so mystical and wonderful. Countless lights and shadows. It was like a movie being played in reverse, appearing in his consciousness. It was like a breath of time, or like it had roamed for countless years. The dangerous, huge waves crashed over again and again. The spring and autumn cicada soon lost its vitality. The energy from its self-destruction was used up. It struggled for a while, before diving into one of the water droplets and vanishing. Feng Yuan blinked. The scene in front of him had already changed. Wait, everything can be discussed. I can promise you I will tell you the correct path, but you have to guarantee my safety. I have a poison Vao Gu on me. A familiar begging voice could be heard. Feng Yuan followed the voice and looked down, seeing Wang Xiao who was below his feet. He stared blankly for a moment, and then his heart thumped wildly. His expression changed, revealing an unconcealable ecstasy. Ha ha ha! I succeeded again. I won the bet. I have been reborn again. Feng Yuan raised his arms and shouted, laughing towards the sky. Wang Xiao. Feng Yuan's sudden performance made him shocked and suspicious. What rebirth? What succeeded again? Could it be that this fellow was mentally unstable? But come to think of it, there are many crazy, demonic Gu masters. Damn it, I actually met such a lunatic. Wang Xiao, who was being stepped on by Feng Yuan on the ground, thought of this as he begged even louder. Ha ha ha. Feng Yuan's laughter did not stop. This feeling of escaping from a hopeless situation and starting all over again was too amazing, too wonderful. He first checked his aperture. In the center of the aperture, the vital Gu, spring and autumn cicada was weakened again. Its originally glossy and shiny appearance was now like a withered autumn leaf. Feng Yuan willed, and spring and autumn cicada gradually concealed itself, falling into a deep slumber, once again absorbing the power of time to recover. This way, the internal threat of spring and autumn cicada is temporarily resolved. Feng Yuan's laughter became louder, his eyes shining with brilliance. He assessed his surroundings again. This was clearly still in the blessed land. Wang Xiao was being stepped on, and there was a corpse beside him. It was Yun Clan's young clan leader, Yun Luotian. He was killed by Ningbing, and his corpse was transported here by the land spirit by expending immortal essence. Thinking of Ningbing, Feng Yuan's laughter suddenly stopped, unable to continue. It was this guy who plotted for a long time and suddenly betrayed him, causing him to fail on the verge of success, even though he successfully refined second aperture Gu, falling into a desperate situation. If not for spring and autumn cicada, if not for his good luck this time, Feng Yuan would have been completely screwed. Be it death or being imprisoned in the demon suppression tower, there would be no chance to turn things around. The demonic path was like this. It was like walking on a tightrope on a cliff. One careless move and the whole game would be lost. Falling to the bottom of the mountain valley, there was no way to turn things around. I was too careless, thinking of Feng Kim Hong and refining the immortal Gu, but neglected the true demon hiding beside me. This by Ningbing's acting was too realistic, plotting for many years, purposely acting to numb me before suddenly erupting. Ha! I am only immortal after all. I am not an invincible god. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's mouth was filled with bitterness. Feng Yuan was improving. He was growing boldly and vigorously, and so was Ningbing. This was the cruelty of reality and also the beauty of fate. In this world, everyone was a main character, and everyone was also a supporting character. Everyone has their own advantages. Ningbing has the northern dark ice soul physique, Tai Ruan has the backing of Tai Clan. Feng Kim Hong found an immortal Gu in his dream at 3 years old, while I struggled everywhere. After cultivating for hundreds of years, I refined spring and autumn cicada. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan suddenly became excited. He smiled brightly and recited, looking at the myriad mountains red. Layers of forests dyed red. A clear river, 100 barges vying for the current. Eagles soar in the sky. Fishes swim in the shallow waters. All living creatures vie for freedom in the cold sky. Vast and sorrowful, I ask the boundless earth who will rise and fall. If heaven had feelings, it would also grow old. The The great Tao is merciless and fair. Every existence has a chance to ascend. It depends on how one grasps it, how one fights for it. In this world, no one is born to be a supporting character. No one. They will be eternal main characters. All living beings compete. Survival of the fittest. Precisely because of the competition between the heroes of the world, the clash of strength, the contest of trump cards. That is why history is so profound and exciting, and why the world is so rich and wonderful. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's chest relaxed, the bitterness, hatred, fear, joy, all turned into smoke and dispersed. His heart was clear. The determination of a demon caused his eyes to shine brightly. He started to think calmly. So I have been reborn to this point. According to the development of my previous life, I interrogated Wang Xiao about the correct path to Wu Mountain, but he did not tell me even in death. I had no choice but to kill him and use beast strength placenta Gu to devour his and Yin Luo Tian's aperture. Feng Yuan was silent. His expression was solemn as he recalled what was going to happen next. After that, I spent a lot of effort and said spring-autumn cicada to convince the land spirit. I also killed Killer Ghost, Dr. Cho Jiao, Wu Xintong, and Zhang Sansan. And from Zhang Sansan's body, I unexpectedly obtained slavery Gu. Just as I was about to continue killing, something unexpected happened, and I had to save the situation. I killed Long Qing Tian, but because of the Jade Sky Gu poison, I did not gain anything. After that, I refined Gu, defended the hall, and by Ning Bing betrayed me. Feng Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning, recalling his previous life at lightning speed. His eyes squinted into a slit, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. The situation is critical. Standing at the height of rebirth, he could see the situation clearly. His negligence in his previous life became his vigilance in this life. Firstly, Bai Ningbing already knew the general situation of the immortal Gu refinement. She was secretly conspiring with Tai Ruanan, and Tai clan was already prepared. Maybe that Tai Bai Chi was already hiding in Sancha Mountain, waiting to appear at the crucial moment. The enemy is in the dark while I am out in the open. This is not good. Secondly, during the last few days of the Gu refinement, Xiao Meng would arrive. There was also the unexpected Mo Wu Tian, who had reached rank 5 cultivation and would also participate. In his previous life, Feng Yuan killed several demons, causing the demonic path to be without a leader. Once Mo Wu Tian arrived, with his rank 5 cultivation, he easily gathered the strength of the demonic path Gu masters. It could be said that because of him, the speed at which the experts besieged the hall was greatly increased. The enemy was strong while he was weak. The situation was even worse. Finally, there was the most serious point. Feng Yuan raised his left arm. In his previous life, he was kept in the dark, but in this life he already knew. Bai Ningbing had secretly planted the fixed star Gu in him, in his left forearm. Once the 4 old-timers of Tai clan activated Limitless Search Lock, he would have nowhere to hide. Even if he escaped to the ends of the world, he would be captured by the Void Chains. Now that I think about it, the reason why Tai clan did not act earlier was because I killed Tai Mu Bai. The situation had changed beyond their expectations. Secondly, they wanted to be the fishermen who reaped the benefits, coveting the fruits of victory. The 3 points showed their cautiousness. Although Limitless Search Lock could seal rank 5 Gu worms, it also had methods to restrain it. What if they captured me, but did not find the Yanggu? Thus, they kept this as their final trump card. Fixed Star Gu was silently planted. Feng Yuan was like a turtle trapped in a jar. He could not escape no matter what. It was as good as being thrown into prison. Chapter 405. Fixed Star Gu is like a noose around my neck. Although I have methods to get rid of it, I need a lot of time to prepare. To get rid of Fixed Star Gu, Bai Ningbing would have to retrieve it personally. Or I can chop off my left forearm. Fang Yuan had a strong impulse. Fixed star gu was hidden in Fang Yuan's left forearm. If Fang Yuan gave up on his left arm, the 4 old-timers of Tai clan would only be able to grab Fang Yuan's severed limb. But this way, Fang Yuan would lose his left arm. In the future, he would have to heal it and regrow it, creating something out of nothing. It would take a lot of effort. Not to mention the trouble in healing it. Once he cut off his left arm, it would be like alerting the enemy. Tai clan and Bai Ningbing would immediately understand that Fang Yuan had sensed something and would most likely attack. This way, Tai clan and Bai Ningbing would be added to the battle formation. To Fang Yuan, this situation was no doubt worse than his previous life. I cannot alert the enemy. I was lucky to be reborn. Compared to my previous life, my only advantage is that I know the development of the situation. If I beat them at their own game, I can use Tai clan and Bai Ningbing for the time being. Once I cut off my arm, not only would Tai Bai and the rest be pushed to the opposite side, the situation would also change and deviate from my previous life's development. My advantage of rebirth would be lost. But if he did not cut off his arm, how could he get out of this desperate situation and launch a counterattack? Fang Yuan thought carefully. All sorts of people, events, and factors flashed through his mind. Wang Xiao, Choujiu, Wu Shentong, Zhang Sensan, Long Qing Tian, Xiao Meng, Tai Ruanan, Bai Ningbing, Mo Wu Tian, Yan Jun, Feng Tianyu, Enslavement Gu, Jade Sky Gu Poison, Land Spirit, Bronze Hall Immortal Essence, Fixed Star Gu, Second Aperture Gu, Undefeated 100 Battles Gu. Countless choices would give rise to countless possibilities. Countless possibilities would influence each other. Fang Yuan's mind moved rapidly. All sorts of inspiration collided like flint in the darkness. What could he do to protect himself and also protect the greatest benefits? He racked his brains. In just a short period of time, his ears were buzzing. Wait. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's body shook. Perhaps if I take a step back, I'll be able to see the world. Should I be more far-sighted? An unimaginable thought formed in his mind. No, the risk is even greater if I do that. He shook his head and muttered to himself as he rejected this idea. But this idea, however, it was like an old tree that had taken root and could not be shaken off. If I succeed in doing this, then my gains will be even greater. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly, but in the next moment he subconsciously shook his head. If there is a slight mistake in the calculation of this method, it will be useless. I will be consigned to eternal damnation, worse than falling into Tai Ruanan's hands. After all, the spring and autumn cicada has already been used once, and there is no possibility of it being reused in a short period of time. As he thought about it, Fang Yuan's gaze gradually deepened. Suddenly he chuckled and said, "Since when have I, a great demon overlord of my generation, been so timid and overcautious? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, one should be brave enough to take action. As long as there were monstrous benefits, you should disregard your own safety. Riches are sought in danger. What stable victory? Slowly accumulating? I want to reach heaven in one step. That's right, this is the plan. If I fail, I will die without a burial ground. If I succeed, I will be like a dragon rising to heaven. It will be even more beneficial to my future plans. Hee hee hee, ha ha ha, life is a blur. It is just a huge gamble. Little Beast King, don't be rash. Let's talk about it. If you want the path to Wu Mountain, we can talk about it slowly." Wang Xiao, who was at his feet, begged for mercy. Fang Yuan laughed, wildly at times, kept silent at times, frowned at times, and laughed heartily at times, scaring Wang Xiao, the lord of Wu Mountain, a great rank 5 Gu master, a formidable demon. In his heart, he had already thought of Fang Yuan as a lunatic, a mentally unstable person. The demonic path was extreme. Without the support of a clan, cultivation was extremely difficult, and they often struggled on the line between life and death, giving them great mental pressure. Thus, it was not uncommon to have a mental disorder among demonic Gu masters, especially when Fang Yuan talked to himself at times and even recited poems at times. It deepened Wang Zhao's worry. Against normal people, Wang Zhao had many methods. But against a lunatic, even Gu immortals had no confidence. "Oh, you intend to tell me the path to Wu Mountain?" Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, looking down at Wang Zhao. "Of course, but you have to let me live." Wang Zhao saw that Fang Yuan finally had a reaction, and immediately shouted anxiously. "Humph!" Fang Yuan's gaze turned sharp. He stomped on the ground, and with a crack, Wang Zhao's head was smashed into pieces. Wang Zhao was a formidable person, sinister and ruthless, cold and emotionless. If he wanted to tell him the path to Wu Mountain, he would have to use Zhang Sansan's rank 5 slavery Gu. But in Fang Yuan's new plan, Wang Zhao had already been abandoned. There was no need to talk to him. He could just kill him. The pitiful Wang Zhao, the great lord of Wu Mountain, died in Fang Yuan's hands again. After killing Wang Zhao, Fang Yuan took his Gu worm and used beast strength placenta Gu to devour his and Yin Luo Tian's apertures. This way, beast strength placenta Gu's aptitude is already at 83%. In terms of immortal essence, the expenditure increased by a bit, reaching more than 2 portions. "Ba Gui, are you trying to persuade me to stop?" Fang Yuan asked. "Land spirit, how do you know what I am thinking?" "Of course I know." Fang Yuan snorted and released spring-autumn cicada's aura. "Ba Gui, sense it, what is this?" Land spirit was shocked again. This is the aura of a rank 6 immortal Gu. It seems to be spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada is the 7th mystical Gu in the world. You are just a mortal. How can you have such an immortal Gu? In his previous life, Fang Yuan argued with the land spirit for a long time, and finally found that the land spirit could not be persuaded. He could only take a gamble and reveal his trump card, finally convincing the land spirit. Now, Fang Yuan immediately revealed spring-autumn cicada's aura, going straight to the point. "Ba Gui, I will not hide it from you. I am a future Gu immortal. I have been reborn through spring-autumn cicada." "What?" Land spirit was speechless. This news was too shocking. It could not accept it for the time being. Fang Yuan had an arrogant expression. "I have returned to the past. I know everything." "Ba Gui, I am your future master. I succeeded in refining second aperture Gu in my previous life." Fang Yuan spoke frankly with assurance. In his previous life, he could already convince the land spirit, and now he had the foresight and the practical experience of refining the second aperture Gu as proof. The land spirit was quickly convinced again. "Young man, are you really my future master? From your words, it seems like you have really refined second aperture Gu. Whether you are lying to me or not, I am very happy, because this means that the success rate of second aperture Gu has increased by 30%. Land spirit said joyfully, "Enough nonsense, Ba Gui. I have been reborn. I know the situation now is full of danger. First, I want to kill someone." After a while, Long Qingtian died in Fang Yuan's hands. In his previous life, it was this Long Qingtian who found a weak area. Using Jade Sky Gu, he poisoned heaven and earth, forming a hole and causing great damage to the blessed land, at the same time causing great disturbance to Fang Yuan. Now, once Fang Yuan was reborn, he immediately made his move. Before Long Qingtian entered that weak area, he used the power of heaven and earth to suppress him, killing him effortlessly. "Young man, I believe you more and more now. You killed a danger while it was still in its infancy. Sigh, the 3 kings modified the blessed land. My control over this domain is not high, but you could actually detect this danger in advance and also have the spring-autumn cicada. You really came from the future." Land spirit sighed. Fang Yuan sighed. Land spirit was already old and weak, like an old man with 1 foot in the grave. It could not compare to the young land spirit. For example, The fixed star goo in his left forearm, it did not sense it at all. Fang Yuan did not waste time talking to the land spirit. He quickly took Long Qing Tian's goo worm and devoured his aperture. In his previous life, because of the jade sky goo, Fang Yuan killed Long Qing Tian, but could not take his spoils of war. Now that he killed him in advance, Long Qing Tian could not use the jade sky goo. Thus Fang Yuan had no qualms. After plundering Long Qing Tian, Fang Yuan had a lot of gains. Other than the aperture, his biggest loot was the jade sky goo. This goo was like a dark, green bamboo trunk, palm-sized and hollow in the middle. It felt smooth like jade. Rank 5 jade sky goo. It originated from the immemorial era and was extremely rare now. Its poison was extremely strong. There was no way to counter it. If one was careless, they would die from the poison, turning into green light and dissipating. This goo had great use. Fang Yuan stored it carefully. Ba Gui, quickly transport me here. At the next moment, Fang Yuan appeared in front of the demonic goo master, the beast tamer master Zhang San. Before Zhang San could react, he was attacked by Fang Yuan and died a violent death. Fang Yuan killed people and snatched goo. It was a walk in the park. He also devoured the aperture, raising the beast placenta, goo's aptitude. Zhang San was only a rank 4 goo master, but he had a rank 5 slavery goo. Fang Yuan's greatest motive for killing him was this goo. With another flash, Fang Yuan appeared in front of killer ghost Dr. Cho Jiu. Little beast king, how did you? Cho Jiu saw Fang Yuan and was shocked, his expression extremely shaken. Fang Yuan's expression was calm as he flew out the rank 5 slavery goo. The slavery goo exploded into a ball of yellow light, landing on Cho Jiu's body. Cho Jiu was shocked. Damn! Rank 5 slavery goo. You can kill me, but not humiliate me. You're dreaming if you want to enslave me. He did not know that in his previous life, he was still begging Fang Yuan to use the slavery goo. With the land spirit suppression, Cho Jiu could not activate the goo and could only let the slavery goo be planted. But it was not so easy to control a rank 5 goo master. It was a contest of souls. Cho Jiu resisted with all his might, but Fang Yuan's soul shook. They were in a deadlock, like a contest of strength. Cho Jiu laughed coldly, his forehead full of sweat. Little beast king, you are too naive. To an enslavement path, goo master, the deeper the soul foundation, the better. Controlling wild beasts is not easy, not to mention controlling a human. Man is the spirit of all living beings. You want to cross ranks to control me. You are dreaming, hee. Cho Jiu suddenly let out a miserable scream. His complacent laughter was interrupted by Fang Yuan's slap. With this disturbance, he was distracted from the contest of souls, and the yellow light gradually fused into his body. As long as he fused completely, Cho Jiu would become Fang Yuan's most loyal slave. Chapter 406. Cho Jiu was overwhelmed with shock, quickly concentrating and using all his strength to activate his soul. He held his breath and meditated, holding on to this yellow shadow. This yellow shadow was supported by Fang Yuan's soul power. But he was young, his soul foundation could not compare to the 100-year-old monster Cho Jiu. Enslaving Cho Jiu was not an easy task. But how could Fang Yuan not expect this? He had his own methods. Slap, 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 bam, bam, bam. Stop, you dare to hit me. If you kick my face again, I will fight you. Fuck, you are still kicking. I will fight you to the death. Stop fighting, stop fighting. No, don't. Fang Yuan beat Cho Jiu until he rolled around. Cho Jiu could not use goo worms, but Fang Yuan could use strength path goo worms. Comparing strength, Cho Jiu was not Fang Yuan's match. Soon, Cho Jiu was beaten black and blue. He was distracted many times, causing the shadow to fuse into his body. Hold on. Once it fuses completely, I will become his slave, never to rise again. Cho Jio curled his body into a ball, letting Fang Yuan punch and kick him, an intense sense of danger causing his hair to stand. Just a trace of the yellow shadow shrouded his forehead, unable to fuse. Fang Yuan sneered, suddenly saying, "Sang Ainyo, don't you want revenge? Chun Ju abandoned you, and is living well with Shan Yen Fei." "You, how did you know?" Cho Jio's guard fell, and the shadow completely entered his body. Cho Jio's expression instantly changed, kneeling towards Fang Yuan. "Subordinate greets master." Fang Yuan laughed loudly. "Success! This rank 5 slavery gu. Of course he had to enslave a rank 5 gu master to fully utilize its value. Until now, Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Meng had yet to arrive. Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui, Kuemo, and Wu Lanshan were all killed by Fang Yuan. The remaining choices were Wu Mountain Lord Wang Xiao and Killer Ghost Dr. Chojio. But how could Mount Wu be compared to the Gate of Life and Death? The Gate of Life and Death was a forbidden land comparable to the River of Time. Enslaving Chojio was equivalent to grasping the clues to the Gate of Life and Death. Furthermore, Chojio was one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. His influence even covered the righteous path, definitely much higher than Mo Wu Tian. The only imperfection was enslaving Chojio would place a certain burden on Fang Yuan's soul. It would greatly affect his immortal gu refinement. Chojio, back then, did you and Dr. Su Shou use the poison vow gu, swearing to love each other forever, never leaving? Fang Yuan looked at Killer Ghost Doctor and asked a question. "There is indeed such a thing. But, Master, how did you know?" Cho Jiu, whose face was bruised and swollen, knelt on the ground and confessed. "Humph. Since you have already used the poison vow gu, do you know Dr. Su Shou? How can I escape the restriction of the poison vow?" Fang Yuan squinted. "Poison vow gu is the replacement of mountain pledge gu. Chen Jiu does not have the ability to remove it. For that pretty boy Shan Yen Fei, she took a huge risk and let the poison vow act up and kill herself. Without a host, the power of the poison vow would naturally disappear. Then, she would use healing methods to revive herself and get rid of the poison vow." Cho Jiu said this with a furious expression. He loved his senior sister dearly, but in the end, she fell out with him because of a pretty boy. She even risked her life to get rid of the poison vow. Fang Yuan heard this and was even more furious than him. He could not help but raise his leg and kick Cho Jiu. "You scammer." He clearly remembered that in his previous life, Choju said this. "We made a poison vow in front of the blessed land sea to protect each other and never leave each other. But who could have thought that Senior's sister had a change of heart, going against the poison vow we made, injuring me and defecting with that scoundrel? What poison vow? It was clearly the poison vow gu." This Chojio's words avoided the important points and focused on the trivial ones. He did not elaborate on some parts and whitewashed himself. If he had said the poison vow gu, Fang Yuan thought to himself, "I might have been alerted that there was someone in Shang Clan City who could get rid of the poison vow gu's restriction, and thus be on guard against Bai Ningbing. But I should have thought of it." Cho Jiu talked about Shan Yen Fei's appearance, saying the latter was only slightly better looking than him. How could he say such shameless words so naturally? No wonder he would omit the gu word from the poison vow gu. Fang Yuan looked at Cho Jiu in disdain. Talking about love, he actually used the poison vow gu to restrict the other party. It could be seen that Cho Jiu's heart was filled with darkness and inferiority. It was not strange for such a person to speak hypocritically. Fang Yuan had always been suspicious about how Bai Ningbing got rid of the poison vow. Even in his previous life, Bai Ningbing did not give him an answer. Now that Fang Yuan knew, it was this Dr. Su Shou who helped Bai Ningbing get rid of the poison vow. All right, let bygones be bygones. Cho Jiu, go to King Xian Inheritance and bring me the undefeated 100 battles gu. Fang Yuan calmed his emotions and instructed. I will do my best. Cho Jiu respectfully replied. Cho Jiu was a healing gu master, not a refinement path master like Feng Tianyu. It was impossible for him to help Fang Yuan refine the second aperture gu, but it was easy for him to take the undefeated 100 battles gu. This was because the blessed land was declining, and not long after, gu worms could be moved at will. Cho Jiu only needed to charge and attack to obtain the second aperture gu. At this point, Fang Yuan's massacre came to an end. He returned to the hall and continued refining gu. Compared to his previous life, he had saved a lot of time since rebirth. Without the pressure from the spring-autumn cicada, he was much more relaxed. Originally, he only slept for an hour every day, refining gu crazily and squeezing out his potential. Now he could sleep for at least 6 hours every day, methodically and methodically. As the days passed, the blessed land became weaker and weaker. But his immortal essence consumption was not as severe as in his previous life. With his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan did not take many detours this time, and many steps were completed in one go, causing the land spirit to look at him in a different light. The abnormality of the three kings' inheritance attracted everyone's attention. As time passed, Che clan and Zhou clan came out in full force. Xiaomeng and Amo Wu Tian also appeared on Sancha Mountain. Finally, the 24th of October arrived. Master, I did not fail you. Cho Jiu knelt on the ground, holding a gu worm with both hands. He passed it to Fang Yuan. This gu looked ordinary like a gray round stone. It was none other than the undefeated 100 battles gu. In his previous life, Fang Yuan's slave, Feng Tianyu, made it to the end and obtained King Xian inheritance, with hundreds of hairy men as his followers. In this life, Cho Jiu was not a refinement master and broke through by force. He barely obtained the undefeated 100 battles gu, and not a single hairy man followed him. However, hairy men were good at refining gu and not good at fighting. The defense line of hundreds of hairy men was the same with or without them. Fang Yuan did not mind. After keeping the undefeated 100 battles gu, Fang Yuan gave some instructions before sending Cho Jiu away. The whole process was done behind his back. Bai Ningbing did not know. When Fang Yuan returned to the Bronze Hall, Bai Ningbing had already arrived. Behind Bai Ningbing, there were close to 100,000 dog beasts. They were endless. Some were entrenched on the ground, some were playing with each other, and some were running around. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Bai Ningbing, give all your gu worms to the land spirit. What? Bai Ningbing was shocked. Aren't these dogs under my command? The land spirit can also use gu worms and command them. They are naturally more confident than you. Fang Yuan explained. The land spirit Ba Gui appeared, saying in a worried tone, Young man, I need to use immortal essence to help you refine gu, and also have to command the dogs to defend. I am afraid I cannot do it. Fang Yuan chuckled, showing an extremely confident expression. No worries, are you worried about me? Among the enemies, I also have chess pieces. There is enough yuan stone here for you to control the dogs. Is that so? Ba Gui hesitated, but thinking of Fang Yuan's secret identity, he agreed in the end. As for you, Bai Ningbing, follow me. When I refine gu, I need someone trustworthy to guard me. Fang Yuan patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder, saying with a warm smile. Bai Ningbing snorted. Her gaze was very obscure, and there was no fluctuation in her voice. Up to you, as long as you don't die, whether the gu refinement succeeds or fails. It has nothing to do with me. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing entered the hall together. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged, while Bai Ningbing stood at the side, acting as his guardian. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, not moving for a long time. What are you waiting for? There is not much time left. Bai Ningbing endured for a while before breaking the silence. Ningbing, don't be impatient. Some things cannot be rushed. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, not showing a trace of nervousness on his face. He He was calm and collected. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, not speaking any more. Her eyes squinted into a slit, thinking in her heart, "What is this Fang Yuan planning? He took away my command. Is he suspicious of me? No, he arranged for me to stay in the hall. It shows he trusts me. I need to endure for a while longer." She thought of Tai Rua Nan and gradually felt at ease. She is blocked outside the dog group formation. Without my secret support, she can only forcefully open a path. Damn it, he did not let me lead the dog group. Fortunately, we have a trump card. Tai Bai Chi has already secretly reached San Cha Mountain. After a while, Fang Yuan was calm, only resting and not doing anything. This time, even the land spirit could not help but transmit his voice, urging Fang Yuan to refine Gu. But Fang Yuan kept delaying, not showing any signs of doing anything. The land spirit was anxious, its tone containing anger. Fang Yuan used his rebirth identity to persuade it, and at this time at the peak of San Cha Mountain, blue and red light pillars, thin and weak, still stood on the peak. As for the yellow light pillar representing King Quan inheritance, it had already disappeared. In his previous life, only the red light pillar was left. That was because Feng Tianyu obtained King Xian inheritance. But in this life, Chou Jiao was not a refinement master. He did not have the ability to get to the final stage of King Xian inheritance. Thus, only 2 light pillars were left. I wonder who took King Quan inheritance. There are still 2 inheritances left. We small fries have no chance. But it is strange, none of the rank 5 Gu masters who participated in inheritance came out. What is going on? That's right, King Quan inheritance was inherited, but why haven't the others come out? They are being held back in the Blessed Land. This Blessed Land is close to destruction. Not long later, the door will open, and we will be able to enter and exit at will. A loud and clear voice resounded. It's Lord Xiaomang. Someone immediately cheered, revealing the identity of the person who came. Chapter 407. Extreme Light Gu, Providence Gu, Empty Fist Gu, Killer Move, Immemorial Light Fist. Xiao Meng stood at the peak of San Cha Mountain, activating his killer move as the whole sky turned dark. A fist formed from light, the size of a mountain, descended from the sky and pierced through the membrane embryo of the blessed land. In an instant, the whole blessed land shook. A huge hole formed, connecting the inside and outside, allowing Gu masters to enter and leave unobstructed. Charge! Everything in the blessed land is ours. Quickly snatch it. It will be too late if we don't. Unfortunately, the big head and essence were all taken by those experts. Leaving some scraps for us, that is not bad. If I can luckily obtain King Xian inheritance and King Bao inheritance, how good would that be? Countless people cheered, entering the blessed land, causing the pressure on the blessed land to rise, creating a huge chaos. That's it, a bunch of idiots. Xiao Meng sneered in his heart, slowly stepping into the blessed land. The bronze hall also regained its calm after this commotion. The land spirit transmitted to Fang Yuan. So you were waiting for this commotion to pass so close. If there was such a huge disturbance during the Gu refinement, the consequences would be unthinkable. You are indeed a Gu immortal who has been reborn. Fang Yuan chuckled, replying in his heart, I am not only a Gu immortal, I am also your future master. Ba Gue, you need to know, only I am the best candidate to refine the immortal Gu. The more you cooperate with me, the higher the possibility of us refining the immortal Gu. Next, I remember there are 2 more commotion. We need to avoid them as much as possible. All right, let's start the Gu refinement now. Fang Yuan threw out the fake Gu in his second aperture. The land spirit cooperated closely. The bronze cauldron ignited without any fire. The remaining immortal essence started to burn rapidly. The immortal essence turned into a green smoke. It slowly rose up, wrapping around the fake Gu. The fake goo floated above the bronze cauldron. Being wrapped by the green smoke, it slowly turned into a ball of bright yellow light. Fang Yuan focused his mind, harmonizing the green qi and yellow light in an orderly manner. In his previous life, he refined goo with Feng Tianyu. Now that he was the only one in charge, the process was much slower. Mo Wu Tian came to the edge of the fog alone. His pair of purple pupils, deep and mysterious, yet wild and coquettish. Under the purple pupil, the fog became indistinct, and a sea of dog beasts appeared in Mo Wu Tian's vision. The defenses are tight. I won't be able to break through them by myself. Looks like I still have to borrow strength. He turned around and found Hu Mei a moments later. Ah, young Master Wu Tian, you have already reached rank 5. Hu Mei was shocked by Mo Wu Tian's progress. When Mo Wu Tian revealed the news of the immortal treasury, Hu Mei was also hooked and expressed her full support. But when they set off, he found out that the news about the immortal treasury had already spread throughout the blessed land. After the two of them asked around, they found out that the person who spread the news was the killer, ghost Dr. Chojio. Right now, he had already gathered a large number of demonic goo masters. He was about to head to the bronze hall. Mo Wu Tian frowned. Most of the demonic goo masters had already gathered together. He could not gather many people now. In terms of influence, he was no match for Chojio. Mo Wu Tian was still a newbie, but Chojio was a veteran who had been in southern border for many years and was also one of the 4 great doctors. Many people requested his help, and he was quite influential even in the righteous path. Without a choice, Mo Wu Tian could only join Chojio's group. With little brother Mo Wu Tian helping us, these mere dogs are nothing to worry about. Chojio expressed a warm welcome towards Mo Wu Tian's arrival. Mo Wu Tian's frown deepened. He was used by Chojio right from the start. Never mind, I'll endure it for now, and put in some effort to rush into the hall. The group of demons moved majestically, but they did not go straight to the hall, but instead went through many twists and turns. Sir Chojio, time waits for no man. Why don't we attack the root of the problem and kill our way in? Mo Wu Tian frowned, urging. Chojio chuckled. There is strength in numbers. There are still many people who have not joined us. If we absorb their strength, we will become even stronger. When the time comes, everyone will share less pressure and danger. Mo Wu Tian urged again, but Chojio chuckled and was very polite, but he did not relent. Mo Wu Tian was anxious and tried many times, but Chojio persisted. This old man is rotten. He doesn't know how precious time is. Mo Wu Tian controlled his anger and started to contact Hu Mei, Li Xian, and the rest, egging them on, causing them to become more and more impatient. Chojio had no choice. He could not go against everyone's will, and could only lead the demons to the periphery of the fog. Mo Wu Tian observed for a while, and suggested that they could split into 3 groups, and so on and so forth. Chojio, however, said it was not appropriate. The fog was too thick, and they could not see the situation clearly. As a doctor, he had the heart of a parent, and could not bear for them to risk their lives like this. Mo Wu Tian stomped his feet in anger, and went to contact the others again, preaching about the beauty of the immortal treasure. The demon's emotions were surging, and Chojio went with the flow, asking Mo Wu Tian to be in charge of this matter and choose the people to lead the charge. But there was one condition. The Goo Master had to be willing and could not be forced. The demons responded enthusiastically, and after Mo Wu Tian made arrangements, they moved out in 3 groups. Oh no, there are people attacking outside. While refining the goo, the land spirit suddenly said, No worries, I expected this situation. Go and take charge of the battle outside. I will hold the fort for now and wait for you to return. Fang Yuan said calmly. The land spirit split most of its attention, commanding the dog group, and repelling the demons like in his previous life, according to Feng Yuan's instructions. Mo Wu Tian was not resigned and organized a second attack, but it was still a huge loss, and they returned in low spirits. Cho Jio walked out at this time. Everyone knows my rules. For every person I save, I must kill. At this moment, I will save everyone first, and I hope everyone will fulfill their promise in the future. Saying so, he healed everyone. The demons shed tears of gratitude, and Cho Jio's reputation rose sharply. More and more people distanced themselves from Mo Wu Tian and gathered around Cho Jio. Cho Jio patted Mo Wu Tian's shoulder and said kindly, "Brother Wu Tian, let's wait and see. I advised you not to advance too rashly. Now that so many of us have died, I feel sad." His voice was very loud, causing Mo Wu Tian's eyes to twitch in anger. This old man is sinister. If I break through the encirclement, it will be because of him. If I fail, he'll push all the blame onto me. I underestimated the dog formation. I thought it was a dead formation, but to think there was a Gu master manipulating it from behind the scenes. Such reaction speed and methods. He definitely has deep attainments in the enslavement path. Damn it, damn it. Mo Wu Tian gritted his teeth, but could do nothing. In his previous life, he could force the demons to sell their lives for him. But now that he had a rank 5 Gu master like Cho Jio, he naturally could not be as unrestrained as he was in his previous life. Let's wait for a while. The righteous path will gather soon. We can discuss it again. After all, we only have one life. If we rush up and give the righteous path an advantage, that would not be good. Cho Jio arranged. Lord Ghost Doctor is right. Lord Ghost Doctor is steady, caring for the lives of us, small fries. A doctor has the heart of a parent. Lord Ghost Doctor is, after all, an old senior of our demonic path. Mo Wu Tian gritted his teeth, wishing he could kill Cho Jio, that old fart. After delaying for a while, the righteous path Gu masters also gathered, led by Xiao Meng. They charged forward several times, but returned in defeat. Xiao Meng was thinking about the unopened King Bao inheritance, and was anxious, using his killer move again. Extreme Light Gu. Self-will Gu. Bright Spear Gu. Killer move. Glory of my spear. A magnificent light spear that was 6 feet long and 6 feet wide landed on the hill. An intense explosion occurred. The wind blew, and after the piercing white light dissipated, the fog that shrouded the hill also dissipated. In the bronze hall, the magnificent dog group was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. The righteous and demonic experts saw this, feeling both agitated and cold. The immortal treasure was right in front of them, but the dog group was so huge, how could they rush up? Only the righteous and demonic path could work together. The knowledgeable people all thought of this point. Xiao Meng looked towards the demonic path, and Mo Wu Tian also looked towards the righteous path. The trend of working together was obvious. It was just a matter of which side would compromise first. Time passed second by second. Cho Jio was unperturbed, sizing up the dog group. Xiao Meng's expression was solemn, and he closed his eyes to rest. He was the second clan leader of Xiao tribe, a famous figure of the righteous path. How could he lower his head to the demonic path first? If these words were to spread, it would be detrimental to his reputation. The second tremor is over. Ba Gue, my hidden pawn has taken effect. They will not attack for a while. Let's continue refining Gu. Feng Yuan summoned the land spirit. While the righteous and demonic paths were in a deadlock, Feng Yuan started refining Gu again. At this moment, the green gas and yellow light finally fused successfully. The green gas turned into green grass, growing in the air. The yellow light turned into flowers, falling down and decorating it. Feng Yuan took out a dagger and cut his artery, spurting out his own blood essence. A large amount of blood essence poured over. The green gas and yellow light made a sizzling sound and turned into a red cloud, like a raging blood sea. The blood water surged. but it only formed into a ball, floating in the air and did not spread. After another round of fusion and evolution, the ball of smoke finally formed into a field, with scarlet-red rice growing on it. Feng Yuan saw this and let out a breath of turbid air. He had lost a lot of blood, his face was pale, and he quickly used a goo worm to heal his wounds. Wild grass flourishes, blood qi like the sea. 300 years as spring, 500 years as autumn. He took out a lifespan goo. This 300-year lifespan goo was like a ginseng root, coiling like a snake, rough and ancient. Feng Yuan threw it into the blood-filled smoke, and the smoke burst out, boiling like boiling water. In his previous life, this change almost caused Feng Yuan to fail. But in this life, Feng Yuan had sufficient mental preparation and controlled the situation well. The smoke gradually stabilized under Feng Yuan's manipulation. But at this time, the land spirit suddenly warned. Not good, the outer sect goo masters are attacking together. We won't make it in time to refine goo. Chapter 408. Kill. Charge. Kill these damn dogs. Shouts, screams, curses, and barks of dogs mixed together, shaking the sky and earth. In less than 5 minutes, blood flowed like a river on the hill, and corpses were everywhere. Sir Chojio, we are too slow. If we charge like this, when will we enter the Bronze Hall? Mo Wu Tian urged. Chojio laughed. The dog group is huge. How can it be so easy to charge? It is good that we are slow. Let the righteous path charge deeper and bear the brunt of the pressure. Then we can reap the benefits. Chojio was already Feng Yuan's slave. He could not wait to drag things out as long as possible. Just now, the righteous and demonic path were in a deadlock, and it was this Mo Wu Tian who messed things up and talked to Xiao Meng about cooperation. Chojio could not stop him and could only go with the flow. After charging, he tried to slow down the entire group. Originally, they were advancing from both sides, but because of the killer ghost doctor, the righteous path was pushed deeper into the dog formation and suffered more attacks. And although the demonic path had few losses, their charging speed was getting slower, and they were in danger of being surrounded. Chojio, what are you scheming now? You are too muddle-headed. We need to charge in one go. How can we move so slowly? You are blind, can't you see? Our group is already in a swamp. If we do not move, we will be surrounded, and will be in more danger than the righteous path. Mo Wu Tian stomped his feet in anger, scolding loudly. Chojio stared with wide eyes, shouting without backing down. Mo Wu Tian, you junior, what are you shouting for? What do you know? How many people did you lose by doing things like that? When we fight for the immortal treasure with the righteous path, they will be our enemies. We have to weaken them. Saying so, Chojio's tone changed, and he consoled softly. Young man, blindly charging and attacking is not good. Because of the previous example, most of the demonic path goo masters supported Chojio and opposed Mo Wu Tian. Mo Wu Tian was extremely furious and raised his head to shout, Old man Chojio, you are not worthy. Wait for your deaths here. I am going to fight for the immortal treasure. Saying so, he took the lead, charging towards the Bronze Hall. Hu Mei Er, Li Xian, and the others felt that Mo Wu Tian was right. They also wanted to charge forward, but they were not strong enough. He could only rely on the power of the crowd. Young people are always so impulsive. Chojio sighed and smiled. Look, after being provoked by me, he took the initiative to charge forward. If we attack steadily and surely, we can take advantage of the path he took to rush out. How wonderful! Everyone couldn't help but laugh, praising Chojio's wisdom. Countless dog beasts formed a flood, while tens of thousands of goo masters went against the flow. Blood flowed freely on the battlefield. Severed limbs flew everywhere. All kinds of goo worms appeared. Ice and fire flew. Lightning flashed, and the earth rumbled. Green vines grew. Ichong was covered in blue scales and had black fins on his back. The huge waves surrounding the whirlpool were like vicious sharks in the sea, taking the lead. Ihua was like a god of fire, killing his way through. Everywhere he went, flames raged and dogs howled. Yen Jun used phantom path goo worms to turn from solid to phantom, dodging the attacks without suffering any damage. While no one was paying attention, Li Xian used a rank 5 goo worm to conceal himself. Kong Ri Tian, on the other hand, had already turned into a rain of flowers, drifting away. All the experts used their divine abilities, gradually getting closer to the bronze hull. Among them, 2 people charged to the front lines, attracting everyone's attention. They were none other than Xiao Meng and Mo Wu Tian. However, good times did not last long. Ba Huang and Yingming, the 2 great dog emperors, came out and blocked the two's path like in the previous life. It is time. At the front lines, Tai Ruanan was bathed in blood. She stopped her charge and breathed heavily. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers were guarding her. Besides them, there was also Tai Baichi. We are only a few thousand steps away from the bronze hall. There are many dog beasts. Lord Tai Baichi will have to depend on you. Tai Ruanan said, He, I have been watching the show for so long, my heart is itching. Tai Baichi took off his hood and opened his third eye. Whoosh! He activated his goo worm and pushed with his palms, creating a black hole in the air in front of him. The black hole continued to rotate as countless white apes jumped out. The white ape army surged out, forming a powerful vanguard that charged towards the bronze hall. Young master, you guys go ahead. I will block them here. Tai Baichi's tone was firm and powerful. Then we will have to rely on you. Immortal goo are important for the clan. We need to capture Fang Yuan alive. Tai Ruanen gritted her teeth and waved her hand, leading the 4 old-timers to charge forward. With the white ape army's cover and sacrifice, Tai Ruanen successfully charged into the hull. Fang Yuan was still refining goo. He could not split himself. The land spirit wanted to make a move, but was stopped by Fang Yuan. Ba Gui, don't force yourself. You are commanding the dog group while using your immortal essence to assist me in refining goo. How can you be distracted? Bai Ningbing, it is up to you now. Block her for me. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, narrowing his eyes as he blocked Tai Ruanan. The 2 fought intensely. In the air in front of Fang Yuan, the clouds were boiling. In his previous life, at this time, Fang Yuan had already used 3rd watch goo. But in this life, without Feng Tianyu's help, Fang Yuan's progress was very slow. He had only just thrown in that 500-year lifespan goo. Without the help of a refinement master like Feng Tianyu, it was very difficult for Fang Yuan to control the cloud smoke. The clouds boiled several times, causing Fang Yuan to almost fail several times. But he managed to salvage the situation by a hair's breadth. Behind him, Bai Ningbing and Tai Ruanan fought intensely for a while before Tai Clan's 4 old-timers charged in and joined in the fight. Bai Ningbing was no match. She was surrounded by danger as she shouted, Fang Zheng, I can't hold on much longer. How much longer do you have? The clouds finally fused with the lifespan goo, turning into a field of blood. The rice on the field was golden and full of fruits. It was the scene of 500 years as autumn. Fang Yuan's voice was also filled with nervousness. Hold on, I need a lot of time. If I die, you won't be able to live either. Bai Ningbing cursed continuously. After a few rounds, she breathed roughly. I can't hold on any more. Fang Yuan, I can't hold on any longer. I can only self-detonate. Your aptitude, has it returned to 100%? Fang Yuan was astonished. Nonsense, Bai Ningbing scolded. At this time, the clouds had matured and slowly dissipated. From the size of a water vat, it gradually shrunk to the size of a basin. Try to hold on, unless there is no other way. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, his back facing the battlefield as he shouted. It's too late. Bai Ningbing's deep sigh could be heard. Crack, crack, frost rapidly condensed. Cold air permeated the hall as the temperature plummeted. What goo is this? Tai Ruanan's shocked voice was also transmitted to Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan barely managed to turn his head to look, only to see that the hall had already turned into a world of ice and snow. Bai Ningbing floated in the air. Her whole body had already turned into ice crystals. This was the scene when she self-detonated on Qingmao Mountain. Cold wind roared. Ice gradually rose, carrying a vast and majestic aura as it crashed towards Tai Ruanan and Tai clans for old-timers. Don't tell me this is the legendary Northern Dark Ice Soul physique? Tai clans for old-timers exclaimed, unable to retreat in time. Tai Ruanan, and they were sealed in the ice. The ice continued to spread towards Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing? Bai Ningbing! Fang Yuan shouted anxiously, but Bai Ningbing did not respond. Her body had almost fused with the ice, and her entire face had become indistinct. Her crystal-like blue pupils were no longer dazzling, as if they had completely dimmed. Damn it! Fang Yuan cursed loudly, standing up abruptly. He took out the Yanggu and flew it towards Bai Ningbing. But halfway through, the Yanggu suddenly turned back, landing in Fang Yuan's right hand. At this time, the clouds finally condensed into a goo worm. It landed in Fang Yuan's left hand. This goo was shaped like a peanut shell, golden and dazzling. The markings on its surface were like scarlet blood vessels, the fake second aperture goo from before. It could only exist for 7 days and 7 nights and was not stable. And this new goo, it could already exist for 40 years. He. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed, activating golden soup, goo to defend against the ice. Next, he said to Bai Ningbing, Bai Ningbing, are you done acting? The spreading ice suddenly stopped. Fang Yuan laughed again, saying, Is your cooperation with Tai clan going well? This time, Bai Ningbing could not continue acting. She recovered her body, and with a shocked and confused expression, she stared at Fang Yuan. How did you? In Shangclan City, you purposely lost Yen too, and obtained Dr. Su Shou's help to break free from the poison oath, and secretly contacted Tai Ruanan. On Sancha Mountain, you plotted with Tai clans for old-timers. Do you think I don't know all this? Fang Yuan played with the 2 goo worms in his hand, raising his eyebrows. Bai Ningbing fell back to the ground in a daze, unable to speak from the shock. How did Fang Yuan find out all this? I've done everything in secret. Does that mean that he's going to watch my performance with the cold eyes of a bystander? Wait, I clearly succeeded in planting the fixed star goo. Fang Yuan, you demon, so what if you found out? You won't be able to escape today. Tai Ruanan saw that the matter was exposed and immediately broke out of the ice, with Tai clans for old-timers following closely behind. Fang Yuan chuckled, raising his left forearm. You mean the fixed star goo? What if I cut off my arm? Tai clans for old-timers frowned. Once Fang Yuan cut off his left forearm, even if the 4 of them used their killer moves, they would only be able to capture Fang Yuan's left forearm. According to their understanding of Fang Yuan, sacrificing his left forearm was nothing to a ruthless person like him. Ha ha ha! Tai Ruanan suddenly laughed loudly. She pointed at Fang Yuan, shouting, Fang Yuan, stop bluffing! Even if you saw through our plot, so what? The dog group outside the hall will not be able to stop the heroes. Not long later, Xiaomeng, Choujiu, Mo Wutian, Yihua, Yichong, and the other heroes will charge in. Can you protect the immortal goo? You are insane. Killing so many goo masters, seizing their apertures and using them to refine goo. These crimes cannot be tolerated by the heavens. Bai Ningbing is the best witness. As long as this is announced, you will be hated by everyone. More importantly, your immortal goo has not been refined yet. Chapter 409. Tai Ruan and took a step forward, her gaze sharp as a blade. Fang Yuan, you are a smart person. You know your situation. Of course I know my situation. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. And I know your situation even better. His lips curled into a cold smile. The immortal goo did not succeed, but because of this I managed to preserve a large amount of immortal essence. It is enough for me to kill you all. But at this moment Ba Gui appeared, tears streaming down its face as it said in a choked voice, "It is useless, it is useless. If I kill them, I will expend too much immortal essence. It will not last for the goo refinement. Also, there is not enough time. The blessed land has too many flaws. It will collapse soon and vanish." To it, its biggest goal was to refine second aperture goo. It did not care about its own destruction. Right now, Fang Yuan had only reached this stage. He was lacking the most crucial step, the most difficult step, but the environment did not allow it. "Young man, you have made a grave mistake. Our immortal goo, refinement, has failed." The land spirit cried out loudly. "Refining immortal goo? I didn't expect it to be so lively here." Yen Jun strode leisurely into the hall. In the previous life, he was obstructed by Feng Tianyu, but in this life, he entered the bronze hall without any obstruction. He, Fang Yuan, you are not the blessed land's owner. The land spirit will not listen to your commands. Since young tribe leader Yen Jun is here, will the others be far away? Today you will lose for sure. Tai Ruanan was still wary of the land spirit. She could only continue her psychological warfare. "No, I still have hope. This goo refinement is not a failure." Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He turned his gaze towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's heart tightened. If Fang Yuan used Yang Gu to force her to fight to the death, where would she go? But Fang Yuan's gaze moved past Bai Ningbing towards the land spirit Ba Gui. This old and dignified tyrant turtle was already crying his heart out. He was filled with despair and sorrow. "Ba Gui, do you still want to refine second aperture goo?" Fang Yuan transmitted in his mind. "Difficult. Do you have a way?" Ba Gui felt a spark of hope in his heart. "That's right. You are a goo immortal who has been reborn. You have experienced it in your previous life. You should have expected this situation long ago." "No, the situation is beyond my expectations. Right now, I'm just an ordinary person. I can't turn the tide." Fang Yuan continued to speak frankly. "Ba Gui, I am sorry. The goo refinement this time was a failure." The earth spirit's cries grew louder. However, Fang Yuan quickly changed the topic. "However, this kind of failure is only temporary. We still have hope." The land spirit's cries became softer, and it asked, "What do you mean?" "After you died, I was the only one who knew the secret recipe. In addition, the incomplete second aperture goo is also in my hands. Therefore, you must protect me," Fang Yuan said. "Of course, I have to protect you. You are the only person in the blessed land who fulfills the criteria, and you are also a goo immortal who has been reborn. Even if you fail this time, there is a high chance that you will succeed in the future." The second aperture goo was successfully refined. The land spirit answered as a matter of fact. "Very good, land spirit. It is good that you have such an awareness. But you can protect me now, but you can't protect me forever. Not long later, you will vanish. With your remaining immortal essence, you can eradicate all the enemies in the endless blessed land. Even if you teleport me to the outside world, there will still be groups of goo masters on Sancha Mountain. There are also groups of goo masters on Sancha Mountain." The corners of Fang Yuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Since his rebirth, everything had been progressing smoothly. He was getting closer to success, and he could not help but feel a trace of excitement. "Then how do you want me to protect you?" the land spirit asked. Fang Yuan chuckled and said meaningfully, "Ba Gui, Do you still remember the third section of The Legends of Renzu as second chapter? The land spirit was stunned. It could guess Fang Yuan's thoughts, but its tone was hesitant. You mean, no, there are still two conditions that cannot be fulfilled. First, you need the light of glory of the immemorial era. He. Fang Yuan heard this and could not help but laugh. He raised his hand and pointed at the top of the bronze wall, shouting, "Look, the light is here!" When he stood up, he had secretly instructed the land spirit and shared his vision with it. Thus he could see the situation outside the hall clearly. After that, he talked to the Tai clansmen to stall for time and wait for a good opportunity. This was already the third time Fang Yuan used spring-autumn cicada. With the accumulated experience, he had a deeper understanding of rebirth. After rebirth, there was indeed a butterfly effect that could change some things beyond recognition. But there was also historical inertia. Many big events happened because of the accumulated conflicts and lacked a fuse. Even if the original fuse was gone, there would be other new fuses. It was not something that could be changed by just one person's influence. Outside the hall, Xiao Meng was getting impatient from a Ming dog emperor's pestering, and directly flew into the sky. Rank 4, gather light goo. Rank 5, extreme light goo. Rank 5, river descending goo. Killer move, torrential light river. The torrential light river surged and surged, pouring into the blessed land. The intense light was dazzling, creating huge waves that illuminated the entire hill. Countless people squinted their eyes. Not good. Tai Ruanan and the rest were in the hall, and Tai Bai Chi saw this and quickly tried to block it, but the light river's momentum was already formed and could only weaken a portion of it. The majestic light river was like a waterfall, crashing heavily on the bronze hall. A huge hole appeared on the ceiling of the hall, and the torrential light rushed down towards Fang Yuan. The light of glory of the immemorial era, the land spirit, cried out in shock. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, activating his primeval essence and activating rank 4 bone wings goo and rank 5 golden soup goo. He had a pair of wide and long black wings on his back. The golden soup was like water, wrapping around his whole body and spreading to the black wings, dyeing his whole body in a dazzling golden color. What is he trying to do? Fang Yuan. Under the astonished gazes of Tai Ruanan, Bai Ningbing, and the rest, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew towards the torrential light river. Bam! The continuous loud explosions and the strong impact made it extremely difficult for Fang Yuan to fly in the opposite direction. But he had killed many rank 5 goo masters earlier and obtained many movement goo like golden aurora goo. Right now he was activating them, going against the light river, flying into the sky. He flew out of the bronze hall, causing countless exclamations and questions on the battlefield. What is that thing? It's shining with golden light. It looks like a huge bird. No, that is a person, a warrior that looks like he is made of gold. In Fang Yuan's vision, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. To activate so many movement goo and defensive goo, his primeval essence was being expended rapidly. Time waits for no man. Land spirit, help me. Divine travel goo. Immortal goo divine travel landed on his palm. Jade sky goo. A ray of green light shot out from the aperture and landed on his other hand, turning into a jade bamboo in the sky. It was connected in the middle. What is he trying to do? He is flying towards the killer move. Tai Ruanan stared with wide eyes, bewildered. Little Beast King, are you trying to commit suicide? Yan Jun's mouth was wide open as he stared blankly into the sky. Not good, I understand him. Everything Fang Yuan does has deep meaning, no matter what. We cannot let him succeed. We need to stop him. Bai Ningbing's tone was anxious. For some reason, the bad feeling in her heart was getting stronger. Tai Ruanan nodded. She agreed with Bai Ningbing's words. For old-timers, she shouted. Understood. The 4 old-timers immediately split into 4 directions, half kneeling on the ground, holding their right wrists with their left hands and forming claws with their right hands. Facing each other. Killer move, limitless search lock. Almost at the same time, Feng Yuan's left arm shone with an eerie blue light. Eerie blue light shone, and the fixed star goo could be vaguely seen inside. This goo was an immemorial star fragment. It was like a diamond with 8 corners, crystal clear. At the same time, the space around Feng Yuan shattered as 4 chains extended out like pythons. You only reacted now. It's too late. Feng Yuan sneered. Divine travel goo suddenly flew up and plunged into his left forearm, swallowing the fixed star goo in one gulp. The 4 old-timers coughed out blood. They had lost contact with the fixed star goo. The 4 chains around Feng Yuan lost their target and flew randomly. Not to mention they were destroyed by the torrential light river. After divine travel goo ate the fixed star goo. It entered the hollow jade sky goo and quickly formed a cocoon. Oh, there is a strange person flying up while resisting my killer move. Xiao Mang was indescribably shocked. Others would not even have the time to dodge his killer move. But now there was a fool resisting it head-on. Who is he? What is he trying to do? Yihua, Yichong, and the rest raised their heads, dumbfounded. Wait a moment, I seem to have seen this scene somewhere before. Li Xian frowned. As astute as he was, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. How can this be? He seems to be refining goo. Feng Tianyu looked up for a moment, and after seeing it clearly, he immediately fell into shock. He is actually refining goo inside a killer move. He is really daring. Mo Wu Tian's eyes emitted a sharp purple light that was 2 inches long. That's right. Feng Yuan was refining goo. This was Feng Yuan's plan. After he enslaved the killer ghost doctor, the refinement of second aperture goo was destined to fail. Because at the final step, when fusing the divine travel goo, Feng Yuan alone could not complete it. In his previous life, Feng Yuan relied on refinement Master Feng Tianyu, and the land spirits helped to barely succeed. In this life, he did not have Feng Tianyu's help, so this step would definitely fail. However, after Feng Yuan was reborn, he did not wholeheartedly refine second aperture goo. He deceived the land spirit and purposely stalled for time to create such a special environment and convince the land spirit to refine this goo. Like second aperture goo, this goo was also an immortal goo. The recipe was recorded in The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 2, Section 3. The Legends of Renzu was the #1 classic of goo. Chapter 410. The glory of the immemorial era shone on the cocoon. Absorbing the glory of the immemorial era, the cocoon was undergoing a mystical transformation. Feng Yuan's body shone with a golden radiance as he flew against the torrential light river, facing the powerful killer move of a rank 5 goo master. Gold Soup Goo's pure defense was gradually losing its effect. The golden defense was slowly being washed away by the light. Especially the bone wings, they were gradually being washed away by the torrential light river, revealing their original black color. In the majestic heavenly river of light, a thin figure was flying with difficulty against the enormous pressure. Such a miraculous scene attracted the attention of many goo masters. The huge battlefield became silent. The land spirit was supporting Feng Yuan with all its strength. The dog beasts had lost their leader, and most of them were fleeing. The goo masters also stopped in their tracks, raising their heads to take a look. They all had a similar question in their hearts. I have never seen this scene before. But why is it so familiar? I remember. Suddenly, someone shouted. This scene was recorded in the Legends of Renzu. No wonder it was so familiar. The Legends of Renzu was the #1 classic in the world. It was widely spread in the world. Everyone was familiar with it. With this reminder, many people suddenly realized. That's right, the second chapter, third section of the Legends of Renzu has a relevant record. I remember too. To refine the immortal goo fixed immortal travel. Verdant great sun flapped his wings and bathed in the light of glory, flying towards the sun. Everyone recalled, causing a burst of laughter. What's wrong with this person? Imitating verdant great sun and disregarding his life? Ha! Is he also trying to refine the immortal goo fixed immortal travel? How can this be? Does he have divine travel goo? Fang Yuan, of course, had divine travel goo. But divine travel goo was not enough. It was recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu. Verdant Great Sun was worried that divine travel goo would take advantage of his drunkenness and place him in danger. Divine travel goo felt ashamed. It pointed to him. Go to the sky first. In the azure heaven of the 9 heavens, there is a bamboo forest. In the bamboo forest, he plucked a piece of jade bamboo from the blue sky. Then go to the blue sky of the 9 heavens, and at night collect the 8-sided diamond from the starlight fragments. Next, in the morning, fly to the sky and use the light of glory of the sun to turn me into fixed immortal travel goo. After I became that goo, then I won't bring you around when you're drunk anymore. Therefore, Fang Yuan still needed the jade bamboo in the blue sky and the star dust of the octagonal diamond in the blue sky. There was also the light of primordial glory. Did he? He didn't have it at first. However, after his rebirth, he killed Long Qingtian. He obtained the jade sky goo. This goo was a rank 5 goo that originated from the immemorial era. It looked like a dark green bamboo trunk, palm-sized and hollow in the middle. It felt smooth like jade in the hand. It was the jade bamboo of the azure sky. The legends of Ren Zhu described all sorts of goo. Immortal goo were described directly. For example, wisdom goo, strength goo, and so on. As for mortal goo, it was pointed out subtly. The description was very vague. Readers need to dig deep and study carefully. However, jade sky, jade bamboo alone was not enough. He also needed the stardust of the octagonal diamond. Did he? Of course he didn't. But Bai Ningbing secretly planted it in him. Indeed, it was the fixed star goo. This goo was an immemorial star fragment. It was like a diamond. It had octagonal edges and was translucent. It was planted on Fang Yuan's left forearm. It blossomed with starlight, causing his left forearm to turn into a translucent, eerie blue color. Jade sky, jade bamboo of the azure sky, as well as the stardust of the octagonal diamond of the blue sky, he had both. However, if Fang Yuan wanted to refine fixed immortal travel immortal goo, he still lacked one condition. That was what the land spirit said, the light of primordial glory. Did Fang Yuan have it? From start to finish, Fang Yuan did not have it. However, Fang Yuan did not have it, but Xiao Meng did. Xiao Meng had an extreme light goo. This goo was obtained from robbing tombs. It was only an incomplete goo. Every month, it could only be used 3 times to activate the light of glory. After 3 times, it would self-destruct. And the killer move, torrential light river, in a way, was the light of glory of the immemorial era. Divine travel goo, jade sky goo, fixed star goo, and the light of the immemorial era. All the conditions were met. When Fang Yuan was reborn and realized this, he resolutely gave up on the second aperture goo and switched to refining fixed immortal travel goo. But it was impossible to convince the land spirit directly. The land spirit's obsession was to refine second aperture goo. Then, by Ningbing, Tai Ruanan, and the righteous and demonic path experts would become Fang Yuan's targets. He meticulously planned and strategized, taking advantage of the situation to create this situation. When the land spirit realized that no matter what, it could not refine second aperture goo, it naturally chose to settle for the next best thing, to protect Fang Yuan and preserve this hope. The cocoon absorbed the sunlight and shook slightly. The aura of the immortal goo unavoidably leaked out. The experts were shocked. This aura, how is this possible? Tai Ruanan, Bai Ningbing, and the others' eyes almost popped out. He is refining goo. He is really refining an immortal goo. Who is he? Is this the rebirth of verdant great sun? Ihua, Ichong and the others opened their mouths wide. Their jaws almost dropped. Fixed immortal travel. Is he really refining fixed immortal travel goo? To think that I, Feng Tianyu, would be so lucky to see the scene of an immortal goo being refined. This refinement master's knees went soft, kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down his face. In the blessed land, the few remaining hairy men also knelt down. At this moment, they were madly worshipping this person who was refining the immortal goo. Unbelievable. The scene of the immemorial era was playing out in front of them. The unimaginable grandeur and beauty made countless goo masters tremble. Was it because of excitement, fear, or both? In an instant, Fang Yuan's figure became the focus of everyone's attention. No matter how dazzling the torrential light river was, everyone opened their eyes wide, staring at it without blinking. The aura of the immortal goo became denser, but at this crucial moment a change occurred. He actually wants to borrow my strength to refine an immortal goo? Humph. Xiao Meng was not an idiot. After realizing this, he immediately stopped his killer move. The torrential light river was cut off. Everyone let out the loudest gasp. No. Feng Tianyu even held in pain, his heart aching. Grief and despair. In his vision, the torrential light river was like a ribbon that had been cut, floating down powerlessly. In just 3 breaths of time, the goo master inside the light river would fly out. And this short period of time was not enough for the immortal goo to be nurtured. But how could Feng Yuan not expect this? Third watch goo. Third watch goo. He activated the 2 third watch goo towards the cocoon. Immediately, time accelerated by 9 times, and the immortal goo's aura rose sharply. He used a time path goo worm to speed up. Feng Tianyu crawled up from the ground like he had been electrocuted. His eyes shined and his face flushed red. There was still hope, but soon the excited flush turned pale. Feng Tianyu looked like he had lost his parents. With a plop, he sat on the ground in a daze, howling in grief. It is useless. This speed is like quenching thirst with poison. If the immortal goo is nurtured too quickly, its aura will not be stable and it will self-detonate. But how could Feng Yuan not expect this? He took out a goo worm. This goo did not look good. It looked like a gray round stone. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had obtained it from Feng Tianyu. In this life, it was given to him by killer ghost Dr. Chojiu. What goo? Undefeated 100 battles. Undefeated 100 battles goo. A rank 5 consumable goo. Once it was used, the goo master could refine a goo for sure. At the next moment, Feng Tianyu was stunned, hugging his head. He screamed in joy. This is impossible. Because he felt the immortal goo's aura had miraculously stabilized. The cocoon broke open. A green butterfly flew out. Fixed immortal travel goo. It really is an immortal goo. How beautiful. Who the hell is he? He actually refined an immortal goo. At once, everyone's hearts were in turmoil. Be they in the know or not, they were speechless and shocked to the extreme. Xiao Meng was dumbfounded, and Mo Wutian was dazed. Is this a reenactment of a legend? Which era am I living in? Feng Yuan flew out of the river of light. Fixed immortal travel goo was flying around him. Every time it flapped its wings, it would emit a vibrant green light. It was like jade shavings, extremely beautiful. Of course, Feng Yuan had paid a hefty price. A rank 5 killer move was no joke. Golden Soup Goo died of old age. Golden Aurora Goo and others were also greatly damaged. The black wings on his back were also badly damaged. As the golden soup faded, Feng Yuan's true appearance was revealed. At once, the whole battlefield was in an uproar. Who is he? Mo Wutian's pupils shrunk. It's Little Beast King, Hu Mei-er and Li Xian were completely stunned. It's him. Whose eyes almost popped out. It's actually him. Jiao Huang and Meng Tu looked at each other, shivering. They could see each other's fear, lingering fear and joy. We actually had the guts to assassinate such a strong enemy? A man who could refine an immortal goo? Fong Yuan. By Ning Bing, Tai Ruanan, and the others who knew the truth stood, like statues, as they witnessed this miracle. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, during the immemorial era, verdant great sun flapped his wings and refined fixed immortal travel goo. And now, Fong Yuan was doing the same. Using his mortal body, he performed such a magnificent feat under everyone's watchful eyes. Once this matter spread, his name would shake Southern Border and spread throughout the world. You really refined the immortal goo fixed immortal travel. Amazing. As expected of a future goo immortal. The land spirit's praise resounded in Fong Yuan's ears. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. Fixed immortal travel goo can allow a goo master to move unhindered in the world and go to any place they want. But it is an immortal goo. I need your help to activate it with immortal essence. Ba Gui, of course. There is still some immortal essence left in the bronze cauldron. Where you want to go? You need to think about it in your mind. You'd better choose a safe place. Also, you have to pay attention that the image in your mind should be the same as the real place. It can't be too different. Of course I understand this. Ba Gui sighed, saying in a heavy tone, using fixed immortal travel, you will definitely be able to escape the encirclement. And without immortal essence, the blessed land will be destroyed immediately. Death is nothing much. To me, it is also a form of release. I only hope you can refine second aperture goo in the future and not waste this opportunity. Before we part, do you have anything to say to me? Fong Yuan opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. He flapped his tattered black wings and flew in the sky, looking down at his surroundings. The bronze hall with a huge hole, the battlefield with blood flowing everywhere, and the goo immortal blessed land in ruins. Farewell. By Ningbing. Farewell, Tai Ruanan. Farewell, Southern Border. The land spirit did not know that Fong Yuan was taking a huge risk. But life was a huge gamble. If he did not take it now, when would he? If a man does not have the ambition to reach the clouds, he is born with an 8-foot body. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan could not help but feel a surge of emotions. Under everyone's gazes, his emotions surged. It turned into a poem. The heroes could only hear him reciting a long chant. Since ancient times, earth immortals pass with the wind. The 3 kings of the past return to their graves. Verdant sun dies regretfully, who is invincible. Stage a comeback and become king again. A dragonfish in the heavenly river, defying heaven and traveling alone in the world. Today, I will spread my wings. Tomorrow I will become an immortal and whip the phoenix. After reciting, Fong Yuan laughed loudly. Everyone was stunned and speechless. Only the land spirit shouted, "Good ambition. I will send you on your way." Immortal essence was instilled into fixed immortal travel goo. Jade light flashed as Fong Yuan disappeared from the sky. Only his clothes were left, falling from the sky like a kite with its string cut. He disappeared. He used fixed immortal travel. Who knows where he went? Ah, why is heaven and earth shaking? Everyone was dumbfounded. At this time, intense winds blew. Mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. Heaven and earth collapsed. Holes formed one after another, connecting to the outside world. Damn it, escape. The blessed land is truly collapsing. Soon, the winds of assimilation will blow. If we don't escape now, we will die here. I don't want to. The crowd panicked and frantically escaped. The whole of Sancha Mountain was in chaos. Central Continent, Tianti Mountain, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Mountain. A competition regarding the ownership of Hu Immortal Blessed Land had reached its final juncture. Fang Zheng, dear best, victory is just around the corner. Master Tenchiru encouraged him. Fang Zheng continued to climb. His hands and feet were already bruised and dripping with blood. He surpassed Ing Sheng Ji and Xiao Qi Xing. His whole body was numb from the pain. His brain could not think of anything else. Only Dang Hun Mountain Peak was left in his eyes. Being the first to reach the peak had already become his obsession. I, the great Feng Kim Hong, how can I lose here? Ever since I was born, I have never lost. This time is no exception. Come out, dream wings. Feng Kim Hong gave a delicate shout. A pair of dazzling wings grew from her shoulders. This pair of wings was extremely beautiful, with all kinds of radiance revolving around it. It was dazzling and dazzling. With a light flap, Feng Kim Hong slowly rose up. What? This is the legendary immortal Gu, Dream Wings. The 9 Gu immortals were shocked. Most immortal Gu could only be activated with immortal essence. But Dream Wings were different. Activating it consumed the Gu Master's spirit and soul. Feng Kim Hong only had a mortal body. Forcefully activating Dream Wings now was taking a huge risk at best. She would lose her memories at worst. She would become demented. But Feng Kim Hong was eager to win. She wanted to win. She was willing to pay a heavy price. Under Feng Zheng's shocked gaze, she surpassed Feng Zheng and regained her lead. The Dream Wings were suddenly kept. Feng Kim Hong climbed up the cliff. Breathing roughly, the dizziness from her soul was so intense that she almost fainted. She had reached her limit. Forcefully activating an immortal Gu, it was not easy for Feng Kim Hong to reach this step. I actually lost. Feng Zheng stared with wide eyes. He was dazed. Feng Kim Hong's hands were already at the edge of the cliff. I want victory. At this moment, Feng Kim Hong used all her strength to raise her head, exerting her final bit of strength. Her eyes were as bright as amber. Her face was peerlessly beautiful. Her snow-white and slender neck, under the pink light of the blessed land, was shining with a jade-like light. She was like a young phoenix, spreading her beautiful wings for the first time. Splendid and glorious. At once, even the Gu immortals were dazed. Feng Zheng looked at her, who immortal land spirit also looked at her in a daze. Everyone was waiting for Feng Kim Hong's victory. Feng Kim Hong did not disappoint them. She bit her lips and placed her arms on the edge of the cliff with difficulty. Next, she mustered her remaining strength and was about to drag her heavy body up. But at this moment, swoosh, with a flash of jade light, a person appeared at the peak of the mountain. This person was naked. There was a hole on his left forearm. Blood was flowing out. He had a young body, muscular and strong, giving off a deep aura of having gone through hundreds of battles and tempering. Brother. Feng Zheng was stunned. He slipped and slid down the cliff. The 10 Gu immortals were all stunned. Where did this naked man come from? Feng Kim Hong raised her snow-white neck, looking at Feng Yuan from under Feng Yuan's feet. She was extremely shocked. Her eyes were wide open like a statue. Feng Yuan's muscles, the huge thing under him, were all reflected in Feng Kim Hong's eyes without reservation. Did I really teleport here? TCH, fixed immortal travel Gu has this weakness. It cannot transport clothes outside the body. But fortunately, I stored all my Gu worms in my aperture and brought them here. Feng Yuan quickly looked around, understanding his situation. Isn't the person under my feet Feng Kim Hong? Oh, it seemed that the time recorded in the biography of Feng Kim Hong was reliable. He had reached the peak before her. This competition did not prohibit immortal Gu, according to the rules. He was the owner of who immortal blessed land. I succeeded. All the risks were worth it. So what if I failed to refine second aperture Gu? I now have an even better who immortal blessed land. An immortal Gu fixed immortal travel. Ha! Feng Yuan laughed madly in his heart. It is a pity that she has the immortal Gu dream wings. I cannot kill her now. Feng Yuan looked at Feng Kim Hong, who was at the edge of the cliff, with regret, before raising his right foot. Under the gazes of the 10 Go immortals, his right foot firmly stepped on Feng Kim Huang's beautiful face. Immediately, a smooth, jade-like feeling spread from the bottom of his foot. Go down. Feng Yuan exerted strength, stepping on the powerless and dazed Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong was already extremely weak. How could she resist Feng Yuan's strength? Falling down immediately. Feng Yuan slowly turned around, facing Hu Immortal Land Spirit. Little Hu Immortal, are you still not going to call me master? Master. The little Hu Immortal girl looked at Feng Yuan in a daze. When she came back to her senses, she used her tender little hands to cover her pair of big sparkling eyes. Chapter 411. 9 days later. In the verdant valley, a small waterfall hung down like a silvery silk. The water from the waterfall surged into the ancient pond. The ancient pond was as deep as jade. The water's surface rippled slightly. In the water, all kinds of carp swam. On the white rock beside the water, Feng Kim Hong sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. Her beautiful face was reflected in the water, causing this ancient pond to suddenly have many moving and beautiful colors. The carps in the water, the clear pond, the silver waterfall, the green valley all became the background objects. However, Feng Kim Huang's beautiful brows furrowed deeper. Although she tried her best to calm her heart, but every time she persisted for less than 30 breaths of time, an image flashed in the deepest part of her heart, a psychedelic pink crystal mountain peak. A naked man, using his dark eyes, looked down at her, and she laid on the edge of the cliff, looking up, looking at this man from head to toe. That bloody hole, bleeding left arm, firm muscles, broad chest, as well as the huge thing between his legs. It was as if it was engraved in the bottom of her heart. The memory was so deep that this proud daughter of heaven could not forget it, even if she wanted to. Especially after that, this man actually stretched out his right leg and stepped on her face. The feeling of being stepped on. Feng Kim Hong wanted to forget so much, but this feeling was so clear. Even now she could clearly remember that feeling. Forget him, forget it. Calm. Feng Kim Huang's breathing became more hurried. Her breathing became heavier. Her full chest kept moving up and down, and the amplitude became more and more obvious. In her heart, shame, anger, humiliation, hatred mixed together, forming a volcano. How dare he do this? He actually dared to do this to me. Feng Kim Hong could not hold back anymore, suddenly opened her pair of phoenix eyes, stood up, raised her head, and roared. Boom! The volcano in her heart erupted, and fury filled her chest, almost burning her whole body. You despicable, shameless be asterisk starred. How dare you step on my face? I'm going to tear you to pieces, roared Feng Kim Hong. His eyes were blazing with fire as he waved his fists and palms, randomly. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening rumble sounded like the explosion of thunder, and it did not last for a long time. Feng Kim Huang's eyes were spitting fire. The beautiful flames evaporated the ancient pond and roasted the green mountain. His fists and palms struck randomly, and the frenzied attacks caused the surrounding sand and stones to fly everywhere, and the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. In just a few short breaths, Feng Kim Hong had completely destroyed the valley. Even if there were 10 Feng Yuans attacking at the same time, he wouldn't be able to withstand such terrifying battle prowess. It was impossible to reach such a level. You damn bastard! I'm going to cut off your flesh piece by piece. I'll crush every single one of your bones into pieces. I'll make you wail in pain for 7 days and 7 nights. I swear, I will make you taste endless pain. I will make you wish you were dead. I will make you regret everything you did to me. In the end, I will burn you to ashes and scatter your ashes with the wind. Feng Kim Hong continued to roar. The anger in her chest made her lose her rationality. Hundreds of li away, on a tall mountain, there was a grass hut. Through the window of the grass hut, a pair of beautiful eyes quietly looked at Feng Kim Hong, filled with worry. "Sai, my little Feng heir." The owner of the beautiful eyes wore a pure white silk dress and a green ribbon. She was dignified and elegant. Her appearance was 70 to 80% similar to Feng Kim Hong. She was Feng Kim Hwang's mother, Fairy Bai Ching, a rank 6 Gu immortal. Stop looking. In just a few minutes, you have already seen it 7 or 8 times. The jade-tied tea I specially brewed for you is getting cold. Sit down and drink it. Feng Juga sat at the side and said helplessly, "Drink, drink, drink, just drink your tea." "Is Feng Kim Hong your daughter? As a father, don't you have any worries?" Bai Ching turned around, her brows tightly furrowed as she spoke in a resentful tone. "Sai, our Feng heir has been very competitive since she was young. Her talent is outstanding in all aspects. There is no competition in the sect that she can't win. Now she has suddenly fallen. Her immortal inheritance is the first failure in her life, and also the most important failure. As a father, you still have the mood to drink tea here? More importantly, forget about the failure. Feng heir even suffered such a huge loss. She was actually stepped on by someone. Think about it. Feng heir has such an arrogant temperament. She has never placed any man of the same age in her eyes. But now, she was actually defeated by someone stepping on her face. Moreover, this is the first time she has seen the body of a man of the same age. This. The more Fairy Bai Ching spoke, the more anxious she became. Her eyes gradually turned red. When Feng Joga saw this, he could not sit still anymore. He quickly got up and rushed to Fairy Bai Ching's side. Hugging her in his arms, he consoled her. Don't cry, my good Ching heir. Don't you still have me? Actually, in my opinion, this matter is not without benefits." "Oh, what benefits?" Bai Ching cast a puzzled gaze. "Sai, Feng heir is our darling. I have always been proud of her, but also worried for her. She is too competitive. She wants to be first in everything. Yes, her talent is higher than mine. She also has comprehension and talent. But no matter how high her talent is, can it be higher than all the heroes in the world? No matter how good her talent is, how can it compare to desolate Guiyuan?" Feng Juga earnestly explained. The great desolate Guiyuan, Renzu's daughter, also failed countless times. Feng heir can always experience success and victory, but can never taste the taste of failure. This is her flaw in life. It is also her weakness. "Oh, Ching heir, you are a rank 6 Gu immortal. I am a rank 7 Gu immortal. But even rank 9 immortal venerables and demon venerables can only live long. They cannot live forever. We are protecting Feng heir now, but one day we will leave her. At that time, she can only rely on herself to live. Only by letting her taste failure can she become more mature. A bird leaves its nest and flies alone. It needs to experience setbacks before it can train its wings and soar into the sky. When Feng heir leaves us in the future, we will be at ease. Feng heir is my flesh and blood. I want nothing more than to protect her in the blessed land for the rest of her life." Fairy Bai Ching leaned on Feng Juga's chest, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. She sighed, saying, "Sai, you are right. Feng heir will leave us one day. It is only right to let her train more." But she suffered a huge loss this time. Not only did she lose her immortal inheritance, she was even bullied by that brat from Crane Gate. As her father, how can you not care? "Humph!" Feng Gus snorted coldly. His long and narrow eyes squinted as a cold light flashed in them. Immortal Crane's sect has indeed gone overboard this time, even though they promised to compensate the other 9 great sects. But I am Feng Joga's daughter. How can I be so easily bullied? I might as well tell you, I have already sent a letter over. If he Feng Yang does not know what's good for him, I will personally go and settle the debt with him." These words made Fairy Bai Ching feel relieved. Her husband had already taken action. But soon after, Bai Ching looked at her husband anxiously. Husband, calm down. Don't make a big fuss. Back then, when you fought against the 10 great sects, Crane Gate was one of the victims. I know husband is the most capable, but you better not do this again. I know. Haha, Ching Air, don't worry. Feng Juga comforted his wife in his arms. His eyes uncontrollably squinted as he snorted in his heart. Looking at the 10 great sects of Central Continent, there is not a single one that is worthy of me taking action. Southern part of Central Continent, 300,000 feet above the mountain range. In the sky, Feihe Mountain floated above the vast sea of clouds, majestic and majestic. The pine trees on the mountain rustled. Thousands of cranes flew in the sky. It was a scene of immortals brimming with vitality. And at this time, in Shangqing Pavilion at the peak of the mountain, it was a heavy atmosphere. Feng Juga, you have gone too far. The first supreme elder blew his beard and glared. He held a thin piece of paper in his hands and was so angry that he trembled slightly. Slap! He slammed the letter on the Haotian white jade table. In the letter, Feng Juga made an excessive request, but from the beginning to the end, the first supreme elder did not dare to tear or burn the letter. This letter was flowing with dark green color. It was formed by the rank 5 letter sending green bird goo. Once it was destroyed, Feng Juga would definitely sense it, and if Feng Juga got angry, the situation would become even more troublesome. Feng Juga was born in the demonic path. In the past, he obtained a fortuitous encounter he cultivated bitterly and quietly reached rank 6 Gu Immortal Realm. After that, he came out and shocked the world, challenging all the heroes in the world. Nobody could stop him. The 10 sects challenged him one by one, but they lost consecutively. They had no choice but to join forces to resist him. Feng Juga was fearless. He fought for 150,000 li, but suddenly changed his vanguard and attacked the root of the problem, causing the 10 great sects to be in chaos and helpless. Fortunately, Spirit Affinity House's fairy Bai Qing moved him with her emotions, finally changing this demon's mind. In the past, Feng Juga shook the 10 sects with his rank 6 cultivation level. It was unimaginable. Now he has rank 7 cultivation level and has Spirit Affinity House as his backing. This person has the talent of an immortal. Although his request is a bit excessive, we can agree to it. Second Supreme Elder took out the letter and looked at it, speaking unhurriedly. He Fengyang, how could there be such a huge mistake in this matter that you are in charge of? That Feng Yuan, or whatever, he is not a disciple of our Crane Gate. What motives do you have to protect him like this? A thunderous voice echoed in Shangqing Pavilion, causing the windows to tremble. The person who spoke was Lei Tan, a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He was He Fengyang's enemy. Where there were people, there would be disputes. Crane Gate also had factions fighting openly and covertly. At once, everyone's gazes gathered on He Fengyang. He Fengyang had a youthful face, gentle like jade. A pair of green eyebrows hung down to his waist. His expression was calm, his gaze leisurely looking around before smiling. This Feng Yuan is indeed not a disciple of our sect, but his younger brother Feng Zheng is a disciple of our sect, and is also the leader of this generation's elite disciples. Lei Tan sneered. The relative of a mere elite disciple. Is he worth our Crane Gate protecting him like this? He Fengyang, do you know how much our Crane Gate has to compensate the other 9 sects to protect this Feng Yuan? Of course I know. He Fengyang glanced at Lei Tan, snickering in disdain. But these things, even if they increase by 3 times, they still cannot compare to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Not to mention, there is still fixed immortal travel gu. Oh, at once, many of the Supreme Elders had a vague understanding. He Fengyang, what do you mean? Lei Tan frowned, asking impatiently. Chapter 412. Facing Lei Tan's interrogation, He Fengyang smiled, but did not answer. Supreme Third Elder smiled instead. This old man understands Elder Feng Yang's meaning. If we do not choose to protect this Feng Yuan, who immortal blessed land will still be fought over by the 10 sections. But if we admit that Feng Yuan is one of Crane Gate's men, we can directly eliminate the other 9 competitors, and only our Crane Gate will fight for this blessed land. Lei Tan's expression changed slightly, his gaze flickered, and he did not continue to interrogate. At this time, He Fengyang stood up from his seat. He first cupped his fists towards the third Supreme Elder who spoke for him. Third Supreme Elder is wise. Back then, it happened so suddenly, no one could have expected that a mortal would use fixed immortal travel immortal goo to teleport to the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, and directly snatch Hu immortal inheritance in front of everyone's eyes. Next, he continued, this Hu immortal inheritance is on Tian Ti Mountain. I'm sure everyone here knows that Tian Ti Mountain is the ladder to the Celestial Court. Even though it has been destroyed and abandoned for many years, it still represents the dignity of the Celestial Court. To some extent, attacking the inheritance of the immortal fox was the same as attacking the Stairway Mountain. Attacking Tian Ti Mountain is attacking the Celestial Court. Thus, even though there are many blessed lands on Tian Ti Mountain, no one has ever dared to attack them. This time, Hu immortal blessed land is also waiting for the time to open, so the 10 of us work together to help Hu immortal land spirit expand the entrance. This cannot be considered an attack. Even if we really attack Hu immortal blessed land, the blessed land has a land spirit. Without at least 3 rank 6 Gu immortals working together, we might not even be able to enter. And the center of the blessed land is protected by Dang Hun Mountain. Without 5 to 6 Gu immortals working together, who would dare to boast about being able to reach the peak? Lei Tan, can you? Lei Tan snorted. He wanted to refute, but kept his mouth shut in the end. In the blessed land, the land spirit could freely mobilize all resources, and its battle strength could match Gu immortals. Most importantly, the land spirit could suppress all rank 5 to rank 1 Gu worms. If a Gu immortal wanted to attack a blessed land, their strongest weapon was immortal Gu, because blessed lands could not restrict immortal Gu. But immortal Gu were hard to find. Many Gu immortals did not even have one. Even if there was one, it might not be an offensive Gu. This was a classic case of weak offense and strong defense. If one wanted to forcefully attack a blessed land, they would often need several Gu immortals to work together and create an advantage in numbers before engaging in a battle of immortal essence consumption. The blessed land's immortal energy was completely depleted. The next step was to attack. But in fact, unless there were special circumstances, very few Gu immortals would attack blessed lands, because it was not worth it. Not only was celestial essence rare and hard to accumulate, but it was also because the blessed land had self-destructed. Once the defending side couldn't think it through. If he destroyed the blessed land, the winds of assimilation would blow. Attacking Fengzhen would not be able to obtain any spoils of war. When Gu immortals attack blessed lands, in the end, they would not gain anything and instead suffer disastrous losses. Unless there was a deep hatred, no one would be willing to make such a losing deal. He Fengyang noticed that Lei Tan didn't say anything. He continued, that Feng Yuan ascended the mountain peak and obtained the inheritance, immediately ordering the land spirit to close the blessed land. Feng Yuan and Feng Zheng looked almost identical. The other 9 sects Gu immortals reacted. After the other 9 sects Gu immortals reacted, they subconsciously thought that I was the one who did this to Crane Gate and questioned me. At that time, I thought that if I told the truth, Hu immortal inheritance might not be resolved. The 10 sects would still have to compete and fight for it. I might as well admit it. Even if I have to pay a price, I can eliminate the competition from the other 9 sections. This way, our Crane Gate can secretly attack Hu immortal blessed land from now on and won't have to worry about other forces. He Fengyang explained the whole story. Lei Tan snorted coldly and continued to interrogate. There is a huge problem with this plan. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is on Tianti Mountain. Now that it is closed, if we don't attack it, how can we enter? He Fengyang seemed to have been waiting for someone to make things difficult for him. He laughed. How can I not have a plan? Blessed lands have calamities and tribulations. Hu Immortal died in the 5th earthly calamity. I have already calculated Hu Immortal Blessed Land is only 3 months away from the 6th earthly calamity. He, Fang Yuan, is just a mortal. How can he know how to resist the earthly calamity? Even with the land spirit's help, without the sect support, by then the blessed land will definitely be badly damaged and a loophole will appear. Lei Ten sneered. Even if a loophole appears, do you really dare to attack it? You said it earlier, that Hu Immortal Inheritance is on Tianti Mountain. He Fengyang answered without hesitation. Attacking it forcefully is the last resort. We should not use it unless we have no other choice. That Fang Yuan is just a mortal. As long as a loophole appears and we plot against him, would we not be afraid of not being able to take him down? He. Once the earthly calamity is over, he will definitely be worried and thirsty for external help. I have already thought of using Fangjing to move him with his emotions and persuade him to cooperate and carry out transactions. The more transactions we make, the less vigilant he will be, and if we use reason to move him, we might be able to convince him to join our Crane Gate. If he is stubborn, we can make our move secretly. Slavery Gu is a good method. Land spirits are not easy to deal with, but against a mortal like him, they have too many methods. If we can obtain fixed immortal travel Gu from this, that would be the perfect result. Hearing about fixed immortal travel Gu, the elders present could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. Many people started to discuss softly. The scenario that He Fengyang described was truly perfect. More importantly, his plan had a high chance of success. Lei Ten sensed the change in the atmosphere and could only sit down angrily. Nice words. Let's hope so. Third Supreme Elder pondered. Other than special Gu worms like dream wings Gu that require souls to activate, most immortal Gu need immortal essence to activate. Among immortal Gu, most need immortal essence to activate. This fixed immortal travel Gu is no exception. This Fang Yuan has fixed immortal travel, and the land spirit, Hu Immortal, can activate the blessed land's immortal essence. He can escape any time. We need to be extremely careful when dealing with him. Also, he is only immortal, but he can possess an immortal Gu. His background is not simple. He Fengyang nodded. Junior has also expected this. Earlier, I lied about Fang Yuan being our sect's disciple. It was to probe the other 9 sections. Now it seems that he is not backed by the 9 sects of Central Continent. Junior guesses that Fang Yuan comes from Southern Border. There is a high chance that he is backed by a super clan in Southern Border. But be it Wu clan, Shang clan, Tai clan, Yi clan, or others, they are all far away in Southern Border, unable to reach him. If he really enters Central Continent, his battle strength will be suppressed. Our Crane Gate is one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. We have a high chance of winning against them. Once he said this, the elders nodded and discussed softly. Indeed, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Central Continent is our Crane Gate's territory. If they really attack, even if our battle strength is not suppressed, our Crane Gate is stronger than any of the super clans of the 4 regions. Third Elder's frown eased slightly. Right now, I still have some doubts. Fixed immortal travel, Gu requires the user to have a deep memory of the terrain. He, Fang Yuan, is only immortal and seems to be far away in Southern Border. How could he know the scenery of Hu Immortal Blessed Land? And how could he control the time so precisely? Could it be Hu Immortal once made arrangements in Southern Border? Or is it the doing of the demonic path Gu Immortals on Tianti Mountain? He Fengyang bowed. Junior does not know about this. This matter is really strange. It was only a clue to a Blood Sea true inheritance. Back then, our sect members betrayed us and fled to Southern Border. Several years ago, Junior sent Master Tenchiru to Southern Border. He cleaned up the sect and took back the true inheritance. But Master Tenchiru failed, and instead, Feng Yuan seized the true inheritance and obtained Blood Skull Gu. This person is ruthless and ruthless. He actually slaughtered his own clansmen and used Blood Skull Gu to raise his aptitude. Master Tenchiru was not resigned to his failure, so he brought it back to Fengjing. He planned to retrieve it later. He Fengyang naturally would never have thought that a nameless, insignificant character would one day appear on stage in such a way that left him dumbfounded and tongue-tied. Moreover, he destroyed his grand plan and caused such huge trouble for him. This feeling was very strange. It was like a person walking on the road, and an ant suddenly jumped onto the person's nose, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Where did this ant come from? Extremely daring. A person could crush it with just 2 fingers. But the situation was special. He could not do anything to this person. He could only let this ant strut around for the time being. Why is it this Blood Sea inheritance again? Hearing He Fengyang's explanation, many elders frowned, feeling vexed. Blood Sea inheritance originated from the demonic path Overlord Blood Sea ancestor. He killed people like flies, leaving behind a bad reputation for thousands of years. With the ability of a rank 7 Gu Master, he actually set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance secret areas in Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea. He laughed strangely before his death. Blood Path is not alone, leaving behind a legacy of venom for all eternity. And now it was as he said, who knew how many mortals had benefited from this. Blood Sea inheritance was already publicly recognized as the most widespread and most numerous inheritance in the world. There was no other. Countless Righteous Path members had headaches because of this. That Xue too was just a butcher. Didn't he obtain Blood Sea inheritance and become a famous demonic cultivator in Central Continent? Back then, Myriad Dragon Doc Song Zixing obtained one of Blood Sea's true inheritances and betrayed the sect. Even our 10 great sects were humiliated because of this. Now he is already a rank 7 Gu Immortal and is called Blood Dragon. Myriad Dragon Doc sent 8 Gu Immortals to kill this traitor and wash away their humiliation. 5 rank 6 and 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals. In the end, he killed 4, crippled 3, and forced 1 to retreat. It is said that Blood Sea has 9 true inheritances. They are Blood Skull Gu, Blood Handprint Gu, Blood Chi Gu, Blood Sweat Gu, Meridian Blood Gu, Blood Shadow Gu, Blood Battle Gu, as well as the ancient desolate, beast violent Blood Dragon Bat, and the rank 6 immortal Gu Blood Deity. It can be said that he has great success in Blood Path. This means that 4 Blood Sea true inheritances have already appeared in the world. 1 Blood Skull Gu is in Feng Yuan's hands. 1 Blood Handprint Gu is in Southern Borders Shang clan leader's hands. And 1 Violent Blood Dragon Bat is in Song Zixing's hands. It is said that Shang clan leader has already obtained the 2nd Blood Sea true inheritance. That is a rumor. It has not been verified. There is no proof. The elders whispered to each other, discussing in low voices. All right, let's not talk about the Blood Sea true inheritance. After searching for so many years, it is like searching for a needle in a haystack. All kinds of rumors are increasing day by day. My ears are getting calluses from hearing them. First Supreme Elder waved his hand, immediately stopping the discussions. He turned his gaze towards He Fengyang. Elder Fengyang, since this matter was started by you, you will be responsible for it till the end. Seize the blessed land and make a contribution. The sect will not be stingy with your rewards. Junior understands. He Fengyang accepted the order with a smile. Seeing He Fengyang land in such a good position, Lei Ten wanted to stop him, but since First Supreme Elder had spoken, he could only feel resentment in his heart. But next, First Supreme Elder said, "Since you are in charge, then Elder Fengyang, hand over my own Wei Gu." Feng Joga has sent a letter asking for an immortal gu. You are the person in charge of this matter. Settle it for me. Lei Tan was immediately overjoyed. Chapter 413. Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Everything in front of him was a blurry pink color, and when his vision cleared up, he saw a veil curtain. A light breeze blew, the wind chimes rang, and the pink curtain fluttered like a dream. Feng Yuan sat up from the bed. This bed was round and extremely spacious. It could easily fit 40 to 50 people. The bed was covered with a red silk blanket with golden edges. It was warm and fitting. Feng Yuan looked around and found himself in a spacious bedroom. Beside the bed, there was a burning cauldron, burning spices. In the air, there was a subtle fragrance that could stir one's emotions. This bedroom had golden bricks on the walls and silver bricks on the floor. The bed, the corner, the table, the chair, and the dressing table were inlaid with large amounts of pearls, agates, diamonds, and all kinds of precious stones. It was resplendent, luxurious, and elegant, emitting the aura of the previous owner, Hu Immortal. This was Hu Immortal's Dang Hun Palace. It is a gentle place, Feng Yuan lightly commented, getting off the bed. His body unconsciously swayed, and there was still some dizziness in his head. Feng Yuan did not find it strange. Instead, he knew this was because he had squeezed himself too hard on Sancha Mountain. By Ning Bing's betrayal, being pressured by the group of experts, and even scheming against the land spirit, first refining second aperture goo, and then refining fixed immortal travel goo in the light waterfall. During the whole process, he had to bear the mental pressure of taking a huge risk. To Feng Yuan, be it his body or his mind, they had reached their limits. When he used fixed immortal travel goo to reach the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, Feng Kim Hong and Feng Zheng were at the end of their tether. But wasn't he, Feng Yuan, the same? Compared to them, Feng Yuan's mental pressure was even greater. Spring-autumn cicada could not be used a second time, and snatching Hu Immortal's inheritance in front of the 10 sex Gu Immortals was like pulling a tooth out of a tiger's mouth. Pulling chestnuts out of the fire was extremely risky. Feng Yuan was the first to reach the peak, and the land spirit chased away the other competitors. After Feng Yuan officially became the ruler of the blessed land, he immediately ordered the land spirit to close the entire blessed land. After instructing the land spirit on a few important points, the environment became stable and Feng Yuan relaxed, falling asleep immediately. I don't know how long I slept this time. Feng Yuan shook his head. He still felt very tired. A sense of weakness came from the depths of his soul. At the same time, his ears were constantly buzzing, and his brain was obviously sluggish. Thinking was much more difficult than usual. Not good, my soul is injured. Feng Yuan's heart sank. He realized that his condition wasn't good. The main reason was the refinement of immortal goo. How could immortal goo be so easy to cultivate? Many goo immortals were careless during the refinement and suffered backlash. Some were injured while others died. Feng Yuan could refine immortal goo with a mortal body. The main reason was that the secret technique was good, and it originated from the legends of Ranzu. Secondly, the materials were good. He mainly used divine travel goo. From another perspective, it was the same as turning divine travel goo into fixed immortal travel goo. This greatly reduced the difficulty. It wasn't like Feng Yuan's previous life, where he used large numbers of mortal goo to refine immortal goo spring autumn cicada. Becoming an immortal as a mortal, the difficulty was 100 times higher. Even so, my soul foundation is too shallow. My soul was still injured. But thankfully this is Dang Hun Mountain. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's expression turned solemn. He softly called, "Where is the land spirit?" Swoosh! Hu Immortal land spirit suddenly appeared in front of him. "Master, you are finally awake." Hu Immortal lowered her head. Her face was red as she looked at her feet, speaking in a soft voice. She had the appearance of a girl around 50 to 60 years old, cute and petite. She wore a colorful dress, and behind her was a furry snow-white foxtail, swaying left and right, showing her nervous state of mind. "Master, after you fell asleep, I acted on my own and healed the wound on your left arm. I wanted to help you wear clothes, but the clothes in the palace do not suit Master's figure." Who Immortal Land Spirit reported. The clothes she was talking about were Who Immortal's clothes. They were worn by women with graceful figures. It would be strange if they suited Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan frowned. "Clothes are only a minor detail. Let me ask you, how long was I unconscious for? During this time, did any strong enemies attack?" Who Immortal's pair of bright eyes blinked. "Master, you slept for 7 days and 7 nights. During this time no one attacked." "Oh!" Feng Yuan's eyes shone. He had never thought that Fengyang of Crane Gate would protect him and block the other 9 sects from making things difficult for him. But he more or less understood why Gu Immortals did not attack Who Immortal Blessed Land. Who Immortal Blessed Land was not the 3 kings' blessed land on Sancha Mountain. This blessed land was still young. It had a land spirit and sufficient immortal essence reserves, and even had Dang Hun Mountain protecting the blessed land. These 3 made Who Immortal Blessed Land into a sturdy fortress, enough to make most Gu Immortals stop in their tracks. Feng Yuan was deeply aware of how hard it was to attack this blessed land. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had attacked this place with close to 10 demonic path Gu Immortals. In the end, only he and Song Zhong survived. Song Zhong was Song Zixing's son, the rising star of the demonic path at that time. He had not been born yet. At that time, I was already an old senior of the demonic path. Song Zhong inherited his father's inheritance and rose to the top, fighting with me for dozens of rounds without a clear victor. Thus he became famous. Thinking of his previous life, Song Zhong, this junior, had stepped on him to climb to the top. Feng Yuan could not help but sneer. "Everything has changed in this life. When I find a chance to kill Song Zixing, let's see how Song Zhong will be born." Song Zixing had a blood sea true inheritance. It was an ancient, desolate, beast, violent blood dragon bat. This dragon bat was not a gu worm, but could be captured and snatched. With violent blood dragon bats, I have an endless army of blood bats. Commanding blood bats, that was one of my best methods in the 500 years of my previous life. Of course, this is a future plan. Right now, I should use this blessed land to cultivate as fast as possible and return to Gu Immortal Realm as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan could not help but think of an important question. Land Spirit, how long is it until the next earthly calamity? Master, even if you did not ask, I would have reported it to you. Currently, the blessed land has already experienced 5 earthly calamities. There is only 1 year and 3 months left until the 6th. Who Immortal's tone was anxious and grave. What? Only 1 year and 3 months left. Feng Yuan could not sit still anymore. He stood up from the bed. His expression was gloomy. All living beings were balanced. Heaven was fair. There were strong and weak. There were blessings and calamities. Blessed lands had calamities and tribulations. An earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. Not mentioning the heavenly tribulation, just the earthly calamity alone. Once an earthly calamity occurred, its power was vast. It would often cause heaven and earth to shatter. Once the blessed land could not resist it, it would be destroyed. Feng Yuan had a blessed land in his previous life. He could not be clearer about the severity of the situation. To a blessed land, every earthly calamity was a severe test. Each earthly calamity was stronger than the last. Who Immortal died in the 5th earthly calamity, while Feng Yuan would face the even stronger 6th earthly calamity. It is only 1 year and 3 months away from the earthly calamity. There is only 1 year and 3 months left. Why was it not mentioned in Biography of Feng Kim Hong? That's right. Feng Kim Hong is a disciple of Spirit Affinity House. His parents are Gu immortals. With their help, it is not difficult to resist the earthly calamity. But to me, the situation is extremely bad. The sixth earthly calamity came too quickly. Even though Feng Yuan had rich experience, he did not have the time to make sufficient preparations. Besides this, he still had to be on guard against external enemies. I snatched to a mortal blessed land in front of everyone's eyes. Even though the 10 sects did not make a move, they are definitely watching from the outside. I understand now, these 10 sects Gu immortals are holding back because they know the earthly calamity is approaching. They want to make use of this earthly calamity. With the arrival of the earthly calamity, the land spirit naturally had to go all out. It could not take care of its master. Feng Yuan was currently at rank 4 upper stage. He could be easily targeted. Once Feng Yuan died, the blessed land would be ownerless. The land spirit would have to choose a new master. If the earthly calamity created a huge loophole, outside Gu masters could freely enter and exit this place. If the 10 sects made trouble at that time, it would be one disaster after another, making the situation even more dangerous. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered for a while, because his soul was injured. His head was aching from thinking about it. He stopped his chaotic thoughts and let out a breath of turbid air, finally deciding, let's look at the situation first. He would do his best to make preparations to resist the earthly calamity. If he failed, he could only abandon Hu immortal blessed land and make it self-destruct, not leaving any resources for the righteous path, before using fixed immortal travel Gu to retreat. Although the blessed land was good, how could it compare to his own safety? After making up his mind, Feng Yuan instructed the land spirit to bring him out to take a look. He urgently needed to understand this blessed land. Yes, the land spirit lowered its head and replied obediently, before hesitantly adding, Master, do you not like to wear clothes? In fact, wearing a nice set of clothes will make you look very energetic, and you will feel inexplicably happy. Feng Yuan could not wear the clothes in Danghun Palace, but thankfully he had a spare set of clothes in his Tusita flower. After changing into a black robe, Feng Yuan followed the land spirit and walked up the stairs, arriving at the mountain peak. The wind on Danghun Mountain was very strong, but the land spirit waved its hand, and it immediately turned into a pleasant breeze. Master, this blessed land has an area of 6 million square kilometers. Time flows 5 times faster than usual. 6 million square kilometers of land is a grassland. The grass is mainly blue degree grass, horseshoe grass, 6 divine grass. There are also 7 treasure flowers, milk tea flowers, and so on. The land spirit introduced as it drew an image, floating in the air for Feng Yuan to see. In the image, there was a typical grassland, colorful like a carpet of flowers, as if it was right in front of him. Blue poisonous blue degree grass, horseshoe-shaped horseshoe grass, 6 long and thin leaves, 6 divine grass with a jade-like luster. There were also colorful 7 treasure flowers, cup-shaped milk tea flowers that contained milk tea-like juice. These 7 were the main ones, but other than them, there were many other weeds and wild flowers. Feng Yuan looked at it and nodded his head. Do not look down on these flowers. They were all cultivation resources. These 7 main flowers could be used as Gu refinement materials. Some of the flowers had Gu worms living in them. 6 million square kilometers of grassland. It was equivalent to the area of 4 Hong Kongs on Earth. How many Gu worms were there? These wild Gu worms were very easy to capture. As long as Feng Yuan gave the order, the land spirit could capture them intact and offer them to Feng Yuan. Chapter 414. Feng Yuan heard this and asked, Then how many Gu are there in this blessed land now? Hu immortal land spirit slightly raised its head, Right now, there are over 860,000 rank 1 gu, involving 52 types. Over 130,000 rank 2 gu, 48 types. 5,000 rank 3 gu, 12 types. Over 60 rank 4 gu, 8 types. And 1 rank 5 gu, foxskin gu. Back then, after Who Immortal died, her obsession did not dissipate and combined with the heavenly power of this land, forming this mystical existence known as the land spirit. In a sense, it was a continuation of life. Thus, the land spirit was the representative of this blessed land and knew everything in the blessed land clearly. Now that Feng Yuan was the owner of the blessed land. Everything in the blessed land belonged to Feng Yuan. Over 860,000 rank 1 gu and 130,000 rank 2 gu. These two added up to nearly 1 million gu worms. Feng Yuan could not help but think of his time on Qingmao Mountain, when he schemed and fought for 2 or 3 rank 1 and 2 gu worms. Blessed lands were created by gu immortals. After all, it was the foundation of immortals. Just this Who Immortal blessed land was enough to support a super clan. 5 or 6 small-sized clans like Guyua village would not be a problem here. As for the number of gu worms in the blessed land, at rank 3, their numbers decreased sharply. There were less than 100 rank 4 gu and only 1 rank 5 gu, foxskin gu. This kind of situation was also natural, just like gu masters. Rank 1 and 2 gu masters were very common. Rank 3 gu masters were rare. Rank 4 gu masters were even rarer. As for rank 5 gu masters, there were only 1 or 2 in 1 million people. This was a pyramid distribution. The higher it was, the fewer gu worms there were. Only an extremely small number of gu worms occupied the top. This blessed land is still young. If it is managed properly in the future, the number of gu worms will continue to increase. Over 10 million rank 1 and 2 gu. It is not a difficult matter, but whether they are raised well or not depends on the type and number of rank 4 and 5 gu. Feng Yuan calculated. When mortals raised gu, they usually only had 5 or 6 gu. When gu immortals raised gu, they would raise millions or even tens of millions. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. Right now, these gu in Who Immortal blessed land could only be considered passable. Firstly, there were only about 1 million of them. Secondly, they were not specialized in species. Feng Yuan listened to the land spirit's introduction. They were all ordinary goods. If it was the liquor worm or breath concealment gu, the value would be huge. Even that rank 5 foxskin gu was an extremely ordinary defensive gu. They were effective in defending against wind and water path gu worms, but they could not deal with complex battle situations. They were of little value. Feng Yuan wasn't even interested in looking at it. What truly moved him were the resources of the universe. In Who Immortal blessed land, time flowed 5 times faster than the outside world. In other words, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 5 days in here. This meant that Feng Yuan's cultivation speed in the paradise was 5 times faster than the outside world. 3 months in the outside world. That was 1 year and 3 months in the blessed land. With this, Feng Yuan would be able to cultivate quickly and surpass even more gu masters, gaining more opportunities. Of course, there were also major drawbacks to this. Feng Yuan's lifespan was only about 100 years. Thus, the speed at which he aged increased by 5 times. The land spirit continued to introduce. Right now, there are thousands of fox groups living in the blessed land. There are red foxes, golden foxes, cloud foxes, wind foxes, autumn water foxes, flowing light foxes, and so on. Among them, there are 3 largest myriad fox groups. They each have about 800,000 foxes. The total number of foxes is about 4,700,000. Feng Yuan listened quietly, nodding slightly. 3 myriad fox groups meant there were 3 myriad beast kings. In Who Immortal Blessed Land, the beast groups had not developed to the stage of having beast emperors. The beast groups had a simple structure. From bottom to top, there were 100 beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, myriad beast kings, and beast emperors. For example, Ba Huang and Ing Ming in Three Kings Blessed Land were 2 beast emperors with battle strength comparable to rank 5 Gu masters. They could temporarily block Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Meng's advance. There are many fox groups, but they are all ordinary foxes. There are no mutated beasts. Fang Yuan evaluated inwardly. The value of ordinary wild beasts, naturally, could not compare to mutated beasts. This was like wild boar and thunder boar, green bull and Kunlun bull, wild dog and lion mastiff. Above mutated beasts, there were desolate beasts. Among the desolate beasts, there were ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Song Zixing's violent blood dragon bat was an ancient desolate beast. It was one of the 9 true inheritances left behind by Blood Sea ancestor. Immemorial desolate beasts were recorded in the legends of Ranzu, for example, the 9-tailed fox. To nurture a 9-tailed fox in Who Immortal Blessed Land, that is definitely a fantasy. Even ancient desolate beasts cannot do it. But for ordinary desolate beasts like hurricane fox or phoenix wing fox, it would be a great fortune to nurture 1 or 2. Fang Yuan considered inwardly. Since he had obtained Who Immortal Blessed Land, his rebirth plan could be said to have reached a whole new level. He naturally had to make adjustments and modifications. At this time, Jia clan's internal strife was already in full swing. He could not make it in time. The battle of Yitian Mountain was too far away. Fang Yuan was prepared to make good use of this Who Immortal Blessed Land and cultivate to Gu Immortal Realm. This meant that he not only had to resist the successive earthly calamities, he also had to manage them. Currently, the Gu groups were barely satisfactory. Although the fox groups were ordinary, they had the potential to develop. Actually, there are a lot of fox groups in the Blessed Land, at least 3 times as many as now. But during the second earthly calamity, there was a meteor fire rain. The eastern part of the Blessed Land was burnt to a pulp. That time, hundreds of thousands of foxes were burned to death. Even now, the black flames are not extinguished. The fourth earthly calamity was a flood that drowned most of the grassland in the northern part of the Blessed Land, killing a large number of fox groups. Now, only this many are left. The land spirit pouted. When she spoke of the earthly calamity, her eyes showed fear and panic. At the same time, she waved her small hand. Smoke surged in the air, showing the eastern and northern parts of the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan saw. The eastern part of the Blessed Land was in a mess. Smoke and dust were everywhere. Many meteorite craters were densely packed, and black flames were burning around the craters. The flames burned quietly without making any sound, but it showed the terrifying intent within. And in the northern part, there was a vast expanse of white water. Dark clouds lingered. Drizzling rain fell. The sound of water surged. It was dark and gloomy. Grass and flowers could be seen on the surface of the water, as well as floating fox corpses. This is the black flame meteor, as well as the dark cloud white sea. Seeing such a tragic scene, Fang Yuan's heart sank. The earthly calamity was extremely powerful, and there were countless types. It was impossible to defend against. Every 10 years, it would cause a destructive threat to the Blessed Land. Who Immortal had defended it 5 times and even lost her life. And the wounds left by the previous earthly calamities were still there and had not been completely healed. This situation was extremely bad news for Fang Yuan. Who Immortal Blessed Land had 6 million mu of land, but with the northern and eastern parts gone, she immediately lost 2 million mu of land. Such a loss was too severe. I need to get rid of these 2 big problems. To suppress the black flames and the flood, I have spent a lot of immortal essence. Fang Yuan muttered softly. But immediately after, Who Immortal Land Spirit told him an even worse piece of news. Master, the biggest problem is here. Look, this is left behind by the fifth earthly calamity. She waved her hand, and the scene changed. Feng Yuan saw that on a burnt black grassland, a figure formed from blue lightning was sitting cross-legged on the ground. It was not tall and had an enchanting body, but was formed purely from lightning, shining with blue light, emitting an extremely terrifying might. Human-shaped lightning. This is the earthly calamity, Blue Charm's shadow. Feng Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. This human-shaped lightning was also one of the earthly calamities and had extremely strong battle strength, comparable to a rank 6 Gu immortal. Feng Yuan saw this and immediately understood. The culprit that killed Hu Immortal was probably this Blue Charm's shadow. The original Hu Immortal was an enslavement path Gu master and could control fox groups. Enslavement path Gu masters were both strong and weak, and were easily countered by beheading the leader. Although there were many fox groups, they could not block the Blue Charm shadow. Eventually, Hu Immortal was killed by the shadow and lost her life. Damn it! Why is there such a lightning demon in this blessed land? Feng Yuan's expression turned extremely ugly. He still had ways to deal with the previous problems. However, this humanoid lightning was already beyond the scope of his current abilities. Master, you need to be careful when you go out. This human-shaped lightning will roam around the blessed land. It only dares not get close to Danghun Mountain. The land spirit's adorable face was bathed in the blue lightning, and her voice was slightly trembling. Although this shadow is an earthly calamity, it is also one of the living beings. Since it is a living being, it has a soul, and once it gets close to Danghun Mountain, its soul will be turned to ashes. Feng Yuan had already calmed down. Maybe I can use Danghun Mountain to get rid of this shadow? But how can I lure it? Feng Yuan's mind moved, and he felt his ears buzzing again. He shook his head and did not think too much. What other bad news do you have? Tell me all of them. He smiled bitterly and asked the land spirit. The situation was much worse than he had imagined. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was already on the brink of destruction, be it internal or external threats. They were all very serious. To Feng Kim Hong, she had Gu Immortal parents and spirit affinity house's help. She naturally did not need to worry about these things. But Feng Yuan was alone. Of course, being alone had its own benefits. Biography of Feng Kim Hong recorded that even if Feng Kim Hong obtained a blessed land, she had to contribute a large amount of resources to the sect. The land spirit shook her head. The worst situation had already been reported. The rest were all good news. Firstly, in the southern part of the blessed land, there was a Rockman tribe. Rockmen were a type of variant humans. They lived underground and ate ores as food. This news was an unexpected surprise to Feng Yuan. Secondly, the Gu Immortal Blessed Land had abundant immortal essence. The land spirit brought Feng Yuan back to Danghun Palace. In the deepest part of the palace, there was a huge golden bowl filled with green immortal essence. Other than the green liquid at the bottom of the bowl, most of the immortal essence had automatically condensed into lumps. At first glance, they looked like grapes. This was the unique attribute of a rank 6 Gu Immortal, green grape immortal essence. Each green grape immortal essence bead had more immortal essence than the Three Kings' blessed land. Chapter 415. Feng Yuan counted carefully. There were 78 beads of green grape immortal essence in the golden bowl. Adding the layer of green immortal liquid at the bottom of the bowl, there were 78.5 beads. The abundance of immortal essence was 100 times that of Three Kings' blessed land. Feng Yuan immediately took out a bead of green grape immortal essence and held it in his hand, then willed and summoned Fixed Immortal Travel Gu. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu was like a jade butterfly that was meticulously carved. It was exquisite and beautiful as it slowly flew over. Fang Yuan's face turned pale. His whole body trembled. Cold sweat poured out of his body, and his vision darkened. If not for his hand holding onto the side of the golden bowl, he would have fallen down. Master, be careful. Your soul is heavily injured. Don't summon the immortal goo. Otherwise you'll fall unconscious again. Little Who Immortal called out, her tone anxious and her gaze concerned. No worries, I have confidence. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and waved his hand, slowly opening his palm towards Fixed Immortal Travel Goo. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo smelled the green grape immortal essence and immediately flapped its wings, gliding in the air for a while before landing on Fang Yuan's palm. Next, it laid on the green grape immortal essence and slowly absorbed it. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo's name contained the word immortal. It was not without reason. Its food was immortal essence. After a long while, the whole bead of green grape immortal essence was completely absorbed. Goo masters refined goo, used goo, and also nurtured goo. After Fang Yuan refined it, he did not feed Fixed Immortal Travel Goo. He had been unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights. The Fixed Immortal Travel Goo was starving. The lustrous butterfly wings had already dimmed. This was the first time Fang Yuan had fed it. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo ate its fill. It flapped its wings in satisfaction and flew into the air. The lustrous green light appeared again. Bits and pieces scattered along with every flap of its wings. It was a beautiful sight. The unique aura of an immortal goo. It was constantly emitting. The cost of feeding immortal goo is very high. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo needs to consume 1 bead of immortal essence each time. But after this consumption, it does not need to be fed for 6 years. The higher the rank of the goo worm, the higher the cost of feeding it. But at the same time, the interval between feeding was also greatly lengthened. Rank 1 and 2 goo need to be fed many times a day, but at rank 4, they only needed to be fed once every few months. Rank 5 goo could be fed once every 1 or 2 years, and every time it was fed, the price was huge. It fed Fixed Immortal Travel Goo. Fang Yuan ignored it and let it fly around Dang Hun Palace as it pleased, as long as it didn't leave Dang Hun Mountain and wasn't killed by that shadow. Currently, Fang Yuan's aperture was only at rank 4 upper stage. It could not contain the complete immortal goo. The main reason for storing the spring and autumn cicada was that it was too weak. Other than that, it was also because of the life goo. After understanding the current situation, Fang Yuan confirmed that he was safe for the time being. Now that he had solved the problem of Fixed Immortal Travel, his next step was to heal the injury on his soul. Let's go. Little Fox Immortal, bring me out to look for gutstones. Aye. The land spirit immediately responded. Master, you should have done this a long time ago. Please come with me. Little Fox Immortal brought Fang Yuan. They arrived at Dang Hun Mountain. The two walked on the uneven mountain rocks. Fang Yuan's body was swaying, causing the land spirit to be worried. Master, I will teleport you there. Teleport what? You need to save your immortal essence. Fang Yuan opened his eyes wide. Little Fox Immortal stuck out her tongue. She was startled by Fang Yuan and couldn't help but think, this master is really imposing. Even if he is injured, he is still afraid. Master, there is a gutstone here. After walking for a while, the land spirit stopped and pointed at a stone, shouting. This stone looked like a human gutstone growing on the mountain rocks. Its color was mixed. If one did not look carefully, they would think it was an ordinary stone. Fang Yuan quickly walked over and squatted on the ground, using his hand to break this gutstone. Once the gutstone was broken, a goo flew out and turned into a gray eerie light, entering Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan immediately felt his mind become clear. A brand new strength replenished his soul. The buzzing in his ears also weakened by a lot. Dang Hun Mountain could shake the soul. It was a land of death for all living beings. Now that he was suppressed by the land spirit, Fang Yuan could walk freely. But Dang Hun Mountain was not a pure land of death. The souls of living beings would shatter on the mountain and scatter down, fusing with Dang Hun Mountain. Over time, gutstones would form, and some gutstones contained guts goo that could strengthen one's soul. This was like a place where poisonous snakes lived. There were often detoxifying herbs. All living beings competed. The great Tao was balanced. There was life and death. Dang Hun Mountain seemed like a land of death, but it contained a trace of life. But this guts goo could only exist for an instant. Within that instant, it would either die or be shattered by Dang Hun Mountain. Although the land spirit could suppress Dang Hun Mountain, the gutstones could not be moved and could only be taken away. Thus, Fang Yuan could only walk on Dang Hun Mountain himself. After replenishing this guts goo, Fang Yuan was like a traveler in the desert who was about to die of thirst, drinking a mouthful of cool water. He continued, and under the guidance of the land spirit, a competent guide, he found more than 10 gutstones and smashed them one by one. Fang Yuan thus obtained the nourishment of 8 guts goo. Not only was his soul fully healed, but it was even slightly stronger than before. Ha ha ha! With this Dang Hun Mountain, I will have a mountain of gutstones. As long as I continue to consume guts goo, one day I will be able to strengthen my soul foundation to an unprecedented level. Halfway up the mountain, Fang Yuan's spirits were lifted as he laughed heartily. Immortal Fox was a lucky dog. Due to a stroke of luck, he managed to obtain Dang Hun Mountain and moved it to his blessed land. But she was also an extremely unlucky person. During the 5th earthly calamity, she died. If not for the blue charm lightning shadow, she would have become the strongest enslavement path expert of the current generation. It is a pity that Hu Immortal had Dang Hun Mountain, but did not have time to grow. Fortunately, this Dang Hun Mountain is in my hands now. The most precious place in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was this Dang Hun Mountain. Of course, the soul could not be strengthened by guts goo all the time. Once the soul was not condensed enough, using large amounts of guts goo would cause the soul to expand, and it would be a calamity beyond redemption. But Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience. His life had been full of ups and downs since rebirth, and he had often struggled on the edge of life and death. His soul had already become extremely condensed from setbacks. His expression did not change in the face of life and death, and his heart was like ice when disaster struck. To Fang Yuan, using 100 guts goo was not a problem. The benefits of having a deep soul foundation were many. Whether it was refining goo or enslaving beast groups, there were great benefits. Putting these aside, once his soul foundation became deep, Fang Yuan would not have to worry too much about killing methods like Mo Wu Tian's purple pupils. Dang Hun Mountain was a secret forbidden land. It was first recorded in the legends of Renzu. It was said that verdant great sun charged towards the sky and eventually died. As his father, Renzu, learned of this and was extremely sad, he found wisdom goo to cause trouble. It was wisdom goo that taught verdant great sun to drink wine, which led to this series of events. Wisdom goo quickly said, "Renzu, oh Renzu, don't find trouble with me. Although your son is dead, it is not like he cannot be revived. As long as you enter the door of life and death and bring him to the path of life, to the sunlight, he can be revived." Renzu was stunned. He was overjoyed, but suddenly became furious. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Wisdom goo. He questioned, "Wisdom goo, oh Wisdom goo, do you think I am still as ignorant as before? The door of life and death is a dangerous place. Once you enter, you will never come out. Not only did you harm my son, you want to harm me as well?" Wisdom goo quickly said, "Other living beings do not know the trick to entering and leaving the door of life and death, so they cannot come out. But I know these tricks. I will tell you all of them. You are a living person. If you want to enter the door of life and death, you have to enter from the path of death. This path is not ordinary. It is the path left behind by fate goo when it left fairness goo. It is called the path of fate. There are large numbers of worry goo in the path of fate. If you want to enter from the path of death, you need courage goo. This way, you will not have to fear the torture of worry goo. When you enter the door of life and death and see fairness goo, you will already be dead. But at the same time, you will see the soul of your eldest son, verdant great Sunday. Take him away and come back from another path, the path of life. The path of life is the trace left behind by fate goo when it visited fairness goo. It is also the path of fate. But in this path of fate, there are 3 obstacles. One is Dang Hun Mountain, one is Luopa Valley, and one is Reverse Flow River. If you want to cross Dang Hun Mountain, you need to smash the gut stones on the mountain and obtain the help of Guts Goo. If you want to cross Luopa Valley, you need to find the help of Faith Goo. If you want to cross the Reverse Flow River, you have to keep moving forward. Don't stop for even a moment. Ren Zhu listened to Wisdom Goo's words and let it go. He quickly found Faith Goo. Ever since he became blind, Faith Goo's light was the only light he could see. Oh, Ren Zhu, I can feel your determination to save your eldest son. I am willing to help you, but please do not give up on this determination. When you give up, I will be far away from you. Faith Goo said in a caring tone. Ren Zhu found Courage Goo. Courage Goo and Hope Goo were a pair of good partners. Ren Zhu had Hope Goo. He often saw Courage Goo and had a good relationship with it. After obtaining Courage Goo's help, Ren Zhu arrived at the door of life and death and stepped into the path of death. The path of death was filled with darkness. Large numbers of worry goo were like yellow fireflies, surrounding Ren Zhu like a tsunami. At this time, Courage Goo shone and helped Ren Zhu chase away worry goo. Death required courage. Ren Zhu successfully walked down. His body became whiter and more ethereal, gradually turning into a ghost. He could see again. When he reached the end of the path of death, in the deep and stable darkness, he saw Fairness Goo. He was extremely shocked at the huge body of Fairness Goo. You are Fairness Goo? Why is your body so huge? The mountain peak is like a speck of dust compared to you. The sea is like a grain of rice compared to you. Chapter 416. Ren Zhu saw his eldest son and was overjoyed, running towards him. Verdant Great Sun had also turned into a white ghost, lying beside a lake, scooping up the river water to drink. The river water was like wine, its fragrance permeating the air. Verdant Great Sun drank very contentedly. My son, don't drink anymore, come back with me. Ren Zhu walked forward and shouted, My respected father, why are you here? That's great, come drink with me. Verdant Great Sun opened his sleepy and hazy eyes. Ren Zhu snatched the wine bowl from his hand, saying in exasperation, Don't drink any more, you only know how to drink. Who doesn't know that there is only a lake in the land of death, and the lake water inside is the soup. After the ghost drinks it, it will be muddle-headed and will no longer want to leave. Verdant Great Sun said, Father, you are wrong. This is not soup, it is requiem wine. After drinking it, it can stabilize the soul and get rid of the impurities in the soul, no longer agitated, and obtain great tranquility in the soul. This is the best wine in the world. I don't care what wine it is, you have to come back with me. Ren Zhu pulled Verdant Great Sun's hand, but found that he was as heavy as a mountain and could not be moved. Verdant Great Sun shook his head. Some people die heavier than a mountain. Some people die lighter than a feather. Father, I had reputation goo in my previous life and bathed in the light of glory and fell to my death. Here, my body became heavier than a mountain, and I can't even move a step, I can only lie here. Ah! Ren Zhu's heart sank, anxiously shouting, I told you a tall tree attracts the wind. Being famous is not a good thing. Quickly throw away the reputation goo. Verdant Great Sun shook his head and sighed. Fame and fortune cannot be brought with me in life, and cannot be taken away in death. After I died, reputation Gu left me, but fixed immortal travel Gu is still with me. Fixed immortal travel Gu could bring verdant great sun's soul out of the door of life and death. It could even bring him to any place in the outside world. But only by walking on the path of life could verdant great sun truly revive. What should I do? Rin Zhu found that he had been tricked by wisdom Gu. Although he came to the deepest part of the door of life and death, the endless darkness of obsession death domain, and also found verdant great Sunday. However, he realized that he couldn't take his eldest son with him. At this time, Fairness Gu spoke. "Oh, Ren Zhu, do you still not understand? There were only two paths leading to the door of life and death, both created by Fate Gu. Life and death were up to fate. Everything had life and death. Only in this way could the universe circulate endlessly. Your eldest son, verdant great sun, is dead. This is all fate's arrangement. Just accept it. Moreover, he was living very well here. The obsession death domain was the most peaceful place in the world. He's drinking the best wine in the world without the worries of the outside world. Can't you understand this kind of happiness?" The human ancestor stood still. He looked at his own flesh and blood for a long time before letting out a long sigh. He knew that he couldn't take away his eldest son's soul, at least not this time. He could only bid farewell to Fairness Gu and verdant great sun, leaving obsession death domain. He stepped onto another path, a path that symbolized life, moving from darkness to light. But the human ancestor soon noticed. Walking on this path was many times more difficult than walking on the dead end. There were many more worry Gu on the path of life than the path of death. When Rin Zhu walked on the path of death, the more he walked, the fewer worry Gu obstructed him. But when he walked on the path of life, not only were there many more worry Gu, every step he took, even more worry Gu flew over and tried to stop him. Soon, courage Gu could not hold on. "Oh, Ren Zhu, there are too many worries. They will only continue to increase. Only with peace in death can there be endless worry in life. Quickly go to Dang Hun Mountain and knock out the gutstones. If you want to survive, courage alone is not enough. You need guts as well." Ren Zhu quickly went to Dang Hun Mountain. Enduring the pain of his soul shaking, he obtained Guts Gu. With the help of Guts Gu, his soul strengthened, although it was still shaken. There was no need to worry. He went through Dang Hun Mountain and arrived at Luopa Valley. Luopa Valley was like a maze, twisting and turning. Sometimes a vast bewilderment fog spread out, loosening the soul. Sometimes Luopa wind that was as sharp as a blade would blow, cutting the soul. Rin Zhu fell into the lowest point of his life, not knowing which direction to go. His soul that was strengthened by Guts Gu gradually loosened in the bewilderment fog. The loosened soul was cut by the Luopa wind, falling to the ground in pieces. Rin Zhu was almost completely lost. But at this time, Faith Gu flew out and illuminated his path. Ren Zhu walked out of Luopa Valley. Only the purest lump of soul was left. He let out a huge sigh of relief, feeling that victory was in sight. He came to Reverse Flow River. This was the last hurdle on the path of life. He went against the flow. It was even more difficult. Endless worries pushed against him, making it difficult for him to move forward. But he persevered, walking towards the light. "I am almost there." Seeing that he was about to succeed, Ren Zhu looked ahead. There was only one last step left. He let out a breath of turbid air. Relaxing, forgetting wisdom Gu's reminder, he stopped moving. Once he stopped, Ren Zhu was immediately washed away by the river. Life was not easy. It was like rowing a boat against the current. If one did not advance, they would fall behind. Ren Zhu was washed to the bottom of Luopa Valley. He was so tired he could not move. He was trapped in Luopa Valley. Fong Yuan smashed the last gutstone, groaning in satisfaction. At this moment, he felt extremely comfortable. Not only had his heavy injuries completely healed, his soul was at least 5 times stronger than before. A powerful feeling overflowed from the deepest part of his heart. This wasn't a feeling of physical strength, but a feeling of mental strength. Be it thinking about problems or multitasking, Fang Yuan had a feeling of being able to handle them with ease. Unfortunately, there are only over 100 gut stones on Dang Hun Mountain, and not all of them contain guts goo. Fang Yuan felt slightly regretful. When Dang Hun Mountain was obtained by Hu Immortal, it had changed hands several times. It was completely clean. Hu Immortal moved it into her blessed land and managed it for decades. Almost every year, she would enslave large numbers of foxes and send them to their deaths on Dang Hun Mountain. Using their souls to irrigate the mountain, they produced gut stones. But these gut stones were almost used up by Hu Immortal. After Hu Immortal died, the gut stones on Dang Hun Mountain, they had been slowly growing for the last 8 years. Thus, there were only over 100 gut stones, and by now, Fang Yuan had used them all. According to Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit's description, to produce 1 gut stone, close to 10,000 foxes had to be sacrificed. The stronger the beast kings that died, the more gut stones would be produced. Fang Yuan did not use this method. When the blessed land was strong, it was natural for Hu Immortal to do this. But now the blessed land was extremely weak. The fox groups were also greatly weakened. Slaughtering the fox groups was not a wise long-term plan. After his soul injuries healed, Fang Yuan did not relax. He started to think about his future plans. Obtaining Hu Immortal Blessed Land was no doubt a huge help to his plans, but it also had a huge impact. Now, with Dang Hun Mountain in my hands, my soul foundation will continue to strengthen. In my previous life, I also had the experience of controlling bloodbath groups. I should make use of this huge advantage. Next, I will definitely walk the enslavement path. But enslavement path has its drawbacks. It is easy to be killed. So I cannot relax in my strength path cultivation. This way, Fang Yuan would have to cross both strength and enslavement paths and construct and feed 2 sets of goo worms. If it was before, Fang Yuan would not be able to afford it. But now he had Hu Immortal Blessed Land. There was no problem. The most perfect result would be to refine the second aperture goo. After obtaining the second aperture, 1 set of enslavement path and 1 set of strength path would be clearly separated. They would both be in their own aperture and would not interfere with each other. At the same time, in terms of primeval essence, it is enough to control 2 sets of goo worms. At that time, Fang Yuan could wave his hand, and the beast group and insect army would engulf the land like a huge wave. In the blink of an eye, blood would flow like a river, and life would be lost. If some blind guy thought he was infallible and barged in, he would be beheaded. Then Fang Yuan's strength path cultivation would let them understand how cruel reality was, and why flowers were so red. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took out the second aperture goo from his aperture. This goo was shaped like a peanut shell, golden in color, and the markings on its surface were like scarlet blood veins. This was the placenta form of the second aperture goo, formed by fusing a fake goo with a lifespan goo, and could live for 40 years. To truly refine the second aperture goo, I definitely have enough immortal essence, and 2/3 watch goo are also easy to get, but I still need divine travel goo. Fang Yuan pondered. Immortal goo were unique, and in the world, only 1 immortal goo could exist at any time. Divine travel goo had turned into fixed immortal travel goo and no longer existed. This allowed a new divine travel goo to appear in the world. Moreover, divine travel goo had an extraordinary advantage. It was easy to obtain. It was not like other immortal goo, which were hard to capture. The legends of Renzu clearly recorded that as long as one drank 4 top-quality wines in the world, they could condense divine travel goo in their bodies. other than the brewing of wild beasts and natural breeding. Because of the flourishing of human winemaking techniques, the number of top-quality wines was much higher than in ancient times. Although it was troublesome to find 4 top-quality wines, as long as he spent some time, he would definitely succeed. To Feng Yuan, with his blessed land and little, who immortal land spirits, help. There was great hope in refining the second aperture gu. But the crux of the problem was this. Precisely because divine travel gu was easy to obtain, others could easily take advantage of it. Once others obtained divine travel gu, then no matter how many top-quality wines Feng Yuan drank, he would not be able to obtain divine travel gu. Southern Borders Fei clan has top-quality wine, Zhuangxi Fei. Eastern Seas rank 7 gu immortal. Zhui Xianwang creates a wine sea, storing countless wines, and holds a wine festival every year. Northern Plains Imperial Court has longevity wine. These large forces, or gu immortals, have 1 or 2 top-quality wines. Their chances of obtaining divine travel gu are much higher than mine. With this, Feng Yuan not only had to resist the earthly calamity and manage the blessed land, he also had to quickly gather 4 top-quality wines to refine the second aperture gu. But these are not the roots. Spring-autumn cicada is the most crucial point. Now that the time flow is 5 times faster, spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed is also extremely fast. I have been reborn twice. My luck is already extremely good. I cannot gamble on my luck a 3rd time. Before spring-autumn cicada recovers, I have to at least find success in 1 fell swoop gu, instant success gu, or natural success gu. Chapter 417. Who immortal blessed land, south underground. R/Yen wake up, stop sleeping. You've already slept for 3 years. A voice woke Yen Yong up from his slumber. A gray boulder, its surface was covered with moss. At first, it started to shake, then it started to shake more and more. Dust started to fall. The oval boulder was like a blooming flower. It had 4 limbs and a head. Then it stood up, turning into a gray stone man. Yen Yong had woken up. Grandfather? Yen Yong opened his eyes. Seeing the rockman that woke him up, it was his 800-year-old grandfather, also the tribe leader of the Huisher tribe. Grandfather, why did you wake me up? I still wanted to sleep for another 2 to 3 years. Yen Yong sighed and grumbled. Rockmen liked to sleep. When sleeping, they would curl their bodies into a ball, forming an oval boulder. Usually they would sleep for 7 to 8 years. Don't sleep anymore, my grandson. You are already 180 years old. Your father died early. Your grandfather, will not live for long either. In a few decades, you will be the new tribe leader of our Huisher tribe. The old Huisher tribe man rubbed Yen Yong's head and said slowly, Rockmen had a long lifespan, usually around 1,000 years. Normal people cannot live past 100 years, but Yen Yong, who was 180 years old, had just become an adult. Grandfather, I don't want to be some tribe leader. After becoming the tribe leader, I can't sleep as I please. Yen Yong mumbled, but seeing his grandfather's glare, he wisely chose to shut up. Huisher tribe leader said unhappily, You brat, why haven't you matured? You've slept for so many years. Quickly clean up, wipe off the moss on your body, pull out all the weeds. Later, bring the tributes and follow grandfather to the surface to pay respects to the immortals. You cannot forget your etiquette. It's time to pay respects to the immortals again? But why do I remember that there is still more than a year's time? Yen Yong said as he pulled out the weeds. After sleeping for so many years, there were many weeds growing under his armpits, between his legs, his chest, and back, especially the black silk grass between his legs. It was as hard as steel and was slightly curved. Every time he pulled out a grass, Yen Yong would feel pain. Sigh. This time there was a big change. It was a different immortal. This immortal has just arrived not too long ago, and he's the one who wants to gather us. The old clan leader looked worried. A new male immortal? I hope he's easier to talk to than the previous female immortal. Maybe we can talk to him. After all, he has to pay so much tribute every 10 years. It's really a bit strenuous. And the leaders of the other tribes, and I share the same opinion. On a wide altar made of blue stone, Feng Yuan was dressed in a black robe. His long black hair flowed down his back as he sat on the main seat. His deep black eyes looked down. Dozens of stone men knelt down below. Among them there were 8 stone tribe leaders, and 2 of them were gray stone people. 3 granite men, 1 iron man, 1 green stone man, and 1 white stone man. At the same time there were offerings, a large number of ores. It contained gold, silver, copper, iron, diamonds, gems, and goo-worms. Over time, the stone man's body would change, grow all sorts of metals or diamonds or gems. Feng Yuan's gaze swept across these worshippers. Immediately, he understood why Danghun Palace was so luxurious. These would be huge wealth on earth. But here, their greatest use was only as a material for goo refinement. Who immortal used these things to decorate the palace because of a woman's love for beauty? If she had a choice of yuan stone, she would definitely discard these gold, silver, and gems like they were old shoes. Among these offerings, the most valuable were still goo worms. But these goo worms were mostly rank 1 rock skin goo and rank 2 monolith goo. There was only 1 rank 3 goo worm, a stone aperture goo. Feng Yuan had once used it on Qingmao Mountain. Back then, spring-autumn cicada was suppressing his aperture, and he had no choice but to use it. Rock men were good at digging and lived deep underground. Their food was soil. Sometimes when they dug underground, they would find underground goo worms. What did you say? You want to reduce the offerings? Feng Yuan's eyes narrowed into a thin line as he slowly stood up and walked down the stairs, arriving in front of these Rockmen tribe leaders. The Rockmen were tall, kneeling on the ground. Their shoulders were even taller than Feng Yuan's head. Esteemed immortal, our Rockmen tribe has already handed over so many offerings for the past 30 years. These years, heaven and earth have been shaking. The north has been flooded, and the east has been on fire. Our lives have been getting harder. Harvesting these things is getting harder and harder. Immortal, please be merciful and forgive us for our incompetence. Please reduce our offerings a little, the oldest of the stone golems begged. Yes, Immortal, please reduce the offerings. These years, our tribe's population has been declining. Immortal, please sympathize with us. We will never forget your great kindness. The other Rockmen tribe leaders echoed. Reduce offerings? He, that's possible. In fact, I can even waive these offerings. Feng Yuan's smile was very gentle and kind. The Rockmen's faces were filled with joy. But I have a condition. Then Feng Yuan changed the topic. I need you to dig a canal for me. The water from the north can flow along the canal to the east, where the fire is spreading. What? Hearing this, the Rockmen were shocked. Soon, they came to their senses and shouted loudly. Esteemed Immortal, you can't do this. Digging a canal is a huge project. We Rockmen need sleep. If we don't sleep enough, we will die. Also, there are monstrous flames and vast water. You want us to dig a canal. Isn't that asking us to die? Instantly, the crowd was enraged. Many young Rockmen were kneeling at the side. But when they heard the commotion, they impulsively stood up and stared at Feng Yuan with fierce gazes. Master, the Earth Spirit Fox Immortal next to Feng Yuan saw this scene and could not help but worry. The stone man's personality was stubborn, possessing a barbaric aura. He cared even more about dignity and would never stoop to compromise. When they were impulsive, they even dared to attack demon supremacies and immortal supremacies, no matter who they were. To be able to train these Rockmen like this, who Immortal had put in a lot of effort and gave the Rockmen many benefits. Master, these stone men were all unreasonable. Asking them to worship these things is already the limit. Little who immortal transmitted secretly and anxiously reminded Fang Yuan. Limit. Fang Yuan sneered and grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. He laughed sinisterly. You rockmen are really daring. You actually dare to bargain with me? Humph. The place you live. It's mine. The soil you eat is mine. The spirit spring beside your tribe is also mine. You live here. You are my slaves. I want to dig a canal. This is not a request. It's not an exchange. It's an order. When the stone men heard this, they all stood up with anger on their faces. Immortal, you don't know what's good for you. You dare to look down on us rock men. Back then, we rock men migrated here because we believed the words of the previous female immortal. But the environment here is getting worse and worse. It's getting worse and worse. Who wants to stay here? You want us to dig a canal. It's the same as sending us to our deaths. Do you think we rockmen are fools? We rockmen are raised by nature. We're not willing to be your slaves. Let's go. Migrate. I've had enough of this broken place. The rockmen tribe leaders roared and turned hostile on the spot. The attendants they brought along, the young rockmen, all swarmed up. They rubbed their fists and glared fiercely at Fang Yuan. You want to leave? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Then he stopped laughing and glanced coldly at these rockmen, saying with a cold tone, What do you think this place is? You come as you please and leave as you please? The previous rules don't count. From today onwards, I'm the supreme ruler here. My words are providence. You have to abide by it, even if you don't. Ah! Many young rockmen clenched their fists and roared at the sky. Immortal, you're challenging the bottom line of my tribe. Immortal, although you're powerful, we're not afraid of you. We rockmen never yield to power. We're natural warriors. We're brave and fearless. Only love can make us dig out our hearts and liver. Only gentleness can make us bend our backs. Roar! Fang Yuan pushed his palm and a golden dragon appeared. The golden dragon roared furiously, blasting the loudest stone golem into smithereens. Ah, he killed the granite tribe leader. The old tribe leader is dead. We have to avenge him. Even an immortal will be buried in the fury of my tribe. The death of the granite tribe leader was like a fuse, completely igniting the rockmen's fury. The rockmen attacked Fang Yuan one after another, each step creating a deep pit on the ground with a loud rumbling sound. Dozens of rockmen attacked together, but they had the might of a magnificent army. Countless rays of light rose from their bodies. There were also goo worms residing in the rockman's body. At this moment, they activated according to their wills. But in the next moment, these radiances suddenly disappeared. Little who immortal took action and imprisoned all the goo worms. Fang Yuan sneered and started the massacre. The rockmen were not afraid of death, but their strength was not as good as Fang Yuan. After a while, they were all smashed into pieces, dying a tragic death here. But these crushed stones were like magnets, condensing and forming new small rockmen. Kill, resist power, avenge father. We were born in heaven and earth. Die in heaven and earth. We've never feared anything. The small rockmen charged over and were slaughtered by Fang Yuan again. But these crushed stones condensed into even smaller rockmen. These rockmen were few in number, but after they formed, they immediately charged at Fang Yuan, shouting the slogan of avenging grandfather and father. This was the reproduction method of rockmen. Rockmen were only male. After the old rockman died, the scattered soul and stone would condense and form a new rockman, inheriting part of the old rockman's memories, as well as some important experiences. Or if the old rockman slept for a long time, the soul foundation would accumulate to a certain extent, and after cutting off part of it, it could also form small rockmen. After Fang Yuan killed the third wave of rockmen, the world finally calmed down. Only one rockman was left, lying on the ground, shivering. "What's your name?" Fang Yuan slowly walked in front of him. I am Yan Yong." The young rockman stuttered. "Do you know why I did not kill you?" Fang Yuan stepped on Yan Yong's head. I don't know." Chapter 418. 3 days later, the heavily injured Yan Yong returned to the tribe and woke up all the sleeping rockmen. If it was any other male immortal, he would be a demon, wanting to enslave all of us. Not only that, he even wanted to plunder the handsome men of our rockmen tribe for him to play with. We rockmen are born from the heavens. We are free and unfettered. How can we bow down to his despotic power? We resisted on the spot. The immortal is too strong. But we rockmen are not afraid of sacrifice. We had no fear. We finally injured him and forced him to escape. The other tribesmen were sacrificed, only I returned. I am about to die, but that immortal is still alive. When he escaped, he said that he would lead his fox army to exterminate our rockmen tribe. Yan Yong was powerless. He mournfully complained, bringing his tribesmen a shocking piece of grievous news. The rockmen were shocked and fearful, sorrowful and furious. There were those who declared war, those who wanted revenge, those who wanted to migrate, those who wanted to negotiate. They were like a group of dragons without a leader, be it the successor or the old tribe leader. They all died in Fang Yuan's hands. There were a total of 8 rockmen tribes. It was a mess. Some rockmen wanted to ask Yan Yong about the situation. But Yan Yong's injuries were very heavy. He had been unconscious ever since he returned to report to the police. Before they could come to a conclusion, just like what Yan Yong said, the Fox Army started to attack the Rockmen tribes. The Rockmen resisted, but the Fox Army was much larger than them. The situation gradually became dangerous. The 8 tribes had no choice but to work together and retreat underground to defend. But the Fox Army still did not let them go. They kept attacking underground. Even though they had to pay a heavy price for every attack, the Fox Army was still endless. The Rockmen cursed Fang Yuan in pain. Their hatred and anger towards him could not be extinguished even by the heavenly river. The situation was getting worse day by day. Despair spread among the Rockmen. But at this moment, Yan Yong woke up. Rockmen could recover through sleep. His injuries were healed. He immediately led his tribesmen and fought a few beautiful counterattacks. We Rockmen are a brave tribe. We do not fear death. Even an immortal cannot humiliate us. Yan Yong gave a speech everywhere, raising the morale. Don't think that the immortal is so strong. Actually, he's strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. He can only send the Fox group to their deaths. He's already injured. At the same time, he encouraged immortals to be injured, bringing hope to the Rockmen. A stone man in despair. He clutched at this glimmer of hope like a drowning man clutching at a life-saving straw. Yan Yong changed the topic and talked about the old tribe leaders. He was injured by the combined efforts of the old patriarchs. The sacrifice of the old patriarchs is our greatest sorrow, especially the old white stone chief. He died in my arms, and before he died, he entrusted the entire tribe to me. I watched as his soul left his body. He felt guilty. Why was he the one who died instead of me? At this point, he beat his chest and stamped his feet, seeming very sad and sorrowful. Immediately, a stoneman persuaded, "Lord Yan Yong, don't be sad. You were able to survive, give us a warning, and lead us to victory. This is already very impressive. Not bad. Our Metalstone race admires you. Since the old patriarch has entrusted the clan to you, then I'll give it to you. In that case, please lead us, Whitestone people." The stoneman liked to sleep soundly and was not interested in power and position. Especially now, at the moment of life and death, they were in a constant state of anxiety. The Rockmen desperately hoped for a strong and brave tribesman to lead them. Thus, Yan Yong first inherited the tribe leader position and took control of Whitestone tribe. A month later, he took control of the other tribes and became the leader of the 8 Rockmen tribes. Another half a month later, he successfully led the Rockmen to chase away the fox horde and successfully protected their homeland. But this is not enough. As long as the immortals do not die, we will not have a future. The fox horde will regroup and attack our homeland again. We can only attack that immortal mountain and kill the immortals. Only then will we be able to live a peaceful life. Yan Yong immediately suggested attacking Dang Hun Mountain, but a few Rockmen were hesitant. We have just suffered from the chaos of war. We want to sleep now. Our Rockmen numbers are greatly reduced. We don't have the strength to attack that demon's nest. We have a large number of offsprings. They were born in the war. We need to raise them well. Let them grow up. Yan Yong could only use Whitestone tribe leader. My tribesmen, do you think I will bring you to your deaths? Attacking the immortal mountain was not my idea. It was a secret that Whitestone tribe leader told me before he died. He said that this immortal mountain is the legendary Dang Hun Mountain. There are gutstones on Dang Hun Mountain. If we Rockmen obtain these gutstones, we will be able to increase our strength and strengthen our tribe. Whitestone tribe leader was the oldest and most experienced Rockman among all the Rockmen. Most of the Rockmen thought of him as the sage of the tribe. His last words, along with Yan Yong's high prestige, finally incited all the Rockmen to form an expedition army and attack Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan specially arranged some fox horde around Dang Hun Mountain to form a weak defensive line. Yan Yong encouraged the surrounding Rockmen. Look, the Immortals' demon fox army is almost gone. We are already on our way to victory. The Rockmen won along the way, singing their victory songs as they charged up Dang Hun Mountain with high morale. On Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan brought a group of foxes and started a decisive battle with the Rockmen. Fang Yuan displayed his terrifying strength, killing many Rockmen, causing them to tremble in fear. But at this time, Yan Yong stood out and pointed out that Fang Yuan was injured. He was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and started a decisive battle with Fang Yuan. The fox horde was exterminated. Fang Yuan was indeed no match. He was beaten away by Yan Yong again. Wait until I have accumulated enough immortal essence from the water and fire. I will return. At that time it will be your doomsday. Before retreating, Fang Yuan shouted with a sinister expression. The Rockmen were bulky and moved slowly. They were also not familiar with the terrain of Dang Hun Mountain. They could only let Fang Yuan escape. After beating away the immortals, the Rockmen admired and worshipped Yan Yong. They cheered for their victory. My tribesmen, now is not the time to cheer. Yan Yong stood out. We cannot stay on Dang Hun Mountain for long. This is a demonic land. Whitestone tribe leader told me that only during these few days of the year, we Rockmen can safely enter and leave this place. Let's move quickly and collect the gutstones on the ground. 3 days later, we need to leave this place. Their bodies were all hard rocks. To maintain such a strong body, the burden on their soul was huge. Once the Rockmen moved too much, their soul would be damaged. Therefore, in their lives, they would spend 80% of their time sleeping, using it to nurture their souls. When their soul accumulates to a certain level, a portion of it would overflow. This portion of the soul would land on a rock and form a new life. The Rockmen tribe was thus able to reproduce. When the Rockmen obtained gutstones, the guts goo would strengthen their soul. Once their soul was strengthened, the overflowing portion would form small Rockmen. 3 days later, inside the mountain, Dang Hun Palace, Yan Yong knelt on the ground and lowered his head, respectfully reporting to Immortal, after these 3 days of rest, our Rockmen tribe has gained 6,000 small Rockmen, including us old tribesmen. The entire tribe's population has increased by 3 times. Fang Yuan sat on the high cloud bed, looking down at Yan Yong. Very good, this way. your rockmen will have enough manpower to excavate the canal. Do you still remember what to do next? I don't need to teach you, right? Yan Yong quickly replied, Supreme Immortal, I did not dare to forget your words. I have always engraved them in my heart. Very good. Feng Yuan lightly nodded. I will give you 3 months. I will order you to excavate a canal that traverses the northeast. 3 months? Yan Yong was dazed. Oh, mighty immortal, we rockmen need to sleep to nurture our soul. If we overdo it, we will die of exhaustion. The canal is so long, if you only give us 3 months, our rockmen tribe will not be able to rest at all. If that's the case, when the canal is excavated, our rockmen tribe will probably all die. Hee. Of course, not all will die. I have already calculated. There will be around 200 people left. Feng Yuan smiled. Yan Yong could not help but tremble. His tribe had over 10,000 people now. But after the canal was excavated, there would only be 200 left. This was such a terrifying sacrifice. 3 months later, I want to see a canal. If not, before I kill you, I will tell the truth to your tribesmen. Scram! Feng Yuan's voice was as cold as ice. Yan Yong heard this demon-like threat and trembled in fear. He had a deep fear towards Feng Yuan. He did not dare to retort. His body curled into a ball and he really rolled away. Master, back then, we spent a huge price to bring in these rockmen. At the side, little who immortal land spirit persuaded. She could not bear to see large numbers of rockmen die like this. Don't worry, I still have use for the rockmen tribe. Isn't it easy to increase the population? Feng Yuan half reclined on the chair, squinting as he took out a burial soul toad from his aperture. Burial soul toad, rank 4 goo used for storage. It was one of the goo left behind by Hu Immortal. It was only the size of a palm and was grayish-white in color. Its back was covered in black lumps, and its large eyes shone with a strange pale green color. It could only store souls, and when the soul was sucked into its stomach would expand. Feng Yuan used this to collect the souls of the rockmen and fox groups that died in the battle. Right now, this burial soul toad stomach was flattened. The souls that were inside were placed on Dang Hun Mountain by Feng Yuan, and new gutstones were created. Feng Yuan used a portion of the gutstones to strengthen his soul to 6 times that of a normal person. As for the remaining gutstones, he left them for the rockmen tribe. Chapter 419. Yan Yong rolled out of Dang Hun Palace, passing through several dark and winding paths, before arriving at Dang Hun Mountain. Seeing this pink crystal mountain, Yan Yong let out a breath of turbid air. Being far away from Feng Yuan, the pressure and fear in his heart had dissipated by a lot. After trekking on the mountain for a while, he was finally discovered by his clansmen. Ah, great, respected tribe leader, our hero, you are here. A few rockmen immediately cheered. Please let me kiss your toes, to express my admiration for you. A few rockmen knelt on the ground. Great hero, your courage is higher than the heavens. Your guts are thicker than the earth. A few little rockmen formed into groups, cheering. Yan Yong smiled. No one knew his bitterness. The cheers in his ears were so lively, and many of his clansmen were crowding around him. But he felt incomparably lonely. He looked at his clansmen beside him. These stone men who were brimming with smiles would probably all die in 3 months. They would die from exhaustion from digging the canal. But what could he do? In the eyes of the other rockmen, Dang Hun Mountain's victory was so grand, so worthy of praise. Only he knew this was just a game that the immortal manipulated behind the scenes. This cruel and cold truth made him deeply understand. Those rockmen's sacrifice, these difficult and glorious victories, how pale and shallow, how laughable and powerless. He led his clansmen to more and more victories. His fear of Feng Yuan also deepened. That immortal, he is a demon. His heart is even colder than us rockmen's. His strength is greater than the mountains. I am so weak, what can I do? Resistance means death. I admit my cowardice. I am really afraid of death. I have not slept enough. I am only 180 years old. Once Yen Yong thought of Fang Yuan's appearance. His heart was filled with fear. His unextinguished conscience was tormenting him. He knew he was about to personally push almost all of his clansmen to death. He was being interrogated by his conscience. Every praise from his clansmen was like a whip, lashing his heart until it was riddled with scars. Honorable, beloved chief, you're finally back. Everyone is waiting for you. The rockmen opened up a path, allowing Yen Yong to walk to the high ground unobstructed. My people, in the past 3 days, our tribe has grown many times stronger. Our expedition has yielded splendid results. However, this kind of victory was far from enough. You are willing to continue walking with me towards a better tomorrow? Yen Yong looked down from above, asking loudly. The rockmen used their loudest voices to cheer, expressing their 120% support for Yen Yong. Yen Yong nodded. He had already expected this situation. It wasn't that there weren't any troublemakers or wise old stone men, but in the many fierce battles, they had all sacrificed themselves heroically. The only ones left were the stone men. Most of them were newborns and had purer minds. As for those old rock men, almost all of them were Yen Yong's hardcore supporters. Some were even his fanatical worshippers. Yen Yong patiently waited for the cheers to end. Then he continued. In the past 3 days, I've been thinking in a place with no one around. How should we deal with the immortal that escaped? With immortal essence, the immortal can mobilize the demon fox army and have terrifying battle strength. He must have retreated to the water swamp in the north, or to the fire pit in the east to catch his breath. We can't let him recover. Tribe leader is right. Tribe leader is too wise. We cannot let that damned immortal accumulate immortal essence. When that damned demon recovers his strength, he will definitely find trouble with us rockmen. But what should we do? The water swamp and the fire pit are both extremely dangerous places. Even us rockmen can't stay there for long. Furthermore, these 2 places are so vast, who knows where the immortal will run to? The stone men were all talking at once, discussing spiritedly. Yen Yong interrupted everyone's discussion. He shouted, So, I thought of a solution. We need to use earth to fill up the water swamp and the fire pit. This way, that immortal will not be able to recover his immortal essence. My God, that's a crazy idea. Immediately, a stone man exclaimed, My great tribe leader, the water swamp is so vast, it makes people feel discouraged. And the fire pit has a fatal heat. How can we use earth to fill it up? That's impossible. An old stone man retorted. Yen Yong looked deeply at this old rockman, remembering it in his heart. This rockman dared to rebuke him. It proved that his admiration for him was not enough. In the future, I will give him the heaviest work and tire him to death. At this time, another old rockman spoke. We cannot be rash. I thought of a solution. Maybe we can dig a large canal to divert the water into the fire pit. The power of water and fire will cancel each other out. This will save us a lot of trouble. Yen Yong's killing intent became even more intense. This old rockman was very intelligent. He was more threatening than the previous rockman who rebuked him. He immediately decided to give this old rockman the task of guarding the fire pit. Let the demon fox army kill him, and get rid of this threat as soon as possible. Yen Yong calmly praised this old rockman, shouting, This is my idea. We need to dig a large canal as soon as possible, to divert the water and quell the fire, not letting immortals have a place to accumulate immortal essence. Actually, before White Rock tribe leader died, he also taught me. He said that the flood in the north, the fire in the east were all caused by that evil male immortal, that they were the source of his power, just like how we rockmen eat the earth. So White Rock tribe leader already predicted this. White Rock tribe leader is indeed the sage of us rockmen. White Rock tribe leader is already 998 years old. Of course, he knows a lot. The Rockmen nodded, praising White Rock tribe leader, at the same time expressing regret for his death. Rockmen slept most of the time. They did not interact much with each other. This sense of distance, mystery, made the dead White Rock tribe leader's intelligence even more unfathomable. According to the saying on Earth, if the old chief of the White Stone tribe were to hear this from the underworld, he would probably jump out of his coffin in anger. But unfortunately, he was completely killed by Fang Yuan. Even his soul was not spared. It was placed on Dang Hun Mountain by Fang Yuan and shattered. His essence fell on the mountain, forming a gut stone. It was unknown which stone man had smashed this gallstone into pieces. Or maybe it was Fang Yuan's people. After discussing for a while, the Rockmen came to an agreement. They were willing to dig a canal under tribe leader Yen Yong's lead to connect the water and fire. Fang Yuan hid behind the scenes and saw everything. Seeing that the situation was set, he ordered little Hu Immortal. The land spirit released a trace of Dang Hun Mountain's power. The Rockmen instantly felt their souls tremble. They felt dizzy. Many little Rockmen fainted on the spot. Not good, let's go out quickly. Dang Hun Mountain is about to show its might, Yen Yong said, smoothly leading his tribesmen down Dang Hun Mountain. They did not return to their original homes, but directly went to the northeast region, majestically. In Dang Hun Palace, Fang Yuan watched these Rockmen leave through the fluctuating smoke. His expression was emotionless. Master, have you heard of the story of the Rockmen? Little Fox Immortal's tail swayed uneasily, speaking in a tactful tone. Fang Yuan chuckled. Are you trying to persuade me to use gentle methods to deal with the Rockmen? Master, you are so smart. Little Fox Immortal's big eyes shone. It seems you do not understand it well. Most of the time, the power of hatred and fear is greater than gratitude. Back then, when Fang Yuan learned of the existence of a Rockmen tribe, he was quite surprised. Rockmen lived underground. They ate soil as food and were good at digging. A large group of stone men could even build an underground city, deep underground. Rockmen could help the blessed land's owner excavate underground resources. They were very good slaves. Many Gu Immortals wanted to buy many Rockmen and move them to their blessed land. As for Hu Immortal blessed land, with Dang Hun Mountain, as long as there were enough souls. Even if there was only one Rockman, they could use the gutstones to reproduce into a huge tribe. Fang Yuan could use this to raise Rockmen on a large scale and engage in slave trade with other Gu Immortals. Back then, Hu Immortal did all she could to move the Rockmen here. It was because of this plan. Indeed, Rockmen were amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. Most Rockmen were tough men with iron bones, brave warriors who did not fear death. Many Gu Immortals chose to be gentle, subtly squeezing out the benefits from the Rockmen. Hu Immortal used this method, but Fang Yuan did not use this method. It was too gentle. The benefits that could be squeezed out had to be squeezed out cleanly. The competition in this world was so cruel. Not only was it competition between people, the cruel earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations were like a flood, washing away countless heroes throughout history. So what if they were Gu Immortals? If they did not fight for every bit of resources, quickly equipping themselves and strengthening themselves, then Hu Immortal's outcome was the best example. Demonic Path members should race against time, haggle over every cent, plunder everything to strengthen themselves. Since I am a superior, I should understand. Rules, laws, friendship, and morality are all tools to squeeze out benefits. Leniency and conscience, cruelty and hatred, they are all the same. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. After fighting with the Rockmen for so long, there were only 7 months left before the 6th earthly calamity. The water swamp in the north and the fire pit in the east were the scars left behind by the earthly calamity. They were the weak parts of the blessed land. When the earthly calamity strikes, They are the weak points of the blessed land. How much water a wooden barrel can hold is determined by the shortest wooden plank. How heavy a chain could pull up depended mainly on the weakest part of the chain. So what if the rockmen hate, loathe, and countless people curse me? If pure hatred, loathing, and cursing in this world is useful, then what is the use of strength? Chapter 420. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of explosions rang out incessantly, and smoke and dust filled the sky. This was the construction site where the rockmen were digging the canal. Rockmen eat mud as food. Many rockmen had worms on their bodies that could be used. Lord Tribe Leader, you can't do this anymore. Yesterday, another 3 tribesmen died from exhaustion. They died so pitifully, they did not even have a descendant. An old rockman knelt in front of Yen Yong, crying loudly. Once a rockman died from exhaustion. Their soul would dissipate. There would not be any leftover souls to form small rockmen. Yen Yong beat his chest, shouting, "How can I not know? How can I not know? Our tribe's heroes died again. For our tribe's bright future. For a better tomorrow, they sacrificed their lives." Precisely so, we cannot slack off. Ever since we started work, we have already suffered many attacks from the fox groups. These fox groups are getting bigger and bigger. Evidently that male immortal who deserved to be cut into pieces is recovering his immortal essence. We need to continue working hard, dig the canal, and make him lose his foundation of strength. The old rockman was stunned. But, Tribe Leader! You are a good rockman. I understand that you are thinking for our tribe. These heroes will not die for nothing. Look over there. I have already set up heroic tombstones for them. In the future, our children and grandchildren will all pay respects to them and be grateful. Yen Yong pointed far away. There were many tombstones erected there. There were already many of them. The old rockman looked at the tombstones, sighing. The scene of a large number of rockmen dying from exhaustion. When they first appeared, Yen Yong, the new tribe leader, had already ordered people to build these tombstones. Their low morale was immediately boosted. Every day, there were rockmen dying from exhaustion, but they were still working hard. They are all dead. What is the use of these tombstones? The old rockman was one of the few clear-headed people who was deeply worried about this. Tribe leader, he persuaded again, we rockmen also pay attention to reproduction. These rockmen who died from exhaustion, their souls have completely dissipated. They do not even have descendants. Yen Yong's expression did not change. He did not speak. Among the small rockmen beside him, someone shouted angrily, "You old bastard, are you afraid of death?" The old golem straightened his neck and said, "Kid, what are you talking about? I am getting old. But I've always been a stone man. How could a stone man be afraid of death? Since you're not afraid of death, why are you wasting your breath? That's right. We are contributing to the tribe. For the sake of the collective, what's the big deal about sacrificing some personal interests? Beside Yen Yong, there's a group of little stone golems. At this moment, they all opened their mouths and shouted, "Old senior, if you're tired, you should take a rest first." "Don't worry, my time is tight. I still need to rush to other places to monitor the progress." Yen Yong patted the old rockman's shoulder and walked past him, continuing his journey. A group of little rockmen followed behind Yen Yong, chattering away. They expressed their disdain for the old stoneman. Being scolded by this group of juniors made Old Stone Man extremely depressed. He was seething with anger. He wanted to refute loudly, but he saw that there were large stone slabs erected everywhere around the construction site. All kinds of slogans were engraved on the stone slab. "I'll do it even if I die. As long as the people are united, we can build a grand canal within 3 days." The more daring the rockmen are, the more productive they will be. Create a beautiful future for the rockmen. Long live tribe leader Yen Yong. For the Rockmen's bright future. Sacrifice your life. Sacrifice your youth. A fanatical atmosphere enveloped the Rockmen's hearts. Even the stone man who died from exhaustion had a smile on his face before he died. Old Stone Man wanted to speak, but after opening his mouth a few times, nothing came out. He knelt on the ground in a daze. After a long while, he suddenly raised his fist and punched the ground. A muffled sound was heard. Old Stone Man stood up without saying a word. He bent his back and walked towards the construction site. Yen Yong rushed to the next section of the construction site. The river had already started to take shape. Large numbers of adult rockmen were digging in the river. At the side, the little stone men who were slightly weaker formed small patrol squads. Some were supervising the construction site, some were carving slogans, some were erecting tombstones of heroes. These little rockmen were called the Rock Guards, formed by Yen Yong himself. Report to tribe leader. 5 to 6 little rockmen immediately rushed in front of Yen Yong, loudly reporting the results of these days of labor. Reporting to the great tribe leader, we have dug another 50 li in this section of the construction site. Reporting to the great tribe leader, we have regretfully sacrificed 120 of our tribe members. They are all heroes of our tribe. Reporting to the great tribe leader, we actually found 3 lazy and sleeping clansmen in the construction site. This is the shame of our Rockmen tribe. We must denounce them. Very good, very good. You are all good. Remember, you must erect tombstones for the heroes who died. At the same time, tie up those shameful people. Denounce them in front of everyone. Let them know their shame and become braver. Yen Yong said, Yes, you are all the future of our tribe. Seeing you is like seeing the bright future of our tribe. You must continue to work hard. Yen Yong praised. The little rockmen were so excited their bodies trembled. Everything is for the Rockmen tribe. Respected tribe leader Yen Yong, you are our glorious flag. We will unite by your side and walk towards the bright future together. They all shouted, their eyes filled with passion. Yen Yong subconsciously avoided their gazes. The passion of these little rockmen made him feel terrified. He gazed far away. Far away! Every section of the river was being dug intensely. Yen Yong could see many of the rockmen, their broad backs facing the yellow soil and the sky. The river that was tens of meters wide, section after section, extended out of sight. This was such a grand project. Every time Yen Yong saw such a scene, his heart would surge. As long as they were united, the Rockmen tribe's power was so strong it could change the heavens and earth. But when Yen Yong thought of Fang Yuan, the most terrifying demon in history, his surging heart was like a cold wind blowing past, suddenly turning into a snow-white glacier. No matter if it was the little fox groups outside, or the slogans on the stone slabs, or the organized rock guards, they were all part of that demon scheme. With so many methods, they managed to weaken the Rockmen tribe's retaliation to the lowest level. Yen Yong personally executed all of this. Seeing the river forming day by day, his fear of Fang Yuan grew. That male immortal not only had terrifying martial strength. What made people feel despair was that his craftiness and viciousness were also unfathomable. Yen Yong felt himself sinking into the abyss. He was as low as an ant, and behind him, it was Fang Yuan's mountain-like figure. He was looking down at him. He was like a walking corpse or a puppet. The strings that controlled his limbs were in Fang Yuan's hands. Every day he saw his tribesmen die. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Seeing his clansmen working so hard to dig the canal, he felt even more desolate and sorrowful. If it is possible, I would rather not know the truth and live in a lie. Wouldn't that make me look happy? Yen Yong retracted his gaze, waving his hand and bringing the little rockmen to the next section of the river. This is the last estrus Gu-Go. Primeval essence had already been poured in. Fang Yuan flicked his finger and shot the green, bean-like goo into the sky. Estrus, goo exploded, turning into pink light powder that sprinkled down on the fox group below. The entire fox group breathed in the light powder and immediately became restless. Soon, countless male foxes crawled on the female fox's back, moving around and injecting life essence into the female fox's body. Foxes had different gestation periods. For example, golden foxes could give birth to little foxes after 2 months of gestation. Each litter would have 3 to 4 foxes, and for desolate beasts like 3-tailed foxes, even 100 years of gestation was not enough. Normally speaking, the stronger the beast, the longer the gestation period. But in the current Who Immortal Blessed Land, the fox groups were more ordinary, and their gestation period was shorter. Ever since the rockmen started digging the river, Feng Yuan had been using estrus goo every day to give birth to the little foxes and strengthen the fox group. Who Immortal did not have an immortal goo. During the 5th heavenly calamity, she was killed by the blue charm lightning shadow. Thus, she did not have a set of enslavement path goo worms. But in her Dang Hun Palace, there were still many goo left. For example, support goo like burial soul toad, expenditure goo like estrus goo, as well as some spare enslavement path goo worms. Most of them were fox enslavement goo. To quickly increase his strength, Feng Yuan had already used up most of these goo. Under his efforts, the number of foxes had increased by several times. Although foxes were omnivores, the Blessed Land could not support such a large number of foxes. In less than 2 years, many foxes would starve to death because they could not find food. But Feng Yuan could not care about that anymore. His only thought now was to survive the 6th earthly calamity. A few months passed in the blink of an eye. The canal was dug, traversing the northeast. A vast expanse of white water flowed along the wide river, surging and creating countless waves. Whoosh! The water flowed into the burning fire pit. The power of water and fire collided, evaporating the river and forming a large amount of water mist that rose into the sky. When the river water calmed down, the black flames were mostly extinguished. Only the edges were left, and there were still 3 areas left. This way, the water and fire were balanced. The water in the north subsided, and the ground was exposed. Large amounts of water flowed along the canal, pouring into dozens of huge craters in the east, forming many lakes, even though there was still a large amount of mud in the north. The east had already turned into scorched earth. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. But the balance of water and fire was like a scar on a bleeding wound. As long as time passed, the east and north would gradually regain their vitality. Under Feng Yuan's secret instructions, Yen Yong brought over 100 rockmen back to their home in the south. "Master, what do we do with these clouds?" Little Who Immortal looked at the thick sea of clouds in the sky, feeling troubled. Even though it had rained several times, there was still water vapor floating in the sky, condensing into clouds. These clouds blocked the sunlight, shrouding a large area of the east in darkness. It was very annoying. One had to know that there was no strong sunlight or strong winds in the Blessed Land. These clouds would severely affect the ecology of most of the east. No need to care about it. Feng Yuan took a look at the sea of clouds before retracting his gaze. He had already expected the appearance of the sea of clouds. It was just a minor detail. The most important thing now was the 6th earthly calamity. Chapter 421. Several months later, in Who Immortal Blessed Land, the fox groups had gathered into an army formation, tightly surrounding Dang Hun Mountain. Feng Yuan stood at the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky with a solemn expression. Time passed. Today was the day of the 6th earthly calamity's descent. Even though Feng Yuan was a Gu immortal in the 500 years of his previous life, he could not remain calm facing the earthly calamity. Each earthly calamity would get stronger and stronger, It was a severe test of life and death for the blessed land and Gu immortals. By the time Feng Yuan took control of the blessed land, there was only 1 year and 3 months left. This time was too short. He could only prepare as much as he could. Digging the canal to balance the water and fire was one. Nurturing the fox groups to reproduce was the second. Keeping fixed immortal travel Gu and preparing to retreat at any time was the third. As for the sea of clouds in the sky and the blue charm lightning shadow in the west, he was powerless even if he wanted to. The wind gradually stopped. Far away in the sky, the sea of clouds rumbled. A lump of light was brewing. "It's here." Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk as he muttered softly. Amidst the sea of clouds, the ball of light suddenly exploded, forming a magnificent white round door that faced the vast blessed land. The door of light shined with a dazzling light. A huge monster with a yellowish-brown body appeared. It looked like a huge rock. It slowly descended from the door of light. Looking at this, a desolate beast calamity. Feng Yuan squinted, staring at it without blinking. The boulders continued to descend without a sound. Feng Yuan could not help but lick his dry lips, his heart sinking. There were countless types of earthly calamities, among which there were desolate beasts. In the blessed land, one or many desolate beasts would appear and attack the center of the blessed land together, wreaking havoc in the blessed land and wreaking havoc. If they were not exterminated in time, no matter how vast the blessed land was, it would be destroyed by them. Damn it, it is actually a desolate beast. I hope this desolate beast has no immortal Gu. Feng Yuan could not help but curse in his heart. If a desolate beast had an immortal Gu, its battle strength would surpass ordinary Gu immortals. This mysterious, desolate beast landed on the ground with an agility that did not match its size. From afar, it looked like a boulder that was slightly flat. However, when Feng Yuan looked at it closely, he discovered that the boulder was actually a yellowish-brown carapace that emitted a metallic luster. The carapace was covered with thick mud, just as Feng Yuan was guessing. What exactly was it? A pair of huge pincers that looked like 2 steel pincers extended from the square carapace. Then, 18 slender pincers appeared. They came out from both sides and landed on the ground. Then they easily lifted its heavy body up and away from the ground. Mud crab! Upon seeing this scene, Feng Yuan blurted out. He recognized the desolate beast's true appearance. It was a huge crab with a body as big as a mountain. When it propped itself up, its height could reach a quarter of Dang Hun Mountain. Its first pair of pincers were even more terrifying than steel pincers. With a light pinch, it could break a mountain rock. Dragon scissors. Its other 18 chelicerae, although thinner and more slender than the first pair of chelicerae. But in reality, they were even thicker than 100-year-old trees. On its body, there were a large number of parasites. Most were water and earth path Gu worms. Sometimes there was even an entire group of Gu worms. Fortunately, who immortal blessed land has abundant immortal essence. I have abundant immortal essence. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, rejoicing internally. When the mud crab first appeared, the land spirit had already used the heavenly power of heaven and earth to imprison all of its Gu worms. Be it rank 1 or rank 5 Gu, they could not display their power. The crucial question was whether this desolate beast had an immortal Gu or not. If this mud crab had an immortal Gu, it would depend on what immortal Gu it was. Immortal Gu were unique and extraordinary. The blessed land could not imprison them. Immortal Gu were the key factors that affected the entire situation. After the mud crab completely stretched its limbs, it slowly moved its body towards Dang Hun Mountain. Feng Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. Large numbers of fox groups covered the entire mountain, surging towards the desolate beast like a tide. Soon they surrounded the mud crab. Their claws and teeth bit on the mud crab's claws, while the sturdy golden foxes charged over. But the mud crab was huge. It was simply a giant. As it moved forward, ordinary fox groups could not stop it, Instead, they were trampled into meat paste. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. He still commanded the foxes to send themselves to death. He had reproduced so many to be sacrificed. Injuries would accumulate. It would be good if he could stop the soul beast for even a little bit. But the mud crab continued to move forward with a crushing momentum, not moving an inch. It was like a moving mountain, ignoring the fox groups below it. The colorful waves of attacks hit the swamp crab's body like countless brilliant fireworks. This was the power of the 100 Beast King, 1,000 Beast King, and myriad Beast King of the fox group. They had many goo worms on them. Under the power of the goo groups, the mud on the mud crab's body was completely knocked off. The gigantic yellow river finally stopped for a moment. It suddenly opened its mouth and spat out large amounts of mud. At the same time, countless small gates opened on its stomach. Yellow mud gushed out like a yellow mud waterfall. The mud fell on the grassland, instantly forming a large swamp. In the yellow mud, strange-looking crabs stood up. Some were huge, like fierce tigers. Some had sharp claws like steel needles. Some had 8 claws and were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, a 1,000,000-strong crab army was formed. It is indeed a mud crab. It can give birth to countless small crabs at any time, forming an army. Fang Yuan's expression turned grim. The fox group and the crab army fought, entangling intensely. The fox army shrank greatly, suffering heavy losses. The crab army's casualties were many times that of the fox group, but the desolate beasts continued to produce an endless number of crabs. Fang Yuan quickly mobilized the fox groups hiding outside the mountain. Fortunately, I used up all the estrus goo and produced a large number of fox groups. Otherwise, the army would not be enough. In this short period of time, Fang Yuan felt dizzy. The number of fox groups he commanded was too huge. Even though his soul was 6 times that of a normal person, he could not endure it. With the crab army opening the way, the mud crab continued to move forward, regaining its previous speed. The claws on both sides of its body. They landed alternately like a song with an elegant rhythm. But beneath its feet was a tragic battlefield. Blood flowed like a river. Corpses were piled up. Every inch of land was stained with blood. The mud crab did not differentiate between friend and foe. Every time its claws stepped, a mass of blood would burst out. When the claws were raised, in the deep pit on the ground, there was fox meat paste, as well as the broken shells and limbs of the crab. This desolate beast was so huge and majestic. In all fairness, its speed was not fast. But precisely because of this, it gave people a huge psychological pressure. Seeing it coming over, Fang Yuan felt like a guillotine of death was hanging on his neck. Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. The desolate beast in front of him was the king of the swamp. It was covered in carapace, hiding in the depths of the swamp all year round. Even its eyes had degenerated. There was no weakness at all. Fang Yuan mobilized the fox group. He tried to block it, but it was useless. He could only watch helplessly as the swamp crab approached him. Can you teleport it away? Fang Yuan turned his head and asked Little, who immortal land spirit. Gu immortals were different. Blessed lands were different, and the power of the land spirit was also different. Some land spirits could teleport, for example, the tyrannical tortoise in 3 Kings' blessed land. Some land spirits could not even do so. Some land spirits could summon wind and rain, while some could control the flow of time at will. Let me try. Little Who Immortal's breathing was rapid. She also felt a huge psychological pressure. She mobilized her immortal essence. Using all her strength, her cute little face turned red. Ay-ya-ya. She let out a tender, childish cry. With a light swoosh, the giant swamp crab disappeared from where it stood, moving 9,000 paces away. Success! Little Who Immortal's face was flushed. She gasped for breath. Fang Yuan also let out a sigh of relief. Master, I used a bead of green grape immortal essence just now. Little Who Immortal reported with a pained expression. No matter. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. He continued to mobilize the countless foxes and continued to attack the mud crab. After a few minutes, the mud crab got close again. The land spirit had to use the same trick again and teleport it away. Another bead of green grape immortal essence was lost. Little Who Immortal was pained, while Fang Yuan's heart was also bleeding. In Who Immortal blessed land, there were only 78 beads of green grape immortal essence. Fang Yuan used one to feed fixed immortal travel goo. Now, he used another 2 to teleport the mud crab. He still had to use this immortal essence to refine goo and manage the entire blessed land in the future. There were many places where immortal essence was needed, but Who Immortal was already dead. These green grape immortal essence were like water without a source. No matter how much was used, it could not be replenished. Some crabs charged up the mountain from a direction that was overlooked. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He immediately ordered the land spirit to release a portion of Dang Hun Mountain's power. Immediately, the area where the crab army was moving became a dead zone. Countless crabs died instantly, their bodies lying on the ground unharmed, but their souls were shattered. The situation was very strange. Unfortunately, Dang Hun Mountain's power has a lasting effect on the soul. The desolate beast soul is strong. It can last for a while. I cannot let it reach Dang Hun Mountain and destroy this precious forbidden land. Fang Yuan did not participate in the battle personally. Even if he used that set of strength goo, its destructive power was not enough to break the shell of the mud crab. More importantly, the mud crab had not used its immortal goo yet. Fang Yuan did not know if it had one or not. The unknown was a strong deterrence, causing Fang Yuan to not dare to act rashly. Thus, the mud crab attacked again. Just as it was teleported for the 3rd time, Little Who Immortal's expression suddenly changed. Before Fang Yuan could react, she grabbed Fang Yuan's arm and disappeared on the spot. At the next moment, a fierce thunderbolt struck the place where they were originally standing. Rumble! With a loud explosion, mountain rocks flew everywhere. The lightning paused for a moment before turning back. It turned into a human-shaped lightning, letting out a mournful cry. The culprit was the blue charm lightning shadow. Chapter 4:22. It hugged its head and held in pain. The blue lightning was also disorderly and only stabilized after a long time. Evidently, the shadow had suffered soul damage when it entered Dang Hun Mountain. In Dang Hun Palace, the smoke shadow reflected this scene. Fang Yuan watched with a livid expression. If not for the land spirit's timely teleportation, he would have died. Little Who Immortal patted her chest, her face pale with lingering fear. When it rains, it pours. The blue charm shadow had also joined the battle, making the situation even worse. The blue charm shadow's failure in sneak attack made it angry, and it charged at Dang Hun Mountain. Every time it slammed into the walls, Dang Hun Palace shook. It hit the surface of the mountain, causing soil to fly and creating huge black pits. Fang Yuan's heart bled as he watched. This was Dang Hun Mountain. In the entire world, there was only one such place. Fortunately, the blue charm shadow stopped attacking after dozens of times. Its soul was severely injured, and its lightning was very disorderly. It did not dare to attack again. In this period of time, the land spirit teleported the swamp crab twice. In total, it had used up 5 green grape immortal essence beads, and the fox army, which had originally been large in numbers, had already been wiped out. What made Little Who Immortal discouraged was that this desolate beast only had small scratches on its body, and its steps were as steady as before. It was like a diamond bone that could not be chewed through. Whether it was the blue charm shadow or the swamp crab, they all had the same goal: to destroy the central area, exhaust the immortal essence, and kill the land spirit. Their ultimate goal was to destroy the entire blessed land. They were on the same side and did not fight amongst themselves. Instead, they cooperated. When Feng Yuan and the land spirit were having a headache over this swamp crab, the blue charm shadow gave up on Dang Hun Mountain and targeted this land. It did not dare to attack Dang Hun Mountain. It started to attack the sky and earth. The earth was destroyed and deep pits appeared. The sky shattered, showing the damage of the mirror. Feng Yuan felt a deep sense of helplessness. Not good, master. A hole has appeared in the blessed land. Little Hu Immortal's tone was anxious. The blue charm shadow's attack shattered the sky and earth, creating a hole in the blessed land. Cut off all the blessed lands around the loophole. Feng Yuan's body was as cold as ice, his tone indifferent. Ah. Little Fox Immortal's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Do this." It was the same as completely abandoning him, and he could never recover. If a hole appeared in a blessed land, it could be filled with immortal essence. If it wasn't mended in time, the hole would expand and form a channel. Once the tunnel was formed, those Gu Immortals outside the blessed land would definitely swarm in with ill intentions. At that time, the situation would be even more out of control. Tian Ti Mountain had demonic path Gu Immortals. Righteous path Gu Immortals did not dare to attack because they had huge businesses. However, there was no lack of deranged people in the demonic Dao who worked alone. Love adventure. In any case, Feng Yuan had done this many times in his previous life. Under Feng Yuan's orders, Little Hu Immortal gave up hundreds of acres of blessed land. The blue charm shadow continued to destroy and create loopholes. The land spirit continued to discard it. The swamp crabs kept attacking Dang Hun Mountain. The land spirit had no choice but to teleport continuously. The consumption of green grape immortal essence had already reached 13 beads. Sob, 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 the blessed land has become smaller. I have also lost a lot of immortal essence. Little Hu Immortal's tears flowed down as she sobbed. Stop crying. Feng Yuan shouted coldly. His expression was ashen. There's no point in delaying like this. Their only hope was to kill these two troublemakers. But I do not have any offensive immortal goo. Even if I use rank 5 goo on the swamp crabs, there will be no effect in a short period of time. I can only take a gamble now. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Desolate beasts were extremely powerful. Just by relying on their majestic physique and fierce recovery ability, they could ignore many rank 5 goo. Especially this swamp crab, its defense was extremely strong and was considered high level among desolate beasts. Feng Yuan had many rank 5 goo, touch gold goo, loose bones goo, crow 7 goo, and so on. When used on the swamp crab, it was like throwing pebbles into a lake. It could only cause slight ripples. He needed to attack continuously to gradually gain some effect. But Feng Yuan could not activate these goo worms to attack. Once he reached the mountain, he would be attacked by the blue charm lightning shadow. Even if he gave the goo worms to the land spirit, Feng Yuan did not dare to take the risk. The land spirit would also perish. Once it was destroyed by the blue charm lightning shadow, Feng Yuan would not even have the ability to use fixed immortal travel goo to retreat. Only immortal goo could change the situation. Although Feng Yuan had 2 immortal goo, they had no offensive ability. Don't teleport anymore. Let this damned swamp crab attack Dang Hun Mountain. Feng Yuan shouted, ordering Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. Release all of Dang Hun Mountain's power! Buzz! Dang Hun Mountain had always been restricted by Little Hu Immortal. Now that it was completely released, the whole mountain immediately became hazy. An enormous and formless soul-shaking power directly spread out of the mountain, extending for 3,000 steps, sweeping through the surroundings. Only Dang Hun Palace did not change under the land spirit's control. The gigantic swamp crab quickly got close to Dang Hun Mountain. Under the power of Dang Hun Mountain, its hard shell could not provide any protection. Its soul suffered an intense attack, causing its movements to freeze. But soon it went berserk. Its speed more than doubled as it attacked Dang Hun Mountain. Bam! Its huge claws were like steel pincers, smashing heavily on Dang Hun Mountain. The hard mountain rocks were as fragile as flour at this moment, and holes were easily smashed into them. The huge hole was at least a few hectares in size. Dust rose, and the whole of Dang Hun Palace shook. Little Who Immortal Land Spirit's face turned pale. Dang Hun Palace continued to shake. Dust fell and cracks spread on the walls and pillars like snakes. Suddenly, Little Who Immortal let out a miserable cry. Not good! That blue charm lightning shadow has already gone to the north. It is wantonly destroying the heaven and earth, creating many holes. The scene in front of Fong Yuan changed, showing the scene of the blue charm lightning shadow attacking the heaven and earth, creating holes. The blessed lands east and north were constantly being corroded by the remnants of the earthly calamity. They were weaker than the other regions. The blue charm lightning shadow was targeting the blessed land's weakness and attacking it. Luckily, we balanced the fire and water. Otherwise, the blue charm magic shadow would have destroyed everything. It would be 10 times worse than it was now. Master, what should we do? Little Fox Immortal was at a loss. The situation was so bad that it could not get any worse. The swamp crab was like a steel hammer that pierced straight into the heart. It consumed immortal energy intensely and was wantonly destroying Dang Hun Mountain at the same time. As for the blue charm film, it was extremely sinister. He would specifically look for the weak points of the blessed lands and make them bleed. Every loophole it created was a bloody wound on the blessed land. Fong Yuan's eyes flashed with ferocity. The more dangerous the situation was, the more it stimulated his fighting spirit. Land spirit, move the swamp crab. Move 3,000 steps away each time. Yes, in this way, the distance was shortened and the consumption of immortal essence was correspondingly reduced. Within 3,000 steps of Dang Hun Mountain, the soul-shaking power could still cause damage to the swamp crabs. Land spirit, abandon the entire northern region. Fong Yuan ordered. Ah! Little Fox Immortal was stunned. She did not dare to believe her ears. Who Immortal Blessed Lands, northern region, had an area of 1,000,000 hectares. With one sentence from Fong Yuan, he was going to abandon it? Once it was abandoned, Who Immortal Blessed Land would forever lack this piece of land. Fong Yuan was definitely going all out this time. Who Immortal Blessed Land was only 6,000,000 hectares. He was actually going to abandon 1/6 of it. Master, this. Little Fox Immortal hesitated. Quickly do as I say. Fong Yuan stared at the image in front of him and shouted. Little Fox Immortal pouted her red lips as her eyes filled with tears. Tears rolled down her face as she bawled. Land Spirit was the representative of heaven and earth. Abandoning the blessed land was like cutting off one's own flesh. Abandoning the entire northern region was like a person chopping off his own leg with his own hands. Master, don't. Little Fox Immortal cried loudly. She begged, but Fong Yuan's expression was as cold as ice. He did not make any compromises. Master's orders could not be disobeyed. Little Fox Immortal could only bear with the pain and abandon the entire northern region. That blue charm shadow was in the center of the northern region, destroying heaven and earth and creating a hole. When it sensed that something was wrong, it hurriedly moved and attempted to rush out of the northern region. But when it was 10 kilometers away, it did not manage to escape in time and was trapped in the northern region. It let out a shrill, ear-piercing scream. Its voice was filled with indignation, but it made a mistake. The blue charm shadow could only disappear along with the northern region and land in the central continent. Success! Seeing this, Fang Yuan was so excited that he almost shouted. If it was any other time, the blue charm shadow soul would not be injured and it would definitely be able to react in time. If not for the fact that it was attacking the heaven and earth crazily, causing it to lose its energy and speed, it would definitely be able to escape quickly. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan endured the pain and sacrificed himself to protect himself. He finally got rid of the blue charm shadow. As for what kind of trouble it would cause outside the central continent, that was not within Fang Yuan's consideration. Boom, 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 the entire Danghun Mountain was still shaking. The wild beast swamp crab soul was so strong that it forced itself to attack Danghun Mountain. The closer it got to Danghun Mountain, the stronger the soul-shaking power. Little Who Immortal had to move the swamp crab out again and again. At this point, it depended on the strength of both sides. If the wild beast soul was strong and pushed down Danghun Mountain, it would be Fang Yuan's defeat. On the other hand, if Danghun Mountain did not fall, it would be the earthly calamity's failure. Bang, bang, bang. The pillars in Danghun Palace kept collapsing and the beams broke. Smoke and dust rose, accompanied by Little Who Immortal sobs. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as he stood silently. Power, I need more power. He clenched his fists and shouted indignantly in his heart. Why was it that even though it kept growing, it was still so weak in the face of heaven and earth and fate? Then continued to grow, become stronger, stronger, and stronger. In this silent shout, the swamp crab's movements gradually slowed. Finally, it collapsed halfway up Danghun Mountain, no longer breathing. Chapter 4:23. Fang Yuan walked out of Danghun Palace. The pink crystal mountain was full of holes and shattered rocks. It was a mess. Red blood, yellow mud, fox and crab corpses piled up together. The desolate beast swamp crab's huge body was pressed down on Danghun Mountain's waist. It was like a protruding hill, extremely eye-catching. A light breeze blew Fang Yuan's long black hair. His deep eyes slowly looked at the battlefield. The pungent smell of blood irritated Fang Yuan's nose. Following closely behind him was the land spirit, Little Fox Immortal. Her eyes were red, and there were still traces of tears on her pink little face. She was still sobbing. Master, our losses are too severe. We lost over 1 million mu of land. We only have 71 beads of immortal essence left. Of the 4,700,000 fox group, only 310,000 remain. We also lost over 700,000 gooworms. Who Immortal had worked hard for so many years, but after this battle, the entire Blessed Land's development had regressed by 40 years. But Fang Yuan did not think so. His expression was tired, but his eyes could not conceal his joy. He had survived this earthly calamity in the end. This was a critical juncture. Now that this was over, Fang Yuan had time to catch his breath. Facing the 7th earthly calamity, he would have more time to prepare. Don't cry. The Blessed Land is preserved. We have hope. Danghun Mountain did not collapse. We have the resources to start. Although we lost 1 million mu of land, we will not need it in the short term. It will not hinder our development. Fang Yuan patted the land spirit's head, continuing to console. Look, not long later, Danghun Mountain will be filled with gut stones, and we will control the Rockmen tribe. Most importantly, that blue charm lightning shadow was chased away. Next, we can develop without any worries. Who Immortal Blessed Land will prosper again. This was an extremely intense battle. Countless foxes and crabs died near Danghun Mountain. At the same time, the swamp crab soul was shaken into essence and fell onto Danghun Mountain. It could be predicted. Not long after, large numbers of gut stones would appear on Danghun Mountain. What Master said makes sense. Little Fox Immortal gradually stopped sobbing and thought about it carefully. That was indeed the case. The earthly calamity was like a baptism. Who immortal blessed land managed to survive, but not only did it suffer heavy losses, it also benefited greatly. What a pity! The swamp crab has a large number of goo-worms. Now, they have all been killed by Dang Hun Mountain. Little Who Immortal pouted. It stared hatefully at the gigantic shell of the mud crab. Rejoice! This desolate beast does not have an immortal goo. Otherwise, we might not be standing here. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. This was where he was lucky this time. The power of a crucial immortal goo could easily overturn the entire situation. Even if this swamp crab had an immortal goo and was killed by Fang Yuan, how could Fang Yuan capture the immortal goo was a huge problem. Who knew? This wild immortal goo might replace the blue charm lightning shadow and become a huge threat to Who Immortal blessed land. They would be able to survive this earthly disaster. Fang Yuan was already satisfied. After all, he was only a rank 4 upper stage mortal goo master, but he managed to kill a desolate beast that even goo immortals had a headache over. Land spirit, clean up the battlefield. Preserve the swamp crab's corpse well. I am going to rest. Fang Yuan patrolled the area and relaxed, feeling an intense sense of fatigue. He had commanded millions of foxes. His soul and mind were already exhausted. He urgently needed to sleep. Okay. Little Who Immortal replied crisply. She looked at the swamp crab's huge shell, her eyes shining with a bright light. Every desolate beast was a moving treasure trove. Its blood, fur, bones, internal organs, and so on were all good materials for goo refinement. You damned crab, I am going to strip you naked. Little Who Immortal wrinkled her nose and grinned, revealing her canine teeth as she walked towards the swamp crab, muttering to herself while gritting her teeth. This time, Fang Yuan had a very comfortable sleep. 3 days later, he woke up and laid on the bed, not wanting to move at all. This time he was truly relaxed. The 6th earthly calamity had just passed. Fang Yuan had gained a lot of time. He could finally let out a sigh of relief. Ever since his first rebirth, he had been roaming around, struggling and resisting. Especially on Sancha Mountain, he had racked his brains and used all his methods. Now he had finally protected the blessed land. To Fang Yuan, it was a stable back. If Who Immortal blessed land was destroyed, he would be in trouble. He had exposed many things. Let's not talk about other things. Let's talk about fixed immortal travel goo. Fang Yuan was not a goo immortal yet. This immortal goo could not be kept in his aperture. Its aura would leak out and be easily detected by goo immortals, who would try to snatch it. Now, fixed immortal travel goo was placed in Who Immortal blessed land, and with immortal essence it could be nurtured. Besides this, there was also the refinement of second aperture goo. Without Little Who Immortal's immortal essence, Fang Yuan could not refine this immortal goo. He would have to wait until he became a goo immortal. By then, divine travel goo would probably belong to someone else. It would be too late. Protecting Who Immortal blessed land was a huge help to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan lay down for a while before getting up to eat and drink. After filling his stomach, he went back to sleep again. This time, he slept for 10 hours before waking up. His fatigue was swept away, he felt refreshed, and his mind was clear. His condition was very good. Land spirit, where is it? He stomped his feet and called out. With a whoosh, Little Who Immortal tore through the air and teleported, appearing in front of him. Master, I dismantled that crab. We can definitely sell it for a good price. Little Who Immortal's face was red. She had personally dismantled the culprit. It made her feel both relieved and excited. That's right, Master. There are 3 letters here. During the earthly calamity, someone stuffed them in through the loophole. Little Who Immortal said as she took out 3 goo and handed them to Fang Yuan. When the loophole was big enough to become a passage, people could enter and leave. Before that, some goo worms could be stuffed in through the loophole. These 3 goo, they were all information path goo worms. One looked like a paper crane. It was rank 3 lightning symbol paper crane goo. One was a green bird, vivid and lifelike. One was a green bird. It was rank 5. It was letter sending goo. One looked like a small sword. It was rank 3 flying sword letter goo. Fong Yuan's gaze flickered. He first took out the letter sending green bird goo. The green bird transformed into a letter. It was a letter from the rank 7 goo immortal Fong Joga. But Fong Yuan was not shocked when he saw this messenger green bird goo for the first time. He was shocked. He had a premonition the moment he saw this letter sending green bird goo. His tone was gentle in Fong Joga's letter. He first expressed his praise and congratulations to Fong Yuan. Then he explained the purpose of the letter, to arrange a battle for his daughter, Feng Kim Hong. It turned out that after Feng Kim Hong returned to Spirit Affinity House, she had been extremely depressed and could not express it. During this period of time, she had been cultivating diligently. She wanted to get back at him. She was the one who proposed the battle. She wanted to have an honorable contest with Fong Yuan, betting on the honor of Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. You want to fight, so I have to fight? Fong Yuan sneered in disdain. He was so short on time. He did not even have enough to cultivate. Fong Yuan would not accept Feng Kim Hong's challenge for nothing. Feng Kim Hong was a heaven's proud daughter. She had a goo immortal parent and the support of her sect. Even if she had a blessed land, even if an earthly calamity came, there would be a large group of people who would take the initiative to help her. But Fong Yuan was a loner. He had to rely on himself for everything. He had no mood to play with such a rich missy. Her thoughts are not clear. She wants to get back at me. Must I accompany her? Ridiculous. Fong Yuan sneered. Different from others, he was not afraid of Fong Joga. In the near future, Fong Joga would be recruited by Celestial Court and successfully ascend. It would not be so easy for him to descend to Central Continent. But in this letter, this father and daughter seem to think, I am a disciple of Crane Gate. What is going on? A trace of doubt flashed past Fong Yuan's eyes. The other party was a goo immortal. They naturally would not make such a low-level mistake. This meant that there was definitely a hidden story. Fong Yuan took out the flying sword letter goo. Opening it, it was another challenge letter. But in this letter, it was full of cursing Fong Yuan, cursing Fong Yuan's 8 generations of ancestors, and even using Crane Gate's honor to pressure Fong Yuan, inciting Fong Yuan to accept the challenge. Finally, it was a threat. If Fong Yuan did not agree, he would expose the contents of this letter to the world, letting the whole world know that Fong Yuan was a coward, a coward. Fong Yuan read it carefully and smiled lightly. So it is Jian Yisheng. Jian Yisheng was a metal path goo master. He had a wretched appearance and personality. He was most proficient in sneak attacks and hated suffering losses the most. He was one of the demonic path goo immortals on Tianti Mountain. He was a true villain. In the 500 years of Fong Yuan's previous life, he had sneak attacked him several times. Finally, Fong Yuan was enraged and created a sea of blood, trapping Jian Yisheng in his blessed land, not daring to come out and accept the challenge. This lasted for 20 years. Jian Yisheng finally understood that he had provoked someone he should not have provoked. Finally, he could not take it anymore. He knelt in front of Fong Yuan and surrendered, without any demeanor of a goo immortal. As for why this guy challenged Fong Yuan, it was his bad luck. After Fong Yuan abandoned his blessed land, he chased the blue charm lightning shadow to Tianti Mountain. But coincidentally, Jian Yisheng bumped into him. Right now, although Jian Yisheng was a goo immortal, he did not have an immortal goo. He was beaten up by the blue charm lightning shadow. He escaped to his own blessed land in a sorry state. Only then did he get rid of the blue charm lightning shadow. After returning home, he calculated his losses and immediately stomped his feet in anger. After finding out the culprit, He sent the flying sword letter Gu to challenge Feng Yuan. Humph, he clearly knows I am still immortal, but he challenged me as a Gu immortal. He even said it so righteously, claiming to be fair. This guy is still as shameless as he was in my previous life. But why did he treat me as someone from Crane Gate? Feng Yuan was doubtful as he opened the lightning symbol paper Crane Gu. He opened it and took a look. His pupils shrunk as he showed an expression of astonishment. What? Feng Zheng is still alive? As he read on, the doubts in his heart were finally cleared away. So that's it. Feng Yang from Crane Gate is an astute person. He actually thought of this method to get rid of his competitors. But he greatly underestimated me. How can I join Crane Gate? But the transaction in the letter is what I need. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan calmed down. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.